The story begins with Kahoru Nagase, a young woman working at an office job. She receives a call from her friend, who tells her she's late, so she quickly finishes up her work. As she heads over to meet her friends, she thinks about how her life isn't that exciting, since she just works an average job. She wishes she didn't look so tired, but she suddenly becomes dizzy and passes out. She wakes up to find a man apologizing to her, and she recognizes him as God. He explains that her world is experiencing disturbances caused by dimensional distortions, and as he was destroying one of the distortions, it ended up hitting her. He managed to save her soul, but notes that it's impossible to send her back to her own body, so he offers to make amends by reincarnating her into another world. She gets a chance to say her goodbyes to her friends and family, and they are surprisingly accepting and assured that she will be okay no matter where she goes. God tells her she will be reincarnated into a world that's similar to Earth, but it's not as technologically advanced. Kahoru thinks that since it's less advanced, it will be more dangerous, so she demands an overpowered skill to help her survive. In her new world, Kahoru encounters Celeste, the goddess responsible for her reincarnation. She is happy about their situation, because it gave her a chance to talk to Earth's god who she has a crush on, so she plans to give Kahoru extra blessings. She gives her the ability to communicate and understand the language of her new world, as well as a younger body. She wonders what kind of skills she wants to help her survive in the world, and Kahoru learns she's being sent to the medieval-style world of Verni, where magic, monsters, and hunters are common. Thinking about the ability that will best help her survive, she asks for the ability to freely create any kind of potion, with any effects that she wants. The goddess thinks it's too OP, but Kahoru reminds her that her god promised her she could have anything, so Celeste ends up agreeing. On top of this, Kahoru also demands that her potion containers can be created at any size, as well as an item box with limitless storage. Celeste can't believe she's asking for so much, but Kahoru threatens to complain to her god, so the goddess agrees to all her demands. As she is about to be reincarnated, Kahoru asks for one more thing. The goddess is fed up with her, but Kahoru asks to be her friend, and she happily agrees. In a flash of light, Kahoru arrives in her new world, and she immediately realizes she can hear the birds talking. She slams her head on a tree, thinking the goddess gave it to her as part of her communication ability. She decides to try out her potion skill, creating a healing potion, and it instantly heals the wound on her head. She eagerly heads off to find a town, but after hours of walking, she becomes exhausted. Luckily for her, she just creates another potion, and it instantly restores her stamina. She makes it to a town, and she thinks her first task is to secure some money. She plans to sell her healing potions, so she visits the Hunters Guild. However, the receptionist Gilda isn't familiar with her potions, telling her she should sell them to a pharmacist instead. Kahoru worries she'll have nowhere to sleep since she needs to sell her potions before she has any money, but Gilda allows her to stay for the night. Kahoru goes on to try and sell her potions, explaining that her blue potion can heal external wounds, and the yellow one can heal internal injuries. The adventurers don't believe her, so she doesn't manage to sell anything. Although the adventurers are not interested in her potions, some of them ask for her help with odd tasks, like rubbing their feet and giving them a massage, and she happily agrees, so that she can afford food for the night. There's suddenly an injured man who is carried into the guild. He seems to be in a rough condition, and Kahoru wonders why nobody is healing him. She decides to do it herself and gives him one of her yellow potions, and pours her blue potion onto his wound, which instantly heals it. Her actions are hailed as miraculous, and the hunters consider her an angel. Kahoru learns that magic is a rare skill, requiring a lifetime of training, with even the most proficient mages only able to perform simple tasks like lighting a candle or producing a drop of water. Kahoru thinks she should keep a low profile, but she is summoned to meet with Baron Rennie, the lord of the land. The man takes her by force, but she warns him not to be so rough with her bracelet, gold. Kahoru is taken to the Baron's mansion, and the Baron asks her where she got her potions from. She tells him that she can make them, but it requires her bracelet, which is associate damaged. The Baron promises to punish the man, and Kahoru is happy to get her revenge on him. She tells the Baron she needs time to fix her bracelet, so he orders his maid to prepare his best room for her. Kahoru thinks she's safe for the time being, but she decides to find a chance to escape. The head maid brings her tools to help her repair her bracelet, and she asks for an assistant as well. She wants someone around her age, so all the maids around her age are gathered. She selects one named Hannah as her assistant, but when they are alone in her room, she knocks her out. Kahoru then goes on to store all the furnishings and food into her item box, and she even takes Hannah's clothes. She cuts her hair, and using another potion, she is able to disguise herself as Hannah, and she's able to get out of the room without being suspected. The Baron is devastated when he finds she has escaped, and has also taken all his stuff. We see Kahoru has changed her hair and eye colors, so she hopes she won't be recognized. She sees people pursuing her in the distance, so she decides to hide behind a tree. She has a snack while she waits for her pursuers to pass by, but she finds that it's the hunters from the guild, and they don't even want to find her since she saved their friend, so they end up just heading back. Kahoru prepares to head for the royal capital, determined to make the most of her new life. She sleeps in the forest on the bed she took from the Baron's mansion, but there are 3 children that pass by, and the youngest girl named Eunice starts calling her a goddess. Kahoru decides to play along, and Eunice thinks she must be Celeste, but Kahoru corrects her, saying she is from another world, but Celeste is her friend. Eunice's brother Hector introduces himself as the son of the Count Aiden, as well as introducing their knight Fran. They explain they are on a journey to visit their grandmother who is gravely ill, and Eunice begs Kahoru to cure her grandmother with her powers. Kahoru has no other choice, and agrees to help on one condition, telling them to tell her a story that will make her cry. The 2 children tell her stories of their troubles, but she just finds them childish. Fran tells her story of how she trained her whole life as a knight, rejecting all her marriage proposals. She developed a strong body, but she's now past the age of marriage, so she's afraid she will be alone forever. This makes Kahoru cry, and she creates 3 potions, supposedly from her goddess tears. She hands one to Hector to cure his grandmother, and one to Fran, which she instructs her to only drink around people she trusts, and the last one is also for her, which she can use to cure someone she wants. We learn that the children are from the western kingdom of Balmor, and we see that 1 month later, their father Count Aiden tells the king about their encounter with the goddess. King Sergei finds it hard to believe, but Fran drinks her potion in front of everyone, and it seems to make her younger. Everyone starts to believe, and Fran reveals her other potion, wanting to give it to the king's aide, Roland. We learn Roland was actually the crown prince, but after losing the use of his right arm in a fight, Sergei succeeded the throne instead. Roland reluctantly takes the potion, and his arm is miraculously restored. Sergei wants him to be king, but Roland claims it's a hassle, and he just wants to have an easy life. Meanwhile, Kahoru makes it to Eris, the capital of the eastern kingdom of Brancott, and she finds that the people there seem to worship Celeste. Hoping to not make the same mistakes as she did in the previous town, Kahoru visits a pawn shop to sell some of the items she took from the Baron's mansion. The shopkeeper thinks they are stolen goods, but Kahoru tells her a sad story of how she inherited them from her mother who just passed away. The man is brought to tears, and he buys her items. At the Brancott castle, we meet Prince Ferdinand as he complains about all the paperwork he has to do, but his friend Fabio tells him it will only get worse when he becomes king. Their friend Alan arrives, and the 3 decide to take a break and get some food. They visit a restaurant in the city where Kahoru is working as a maid, and Ferdinand and Fabio are surprised when they try food that they have never tasted before. Ferdinand thinks it's even better than the food from the palace, and Alan credits Kahoru for introducing the new foods. He tells them that there is more to the restaurant than just the food, and he talks to one of the waitresses to receive their special service. Ferdinand and Fabio wonder what it could be, so Alan tells them to listen to what Kahoru is saying. They overhear her giving wise advice, and become eager to get their turn. When she approaches them, they ask her how to run their domain efficiently, and she tells them to lower the tax rate. They are taken aback by this, but she explains how lowering the tax would bring in more merchants and farmers, who can buy better tools and thus increase their profits. Her advice is something they didn't expect, and after a bit of thought back in the castle, they realize that it makes a lot of sense. Ferdinand starts to want Kahoru for himself, and is willing to do anything to get her. With all the customers gone, the girls sit together and enjoy a wonderful meal that Kahoru has cooked. Kahoru realizes that ever since she has come to this town, she hasn't used her potion powers for healing, but instead for making food, and her plans for a peaceful life seems to be working out. However, things start to get bad for her when Prince Ferdinand visits the restaurant constantly, and keeps bothering her with questions and demanding for her to be the only one to serve him. This makes her lose her temper, and she tells him off for his disrespectful behavior, saying that if he doesn't stop, he won't be allowed in the restaurant anymore. Angered by her outburst, Ferdinand grabs her hand and forces her to follow him, but all the customers and waitresses block the door, so he has no choice but to let her go and leave. He meets his friends outside, and they console him about the rejection, telling him to stop harassing Kahoru, and saying he should instead start treating her like a lady. So Ferdinand stops going to the restaurant, and Kahoru thinks she can finally have her peaceful life. She sweeps outside the restaurant, but a royal carriage arrives, and she gets an invitation along with a package. It is a summon from the castle, and she knows her peace is about to be disrupted again. On the day of the party, Kahoru arrives at the castle wearing a dress that she had stolen from the Baron. The guard at the gate takes her invitation, but when he looks at her, he thinks she is the type of girl who bullies those beneath her, so he quickly lets her in. Kahoru enters the castle and can see different women trying their best to look beautiful for Prince Ferdinand, because he is supposed to choose his bride at this party. But she changes into her maid outfit and prepares to serve the nobles. Meanwhile, Ferdinand becomes annoyed because he can't seem to find Kahoru despite sending her a personal invitation. Fabio and Alan tease him to stop looking so angry, since his expressions are going to scare his future wife. However, Ferdinand doesn't care about what they have to say, since he is only thinking about Kahoru, but Fabio mentions how he saw her serving the guests. Ferdinand quickly rushes over, but when he sees her, he demands to know why she's in a maid outfit and not a dress. Kahoru reasons that she's just a maid, and the only logical reason why a maid would be invited to the castle would be to serve, which is why she is wearing such clothes. Ferdinand calls for his subordinate, demanding to know why he didn't deliver Kahoru the clothes he picked out. The man swears he delivered it, but Kahoru says he never explained anything to her, so she assumed the package was for the business next door. Ferdinand gets mad at the man, but he's glad that Kahoru was able to be there, and he immediately prepares to introduce her as his fiancée. Everyone is shocked to hear this, but he starts introducing her to his parents. Kahoru thinks he couldn't marry a commoner, but he suggests they could just get a noble to adopt her. However, Kahoru snaps him back into reality, saying he never even asked her if she wanted to marry him. She rejects him, saying that the life of a queen would mean that she would lose her freedom and privacy. Ferdinand proclaims his love for her intellect and beauty, but she breaks a plate and uses a piece to cut her face. She calls herself a fool, and with her looks gone, she claims she has no value to him. She rejects him once again and dashes out of the castle, while Ferdinand's friends tell him not to go after her. Kahoru gets out of the city, and once she gets far enough, she uses a healing potion to heal her face, and she celebrates getting away from the prince. She rides a carriage over to the western kingdom of Balmore with a merchant named Johann. She gives him advice about his business, and he even ends up offering her a job, but she decides to go her own way. She manages to find a job as a live-in maid at a workshop, but when she gets there, it's not quite what she expected. The owner Bardot introduces himself, but warns her that everyone they hire almost immediately quits. He shows her around, and we see the place is in a rough condition, but thanks to her potions, she is able to clean the entire place in just a few hours. While cleaning up, she sees one of the men working on a hip flask. This gives her an idea, thinking that instead of selling her potions, she can just sell the containers. Thanks to her power, she is able to create a beautiful glass bottle. The men are amazed seeing it, and they immediately agree to help her sell it. Thanks to this, Kahoru is able to make some money and start living an easier life. As she visits the market to buy fruits, a boy suddenly runs past and steals her money. The shopkeeper panics, but Kahoru reveals it was a fake, and it even has a trap to track the boy. At night, she is visited by that same boy, and he tells her about a girl named Kosha, whose mother was hurt by a noble. Despite appearing to be a peaceful city, we learn that it's not quite what it seems as they visit the slums. They reach Kosha's house, and Kahoru uses a potion to change her hair and eyes. She introduces herself as a friend of the goddess and creates a potion for Kosha's mother, which completely heals her, and Kosha wonders how she can repay her, but Kahoru simply hugs her as payment. We see the orphan children start to follow her, and she ends up creating a secret society known as the Eyes of the Goddess, where they tell her about people who need help. We see the merchant Johann praying to the goddess in front of his sick daughter when he's visited by Kahoru posing as a chemist, but they instantly recognize each other. He's surprised to learn that she is the goddess's angel and asks why she visited his house, because she supposedly only visits the poor people, but she says that it's due to his charitable donations to the poor. Johann is ready to offer her anything in return, but she simply asks him to keep her identity a secret and to help anyone in need. We learn that she's planning to get donations from the rich in the goddess's name, while helping people simultaneously. She takes candies from the manor and gives them to the orphan children. Kahoru is embarrassed by the Eyes of the Goddess name and asks if the kids can change it, but they refuse. In a flashback, we see that she catches up to the boy Emil after he runs away with her pouch, and even heals the wounds on his hands using a potion. She's surprised to hear that he stole for his sick friend Belle, so she demands to know Belle's location. She visits her, healing her instantly with a potion, and the kids gathered around her are relieved to see her healthy. She introduces herself as a friend of the goddess, asking the children to help her find sick people to heal, and in return, they will be kept well fed. We see that's how the Eyes of the Goddess organization was created, and the rumors of a goddess angel spread throughout the city. Over at the workshop, one of the employees, Azel, confesses to Kahoru, asking her to be his fiancée. She thinks that she has finally entered her popular phase, but is instantly dejected when she hears that he only wants her to pretend to be his fiancée for his brother's party. We see the party at Viscount Leo's home, where Kahoru eagerly munches down on food, when she encounters Johan and goes to thank him for preparing her dress for the party. She asks him about the women lined up, and we learn that they are potential marriage candidates for the eldest son, even bringing gifts to make a good impression. Using the opportunity, she joins the line and introduces herself to the eldest son as a friend of Azel. She asks him to call his servant Calvin, and we learn that Calvin is his loyal guard who was crippled while trying to protect him from a bear attack. She asks the crowd to raise their hands for the goddess's blessing, and as they close their eyes and pray, a red potion appears, which she asks Calvin to drink. He reluctantly takes it, and to everyone's surprise, his disabled leg is healed. Everyone thinks it's a miracle, and Azel wonders who Kahoru actually is, but we see that she has disappeared. In a temple of the royal capital, the bishop is informed of this event, and orders his men to find Kahoru, no matter what the cost, but we see he has ill intentions. Azel finds Kahoru in the workshop with the others, so he takes her outside and asks about what happened. As she tells him about her ability, and that she's a friend of the goddess, they are interrupted by Azel's brother, who informs her that she has been summoned by the king. The next morning, just as King Sergei is getting tired of waiting, he is told that Kahoru tried to enter the back gate dressed as a commoner, but wasn't let in. We learn the guard harassed her in exchange for letting her in, but she cleverly makes use of the situation, promising she'll never listen to the orders of the king, and that she will live freely in the goddess's name. The king sighs in disappointment, as we learn that nobody, including the king, can overturn a vow to the goddess. Kahoru uses the same excuse to turn away the bishop from her door, but when he keeps pestering her, she drops an explosion potion on his carriage in the form of a divine punishment. The news of this reaches the king, sparking disputes between the representatives of the royal family and the temple, arguing over who will take Kahoru. To put a stop to it, a public gathering is convened in front of the goddess's statue to question Kahoru. The king asks her if she has any divine message for him, but she tells him that she doesn't, saying she's not bound to the kingdom, and that she's there by coincidence, which surprises them. Hearing this, the priests think that she will naturally join the temple as a follower of the goddess, but she claims that she's not a follower. The crowd is shocked, so Kahoru explains that she believes in more than one god. They are bewildered when she tells them that she's the goddess's friend, and that she will bless only the people who deserve it. When she asks why the size of the goddess's chest is exaggerated in the statue, a bucket suddenly drops on her head, and everyone around her laughs. We see Kahoru out getting food in the market. She reflects on how she has been living freely ever since the inquiry, so she thinks she should start making potions for those in need, as the secret organization has its limits, and she realizes she needs an influential ally to achieve this goal. While returning, she encounters Fran, but fails to recognize her. Fran recalls their time in the forest, leaving her stunned as the realization hits her. Fran explains how she became young again, and Kahoru is in awe of the goddess's powers. She requests Fran to introduce her to the count she serves, and she gladly agrees, but notes that her master has changed, and we learn she now serves Roland. He assures her that he's willing to help her as she is his benefactor, and Fran also backs him up. After some consideration, she accepts, and they are all added as members of the secret organization. Kahoru asks the members to keep her identity as a goddess from another world a secret, claiming that she wishes to spread the blessings. She asks them to help her sell potions, saying that although they are not as strong as the goddess's tears, they will heal injuries and diseases while being affordable. She notes that she has put a limitation on them, which makes them expire after 5 days, so they aren't stockpiled for war. The group is impressed, and promises their full support. The group decides on the name, Goddess's Light, for themselves, and Kahoru is annoyed that she's stuck with another extravagant title. On her way back to the workshop, she meets Azel, who tells her that someone came looking for her from another country. We see that Ferdinand has chased Kahoru all the way to Balmore, hell-bent on taking her back with him, but Fabio and Alan plead with him to behave decently and apologize first. Kahoru tricks Ferdinand by telling him that she is the elder sister of the Kahoru they met, and then teases him by saying that Fabio and Alan are more her sister's type, while she hates the conceited types like Ferdinand. Alan invites her to Brancott so she can live together with her sister, but she rejects their proposal by lying that she can't live in the same kingdom as her sister, because it would cause a power imbalance between the kingdoms. As Ferdinand is about to take her by force, he's surrounded by the men at the workshop, but Kahoru asks them to leave. Ferdinand is dragged away by his friends, and on their way back, they wonder if it was actually Kahoru they met. Fabio notes that Kahoru has zero interest in Ferdinand, but Ferdinand is determined to get her back, no matter what. In the Holy Land of Ruta, the Pope is informed that the Kingdom of Balmor has rejected their summoning of Kahoru. We learn that Ruta's authority has been on a decline ever since Celeste's descent 53 years ago, and he claims that the goddess's blessings should only be reserved for Ruta. Kahoru's potions are distributed throughout the kingdom as planned, and we see the positive effects. Roland notes how they will now be able to increase production, but she rejects the idea, saying that the advancement of medical technology is more important in case something happens to her, and instructs Johann to start distributing potions in the neighboring kingdoms of Acede and Brancott. Meanwhile, in the enemy empire of Aligot, the king hears about the potions, and orders his military to invade Balmor, so they can get their hands on Kahoru and mass-produce the potions. Back in Balmor, Kahoru buys the orphan children their own house, gets the blacksmiths to make utensils for them, and even teaches them how to make their own food. She also teaches them basic finances and proper etiquette to handle customers. Kahoru helps sick families at night with the help of the tears of the goddess, believing that no one would recognize her in her disguise, but to her surprise, a girl she had healed gives her a flower the next day. King Sergei is informed of Aligot's attack, with their 30,000 soldiers, and their plan to attack after crossing the mountain. However, they have 40,000 soldiers at their disposal and the home territory advantage. Roland thinks that it's strange that Aligot would attack despite their disadvantage, but they are suddenly alerted that Aligot forces have started attacking from Ruta's side, with 20,000 of their soldiers, and Sergei wonders why a neutral territory would allow such a thing. Emissaries arrive from Ruta to claim custody of Kahoru before the war begins. Sergei suggests turning them back, but Roland says that they should meet Kahoru. The emissaries meet Kahoru, and tell her to evacuate to the Holy Land with them for protection, but Kahoru deduces that the Holy Land allowed Aligot to pass through their lands without trying to stop them, because they are allied with Aligot. The emissaries are arrested on charges of espionage, as Kahoru asks Roland to inform the other nations about Ruta's betrayal. Afterward, Kahoru tells Roland to take care of the rest as she leaves the room, telling them that she's going for a walk, while planning to crush the forces of Aligot. Back at the house, Kahoru gives the kids potions, and tells them to run away if anything goes wrong during her trip, but instead, they express their gratitude and insist on going with her, saying they feel indebted to her, so she agrees to take them along. She thinks of a plan along the way, deciding to evacuate all the villages in the path of the enemy army, and clear out the food supplies in the process, while locating all the water supplies. The following day, Fran spots the enemy resting a few hours away, and tells Kahoru that they will pass through soon. They notice a bishop alongside the enemy commander, revealing a collaboration between the Holy Land of Ruta and the army. They allow the main enemy unit to cross the canyon, as they patiently wait for the logistics unit to follow, intending to destroy all their supplies. They see the logistics unit coming through the canyon, and bombard it with explosives supplied by Kahoru. With the enemy distracted, Kahoru proceeds to light their supplies on fire. The main unit returns after noticing the commotion, but they arrive to find all their supplies already burned to the ground. The commander orders everyone to advance forward, and take the food and water from the villages ahead. With the enemy's morale already low from their supplies being destroyed, things take a turn for the worse when they discover that all the water has been poisoned, and there is no food in the villages. Meanwhile, we see a kid from one of the villages come running to Kahoru. He informs them that the enemy has taken over a secret well in a village, which had been hidden from her, but traitors sold this information to the enemy, so Kahoru and her companions head over to the village. Roland and his soldiers fight the enemy in the village, while Kahoru heads toward the well with the kids. She arrives at a shed where the well is located, and orders everyone to keep a watch around the shed. They enter the shed and find 3 soldiers guarding the well, who realize that Kahoru is the one poisoning the wells after seeing the bottle in her hand. She wonders how she should deal with them without causing a commotion, but Belle takes the bottle from her and starts running toward the well. She tries to stop Belle, but Emile stops her, saying that Belle can do it. Belle runs past the guards and jumps into the well while holding the bottle, shocking everyone. Kahoru questions Emile why Belle would do such a thing, and he says that Belle owed her life to her, and it's their duty to protect her as eyes of the goddess. The guards try to kill them for destroying their only source of water, but they fall in pain as Kahoru creates poison inside their stomachs. Emile runs to the well and shouts for Belle, hoping that she might still be alive. He starts losing hope, but is relieved when he hears Belle calling his name from behind, and is shocked to see she is unharmed. He runs towards her and hugs her, as we learn that Kahoru put her inside the item box as she jumped into the well without anyone noticing. Everyone regroups after their victory, and an injured horse from the enemy army catches Kahoru's attention, so she heals the horse and decides to keep it. They all head back to the castle side by side, as Kahoru gathers information about the enemy from the birds. She learns that the army is in a bad state after losing the secret well, and Fran has gained the nickname Fearsome Fran after she displayed demon-like strength in the battle. The Imperial Army hopes to restock at the town of Nicotia, but upon their arrival, they are welcomed by a huge army in front of them, and seeing his soldiers barely standing, the commander is forced to surrender. Kahoru tells the kids to return to the capital without her, but they insist that they want to stay with her. She tells them that she can't protect everyone, so they must go back and take care of the house, promising them she will come back safely. Kahoru and the remaining group head toward the west, where the rest of Aligot's army is attacking from. They reach the army outpost where the general updates them about the ongoing situation. We learn that both armies are currently in a standoff with the same number of troops, and that direct confrontation can't be avoided, so Kahoru decides to lure the Imperial Army using potions as bait. The next day, the general loudly announces the fall of the invading army, and the arrival of Prince Roland with a huge number of potions, making sure that the enemy hears it. The enemy commander gets greedy, ordering everyone to attack, and the battle begins. Kahoru tells Roland to join them and try to draw their focus so they leave themselves open. Roland introduces himself to the enemy, and challenges everyone to attack him if they dare. Dozens of soldiers start riding towards him, but to his surprise, they pass right by him, and go straight towards Kahoru. They surround her, but Fran rushes in to save her, killing many of the soldiers, but they keep on coming. A stray arrow flies toward Kahoru, but Roland intercepts it, and it pierces his shoulder. Fran continues to defend against the soldiers, but her sword eventually breaks, as she is pierced by a spear. Kahoru becomes infuriated, unleashing explosions on the battlefield, halting the war as a golden ray shoots out of her, reaching the sky. She orders everyone to stay put while she performs an important ritual, and even the enemy soldiers obey her. She appreciates Fran for her loyalty and hard work, and offers her a wish to have anything she wants in her next life. But Fran just asks for strength to protect her lord once more. She is pleased by her answer, and she tells Fran to fulfill her wish in this life, as she gives her a potion that heals all her injuries. She also gives Fran a holy sword, and grants her the title of Guardian Knight of the Goddess. Fran accepts her gift and charges at the enemies, slicing through them with ease. Fran chases soldiers with an evil look, while Roland and the rest of the soldiers beg Kahoru to give them swords as well. Fran continues on her rampage, while Kahoru fires explosions across the battlefield, scaring away all the enemy soldiers, while the enemy commander loses hope and decides to retreat. They discuss the aftermath of this war, saying that the Aligot won't mess with them again. Roland informs them that the priest who was caught has also confessed about their secret collaboration with the Empire thanks to one of Kahoru's potions. Fran proclaims that she will only serve Kahoru as a master, and takes a leave of absence from Roland's service. He gives up on keeping her after seeing the determination in her eyes, and Kahoru also takes back the holy sword she gave him, because he isn't a guardian knight. A month after their victory, peace talks are held in public at the royal capital, attended by King Sergei, the Chancellor of Aligot, and the Pope from the Holy Land. Sergei presents his demands to Aligot, asking for compensation for the damages, but the Chancellor argues that Balmor caused the war by confining the angel and monopolizing her potions. However, Kahoru interjects, saying she isn't an angel, nor was she confined. She tells them she doesn't belong to any kingdom, and that anyone can buy her potions, but the reason no potion has reached Aligot is because the potion expires 5 days after production. However, she assures them that she's working on making them last longer. Kahoru knows that Ally got only attacked because their own lands are too harsh for farming, but she offers up a solution to their financial crisis. We see that she created a bottle in the shape of the world, and she was able to discover a nearby island with fertile land and resources. She advises them to use their abundant forests to build ships to get there, so they can trade with the foreign lands and improve their economy. She also asks King Sergei to collect the compensation in installments to reduce their burden, and he agrees to this. The people from Alygod are touched by their compassion and thank them, but we see the Pope, who refuses to pay any kind of compensation and denies any involvement in the war, despite the written confession from the captured priest. He instead asks them to apologize, but Kahoru confirms the Holy Land's involvement in the war, so the Pope calls her a servant of the devil. She exposes their plans to confine her, under the pretext of safeguarding her to strengthen their image as a Holy Land while monopolizing her potions. The cornered Pope decides to summon Celeste, using an orb she had left behind, but is shocked when she is friendly towards Kahoru. Celeste also rejects any involvement with a country or its people, denouncing Ruta as a Holy Land, and declaring that she won't forgive anyone for using her name for their personal gain, but they can continue to worship her as their goddess. Celeste leaves, saying that it's time for her to report back to the god of Earth. After 4 years, we learn that Alygod is improving itself, while Ruta is being ruled by a new government. Kahoru has retired from the workshop, and Emile and Belle have grown attached to each other, while Fran and Roland are now married. Kahoru decides to leave on a journey to find a husband, but is again followed by the others. She decides to go to the countries in the east, after passing through Brancott. Ferdinand is happy to learn that Kahoru has returned, and rushes to meet her, but is disappointed when the mates there tell him that it was Kahoru's older sister who has already left. We see Kahoru and the group riding towards the town of Salinas, and she reminds them of their facade as a family of nobles. The party arrives at Salinas, and they book 3 separate rooms in a hotel. Kahoru is determined to earn money and find a husband, but just as she sets out to do that, she gets kidnapped by a group of thugs. We see that she isn't the only one to be kidnapped, and she notes that the thugs only kidnap pretty girls, which makes her unusually happy. At night, the innkeeper tells the group that Kahoru left soon after arriving at the inn, and the group figures that something must have happened to her, because she isn't back for dinner, which she never misses. Meanwhile, we see Kahoru help a girl by taking her pain away and transferring it over to the guard, who is unwilling to help her. He threatens to attack her, so she tells him that she can use the same spell on him again, but with his sword this time. The guard runs away from the cell out of fear, and Kahoru calms the girls by saying that she will save them, but suddenly the leader of the kidnappers rushes into the basement, demanding an explanation. Kahoru acts meek and tells him that he left for no reason, fooling him into believing that the guard is just slacking off. Kahoru figures that the kidnappers must be part of a larger organization and decides to expose them. Out in the city, Roland and the rest are searching for Kahoru, but she's nowhere to be found. The guards keep rotating because of Kahoru's schemes. One guard is assigned to watch over the girls, while the rest are scolded by the leader upstairs. Kahoru makes use of this and asks the guard what's going to happen to them. She is shocked to learn that they will be sold as slaves to noble families, and she thinks that they are backed by a much larger organization than she had thought. She learns from the guard that Roland and the others are searching for her in the city, but he reveals they will be transported in the morning, so Kahoru decides it's time to make a move. Morning arrives, and the girls are loaded into barrels to be transported. As the carriage starts moving, Kahoru summons a knife, which she uses to free herself from her restraints, but she also ends up cutting herself. She holds in a scream as she quickly drinks a potion, realizing later that she could have just teleported the ropes to her item box. They arrive at a checkpoint, and Kahoru bursts out of the barrel screaming for help, but we see that the checkpoint guards are in cahoots with the kidnappers. She decides to put an end to things, and uses the same techniques she had previously used against the Empire to cause a commotion, letting her group know where she is. As the kidnappers and guards rush towards her, she deals with them by kicking barrels and using pepper spray. The rest of the girls pop out from the barrels, spraying the other kidnappers. Kahoru's group and the guards arrive, but find all the kidnappers have already been dealt with. Fran scolds her for being reckless, and the guard captain inquires about what happened. She takes the opportunity to reveal everything about the kidnapping ring, and exposes the checkpoint guards who were a part of it. Everyone is shocked by the revelation, and the captain asks them who took the people down. The onlookers assume that Kahoru defeated them, but to avoid the hassle, she just says that the goddess came to save them from being kidnapped. The domain lord arrives and asks Kahoru if she met the goddess, so she once again explains how she was saved, and adds that the goddess gave her a message to punish every single person who was involved, or she will punish them herself. She scares everyone, telling them that the goddess might destroy the domain lord's home, or burn the city down if any person remains unpunished or runs away. The mothers of the kidnapped girls arrive, but one of the girls named Riette is left behind. We learn that she was sold by her parents, so Kahoru decides to adopt her instead of sending her to the orphanage. The girl agrees, and Kahoru is delighted to finally have a partner like the others. They hit the road, and Kahoru worries that Riette will get tired if she sits on horseback for a long time. She asks her horse Ed for a favor, which he agrees to, but he changes his mind immediately when she asks him to pull a carriage. She entices him by making a potion container into a war chariot with various advanced functions, so he ends up agreeing. We see Celeste reporting back to the god of Earth, mentioning all of Kahoru's good deeds, and he compliments her for keeping Kahoru and her world safe. She's happy to hear this, assuring him that she will keep doing her job. We see the group continuing their journey to the royal capital Latenia, but Kahoru is exhausted, so she decides to go to a hot spring instead. They stop at a stable where a farmer points them to the hot spring deep in the mountains, but tells them about the distance, saying that there's no point going because they just get sweaty on their way back. But they decide to go anyway, so he also warns them about the band of thieves in the mountains. Roland asks Kahoru about the device shaped like a pig's nose on her face, so she explains that it's for detecting the sulfur from the hot springs. They find the hot spring, and as the girls unwind, Kahoru conjures a lion's head over the water source, explaining that it's a custom from her homeland. She attempts to talk about romance with the girls, but is surprised that both couples have nothing to share. Riette asks about Kahoru's own experiences, but this makes her sulk, as she realizes that she has never been in a relationship. Roland and Emile sit waiting together, when they hear rustling sounds and rush to capture 3 intruders. The girls arrive as one of them explains that they are residents of the mountain village that manages the hot springs. Kahoru apologizes for bathing there without permission, but they tell her she can use the hot springs as she pleases. Fran and Roland are suspicious of the boy when they invite them to their village, but Kahoru surprisingly agrees to go. On the way to the village, Fran wonders why she agreed, and she says that she only did it for fun. The chief greets them at the village entrance, inviting them in for a meal at the village hall, where Kahoru points out that the gathering looks like a matchmaking party. During the meal, the chief joins them and says that although they are just travelers, they are all now a part of the village, so they must help make decisions for the village. We learn from the chief that the village is terrorized by a band of thieves, and that they are looking for someone strong enough to deal with them, making Fran fantasize about saving the villagers. Just as Fran is about to agree, Kahoru stops her, offering them her prayers instead. The villagers lash out at Kahoru, snapping Fran out of her fantasy, and the others decide to leave as they realize that the villagers were just trying to use them as shields. As they are leaving, the village elders stop them, begging Kahoru and the others to save them. The chief tells them that they were simple farmers until the thieves came knocking at their door, demanding compensation in return for giving them protection. He says they were hoping for skilled fighters to pass by, because they lack the means to handle the thieves themselves. But Kahoru questions how they plan on dealing with all the other bandits that would target the village after they left, and lectures them for depending on other people for help, asking if their ancestors would have done the same. The chief is ashamed, but the kids step up, showing their resolve to fight for their village, and asking Kahoru to teach them how to fight. The villagers rally behind the kids, and they are determined to protect their village. Kahoru agrees to train them, saying that she will only teach them but not fight for them. Fran and Roland train the men in martial arts, while Kahoru helps fortify their defenses by mixing a potion in water and instructing a villager to paint on the fences, which will make them as strong as concrete. They set up buckets as traps, but the chief tells Kahoru that there are no more. So Kahoru yells out to Celeste, teasing her about her chest, so Celeste drops a bunch of buckets on her, but Kahoru just collects them. The villagers finish fortifying their defenses, and one of them announces that the thieves have arrived. The chief rejects their demands at the gate, so they try to break the fences down. The fence holds strong thanks to the potion, and the men get cut by the thorns when they try to squeeze through. The thieves get taken out by the various traps, and the villagers charge at the remaining thieves with their spears. One of the kids tries to attack the bandit leader, who pushes his sword away and tries to kill him, but the chief stops him. Fran jumps onto the battlefield, cutting down a tree as she lands, forcing the leader to surrender after seeing her strength. They round up all the thieves, and Kahoru tells the villagers to send a messenger to the city and exchange the thieves for a bounty. Kahoru recommends another visit to the hot springs on their way back, but one of the kids runs after them, asking Fran to teach him more martial arts so that he can kill more enemies. But she tells him that it's meant for protecting your loved ones, and she encourages him to grow up and become a brave farmer. Later that night, the girls rest in the hot spring as Kahoru plans to open a potion shop next, but before she can continue, they hear a sound nearby. Fran throws a bucket into the bushes, revealing Emile and Roland, who get flustered and blame each other, as the girls accuse them of trying to peek. We see soldiers outside a new drugstore, and they see that it has medicine for any condition. They excitedly check it out, and we see that it's Kahoru's shop. We learn that she opened the shop in the kingdom of Jushril, selling her potions for profit so she can live an easy life. The soldiers ask about the specific type of potion, which we learn deals with itchy feet, a common condition known as soldier syndrome. Kahoru sells 3 types of potions, from just relieving the itch to completely healing the rash. The soldiers find the cheapest potion quite affordable since it's only 3 silver, but Kahoru knows that once they use it, they'll be hooked and be forced to keep buying it. Kahoru moves on to the second phase of her plan as we cut to the guild, where Emile and Belle accept a job posted by Kahoru to act as her guards, and Kahoru announces their tasks in front of other hunters. Emile introduces himself and Belle to her, and we learn that they are doing all this to avoid suspicion, because news of the Angels party has reached the kingdom, so by doing this, they'll be able to live together without raising any eyebrows. Kahoru and Riette stop at the market for groceries, where we see Roland and Fran secretly following them. Fran wonders why they don't live with Kahoru like Emile and Belle, so Roland explains that Kahoru did it to give them space since they are engaged, but Fran disregards him, rejecting all of his advances. As they head back, a boy offers to carry Kahoru's groceries for 2 coppers, as he tells her about his group who do menial tasks around the town to earn money. The boy is shocked to learn that Kahoru has her own store, and he introduces himself as Gum, before he runs off. We see Gum and the kids counting their money from the day, disappointed that they don't have enough, but Emile and Belle show up, bringing them food from Kahoru and offering to cook for them. Gum tucks the kids into bed at night, and asks Emile about their past, so Emile tells him about how bad their lives were before they met Kahoru. Gum wonders how they became so successful, but Emile hesitates to answer, because he doesn't want to reveal Kahoru's identity. At the shop, Kahoru tells Riette to run upstairs as army officials enter. The officer introduces himself as the Royal Army's 2nd Battalion commander, Colonel Nevis, and he offers to buy the soldier syndrome potions in bulk. He notes that the 10,000 soldiers in the army could benefit from her soldier syndrome potions, but Kahoru asks about the other 9 battalion commanders. He promises to distribute the potions fairly among the other battalions, and even promises to sell them at the same price. Kahoru wonders what he gets from doing this, but he says that it's not something that a civilian needs to know. Kahoru ends up agreeing to the deal, and she thinks about all the money she'll be making. Gum asks Kahoru if he can become like Emile and Belle, so she assures him, saying that everyone has value, and shows him a flute that she will use to call him if she has work for him. Kahoru delivers her potions to Nevis in his office, but she asks for a tour of the place before she leaves. They see soldiers practicing communication using boxes, and they seem to have a code, but Kahoru is able to understand them, and she knows that they are talking about her. Back at the shop, she is suddenly visited by a frustrated commander, who complains that Nevis hasn't been sharing the potions with the other battalions. She assures him that his battalion will get priority for the next shipment, and says that separate arrangements will be made for each battalion, so the commander thanks her for the consideration and leaves. A noble arrives at the shop, and we learn that he's the landlord, Count Olam. He presents her with the contract that says the landlord will receive half of all profits, as well as ownership over the products, allowing him to control the pricing and know the method of production. Kahoru is furious at the terms but accepts the contract. Olam tells the realtor to handle the paperwork, and after he leaves, we learn that he got the rights to the shop after bullying the previous owners. The realtor wonders why she agreed to such an unfair contract, but she just asks him for a favor instead. The next day, Olam prepares to collect the previous day's profit, and we learn that his main motive is to acquire the production method for the soldier syndrome potions. But he enters to find Emile and Belle selling lunches instead, and they tell him that Kahoru is at the new shop, while this shop now sells boxed lunches. Olam is furious and goes to Kahoru, demanding an explanation, so she tells him that she will keep moving shops if he keeps buying them, and she might even have to move to another country, but she will tell everyone that she couldn't sell potions because of him. Roland also tells him to back off, threatening him with Fran's sword, so he offers Kahoru her shop back and says he won't disturb her again. They go back to their original shop, but Belle tells them to get ready to make lunches. Kahoru tells her they can go back to selling potions, but Belle reveals they have an order for 50 lunches that was booked in advance. They are all shocked to hear this, but they prepare to get to work, and Kahoru wonders when she will have her easy life. We see a vegetable farmer arriving from the village of Goa, but there's a rat that jumps out of his cart and makes its way into the city. Riette tries to wake Kahoru up when Belle barges in, reminding her that they have to make more lunches. We see the groups making their lunches, and Kahoru wonders if she could just make all the boxes using her ability, but she decides to do her best. All the lunches are quickly sold out except Kahoru's. The customers compliment how good the other lunches are, but they think Kahoru's are just normal. Kahoru is devastated hearing this, so they console her by grabbing some of her lunches, but she's frustrated that she sold the least, even though she came up with the recipes for all of the lunches. Kahoru thinks about turning their drugstore into a convenience store, since they already sold a lot of things other than just potions. Fran tells Kahoru that they are out of potions that cure fevers, and Kahoru wonders if there's a cold going around. She prepares to go deliver potions to the army, and Fran decides to secretly follow them, leaving Roland to handle the store. Gum and his friends accompany Kahoru, and tell her that Emile and Belle have been taking care of them in their free time. They arrive and Kahoru enters the office, where Nevis introduces her to Commander Larsrick. She confronts Nevis about the complaints she received about him not sharing the potions, but realizes that he has no ill intent, and thinks that she shouldn't jump to conclusions. But she accidentally reads a document on the table, and lashes out at Nevis for selling her potions illegally and embezzling money, but we see that he's confused. He asks how she can read a document that is written in a coded language, and we learn that it was seized from a gang that embezzles military supplies. Kahoru figures that she can read it because of the language ability Celeste gave her, so she ends up explaining to them how to decipher it. Nevis is impressed by her and offers her a position to join the army, but she turns him down. We see Larsrick arrive at their shop, and he tells Kahoru that he has a personal request, and invites her to his house. Kahoru and Riette follow him back to his house and are shocked to see how big it is. We learn that Larsrick is a viscount, but Kahoru assumes that he might not be that rich after seeing how cheaply the house is furnished. Larsrick asks her to find a treasure hidden in the house, and we learn that the Larsrick domain has been suffering from crop failures over the last few years, causing their finances to run dry. So he wants to find the treasure that was discovered by the family several generations ago, but its location was passed down through word of mouth, and the Viscount 3 generations ago passed away before telling the next in line. Larsrick takes out a coded document, which is the only hint about the treasure, and he wants Kahoru to decipher it, but the document has no mention of the treasure's location. Larsrick becomes disappointed, and reveals that his father and grandfather have searched everywhere but were unsuccessful, and they only know that the treasure was brought to the capital. She takes pity on him, so she conjures a metal detector-shaped potion, and she sets it to detect gold. It instantly reacts, but she realizes that it's just reacting to the gold in Larsrick's wallet, so she sets it to detect gold that's above 300 grams. They follow its directions and arrive at the treasury, but are disappointed when they see that it just points to the remaining gold coins in the vault. She excludes the gold from the search, but the detector fails to find any other gold in its range. However, Kahoru deduces that all the gold coins combined wouldn't weigh more than 300 grams, so the detector must have been pointing at something else. She runs toward the room behind the treasury, requesting to cut open the wall, because she suspects that the treasure is hidden inside. But we see that the wall is empty, and Larsrick sulks over this failure. Riette enters the room, asking Kahoru to heal a bug bite. She sprays a potion over the outside, but she suddenly realizes something. She heads over to the vault, scratching it with a coin, revealing that it's made of gold, and the treasure was the vault itself. Larsrick celebrates, but Kahoru reminds him that even the treasure will run out if his crops keep failing, advising him on how to find and solve the problems that cause the failures. Larsrick prepares a meal for them and introduces them to his family. Kahoru assumes that his 2 sons like her, as she fantasizes about her future as part of a noble family, but her dreams are shattered when we learn that they only want the soldier syndrome potion from her. Later at night, We see Gum screaming for Kahoru, asking for her help. She follows him to his friends, who are very sick, and we see that people all over the city are sick with severe fevers and coughs, as Kahoru wonders if it's an epidemic. We see the epidemic continue to spread as many people lose their lives, and everything closes down. Nevis reveals that the epidemic spread from the village of Goa, east of the capital, which is currently in a lockdown enforced by the army. Roland doubts the competence of Jishral's royal family, because they have yet to choose a strategy. Fran worries about the villagers of Goa running out of food because of the lockdown, and Kahoru wonders what she should do. She thinks about just waiting for things to pass, so she can go on with her easy life, but she decides to help everyone. She doesn't care if her identity is exposed, and tells the others that they may need to move again after this, as she declares that the goddess's light is back, but the others are happy about this, and Nevis is shocked that Kahoru is the rumored angel. Kahoru arrives at the statue of the goddess in the city center, and uses her whistle to call all the kids. She tells them to spread the news that she will distribute a cure to everyone in the morning, and the kids take off to inform the town. She instructs Roland to inform the nobility of the plan, and gives Fran a bag of potions to deliver to Nevis for the soldiers guarding the area. Morning arrives, and the town gathers as Kahoru tells everyone about the cure, threatening them to maintain order or else they will face the goddess's punishment. She conjures a statue of Celeste, with the potion pouring out of it, explaining that it will cure the illness if they already have it, or prevent it if they don't. A man steps up and drinks the potion, instantly feeling better, so the other people rush in. Kahoru hands a bag of potions to Larsric for the royal family, because they can't line up in front of the statue. A noble arrives, declaring that the statue belongs to him, but Kahoru blows up his carriage, and he begs for forgiveness. Kahoru summons another statue and tells the noble to get in line like the rest, while directing the soldiers to the other statue, so they can help out after being cured. Nevis asks Kahoru what she will do after this, so she tells him that she plans to head towards Goa to find the root of the problem, saying that she won't let anyone die. Nevis decides to join her, and he leads them to Goa. Ed complains to Kahoru about being left alone in the barn, so she tries to apologize, and Nevis is surprised that she can even talk to horses. Kahoru informs the villagers about the potion when they arrive at Goa. They are skeptical at first, but after seeing an old man instantly cured after drinking it, they quickly change their minds. The whole village quickly regains health and rejoices, while Kahoru tries to locate the source. She asks the chief about the first patients, and they figure that the source must be somewhere in the valley. They go over to the valley, and we see Kahoru wearing a glasses-shaped container that we learn helps her locate things, which she calls the Searcher. The Searcher detects the virus nearby, but it moves quickly, and we see that the virus is spread through animals. Kahoru extends the range of the Searcher, and locates the source of the virus, finding a black warped ball in front of them, which spits out an infected animal. Kahoru figures that it's a distortion, so she decides to summon Celeste. Celeste wonders what she wants, but is shocked when she sees the distortion. Celeste tells everyone to back away as she prepares her attack, and she successfully destroys the distortion, but the impact causes everyone running away to fall down. They get up, and see Fran scolding Celeste for not being considerate about Kahoru's safety. Kahoru stops her, and she tells Celeste about the epidemic that the distortion caused, telling her that the cleanup of the aftermath is also her responsibility. Celeste isn't too keen, but Kahoru mentions Earth's god to convince her, saying that he might even pat her head if she does a good job, so she excitedly heads off to deal with it. Kahoru prepares to leave with her companions, but Nevis asks what will happen to the statues she left in the capital, but we see that they self-destructed after 5 days. The group heads off, and they all think about where they should go next, so Kahoru suggests going to see the ocean. She thinks about how she hasn't been able to have her easy life yet, but she's glad for the friends she's made, and she's determined to continue until she achieves her goal. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. The story begins in Kyoto, during the Bakumatsu era. We see a lone samurai as he faces off against a group of swordsmen. They charge at him, but he slashes through them, taking them out with ease. Another group arrives, and the captain prepares to face the samurai, recognizing him as a Hitokiri, one of the most infamous assassins of their time. We jump forward 15 years, to the 11th year of the Meiji era. The samurai Kenshin walks through a town, but is stopped by a young girl named Kahoru. She calls him a Hitokiri and says she's there to stop his killing spree, and she is certain because Kenshin has a sword, despite the Sword Abolishment Act. She starts attacking him, causing him to trip over his feet and fall over. She wonders if he is actually a Hitokiri, and he tells her he's just a wandering ronin. He explains that he has just arrived in the town. She points out his sword, so he shows it to her. She realizes it's a Sakabato, a sword with a reversed blade that is useless for killing, and Kahoru notes that the sword seems almost brand new. At that moment, a police whistle blows. We see a large masked swordsman attacking multiple officers. Kahoru tries to help, but gets slashed by the man. She dodges, but gets cornered as the man thrusts at her. Kenshin arrives just in time and moves her out of the way. Another group of officers arrive, and the man retreats after announcing that he is the Hitokiri of the Kamiya sword style. Kahoru tries to chase him, but is stopped by Kenshin, who tells her that it's too dangerous with her injuries. She pleads, saying that Kamiya is her sword style, and the bandit is committing murders using its name. Kenshin flees with Kahoru before the police arrive, and at the Kamiya dojo, Kenshin sees Kahoru's full name, Kahoru Kamiya. He notes that the dojo has no students, as Kahoru gets her wounds tended to by an old man named Kihei. She explains that all the students left after the bandits started using their name while killing people. Kenshin cautions her not to try and fight the bandit again, because the bandit is stronger than her, and pride over a sword style is not worth dying for. She tells him the Kamiya style was meant to be a life-giving sword style created by her father, and that she can't let the name be tarnished. But Kenshin cautions her again before leaving. Kihei finishes dressing her wound, and warns her not to open up to strangers like Kenshin, saying that wandering samurai are failures. A few days later, Kahoru and Kihei see a crowd on the street, and they find Kenshin being arrested by an officer. Kahoru goes to inquire what happened, but ends up arguing with the officers, until Kihei resolves the matter by bribing them. Kenshin asks Kahoru about the Crossroad Killer case, and she informs him that she has a lead. She suspects a former dojo from a neighboring town that was taken over by a samurai in the past 2 months, the same time as when the killings started, and we see that the samurai's description matches the masked bandit. Kihei excuses himself and leaves. Kenshin is wary of him, and Kahoru says he became her servant after she found him on the streets, and that he has been suggesting she should sell the dojo and live in peace. Kenshin asks about his background, and Kahoru says she's never asked him because she's not bothered by a person's past. She offers Kenshin to stay at her dojo, but Kenshin says he has errands to run. She tries to apologize for the last time, but he simply tells her not to worry about it. Kenshin decides to check out the bandits' hideout, and we learn that he has been searching for them in the town for the past few days. At the hideout, Kenshin calls out till someone answers. Kenshin learns that the bandit's name is Hiruma. He accuses Hiruma of being the Crossroad Killer, but several bandits appear and surround him. At the Kamiya dojo, Kihei shows Kahoru the document he prepared for selling the dojo, and reveals to her that he intends to take over the dojo, as Hiruma and the bandits emerge from behind. We learn that Hiruma is the younger brother of Kihei, and that Kihei had been trying to coerce her into selling. They had used the Hitokiri's reputation as a manslayer, and the Crossroad killings to tarnish the Kamiya sword style. Kihei tells Kahoru that he anticipated the property prices to increase because of a westernization policy, and didn't want a dojo to take up such prime real estate. Hiruma towers over Kahoru and mocks her. She swings her wooden sword at him, but he stops it with his hand, easily breaking it with a single swipe. He picks her up and Kihei acquires her bloody thumbprint as her signature. Suddenly, one of the bandits collapses at the door, revealing Kenshin behind him, and we see that he defeated everyone at the other dojo. Hiruma asks him if he also believed in a life-giving sword like Kahoru, but Kenshin tells him that he doesn't, and that swords are only weapons for murder. However, he says that he prefers her ideals over the truth. Hiruma is irritated, and orders his men to kill Kenshin. Kenshin calmly readies himself, and gives the bandits a chance to leave. They attack, and Kenshin unsheathes his sword, blowing away multiple bandits with a single strike. Kihei is shocked, and Kahoru is amazed by Kenshin's speed, while Hiruma starts to get nervous. Kenshin defeats all the bandits, and we learn that the sword style of the Hitokiri was not Kamiya, but an ancient sword style called Hiten Mitsurugi, a lethal and fast sword style made for fighting multiple opponents, and we find out that Kenshin is a real Hitokiri. Hiruma unsheathes his sword, and prepares to fight Kenshin. He accuses Kenshin of holding back, but Kenshin tells him he doesn't like to get violent. Hiruma charges at Kenshin, but Kenshin is too fast. He vanishes from in front of him, reappearing above him, and with a single powerful swing, he defeats Haruma. Kenshin turns to Kihei, threatening him with his sword. Kihei falls to the floor, winning himself, and Kenshin rips up the contract, apologizing to Kahoru for hiding the truth. He begins to leave, but Kahoru stops him, asking him to help with the dojo. She reminds him that she doesn't care about people's past, but Kenshin tells her that having a real Hitokiri around is not a good idea. She eventually gives up, but Kenshin changes his mind and decides to stay at the dojo for a while. Kahoru wonders how old he is, realizing that if Kenshin was a warrior in the Bakumatsu era he would be over 30, and she is in disbelief because he looks so young. After a week, Kahoru is frustrated because the Crossroad Killer case has been resolved, but still none of her students have returned. She goes to find Kenshin, who is outside washing clothes. She inquires about his age again, saying he couldn't possibly be 28, and he wonders if she would rather he was over 30, which bothers Kahoru. Kenshin and Kahoru walk through the town, as he assures her that her students will return eventually. She is upset that Kenshin wouldn't practice with her, so she has to go to an acquaintance's dojo to practice. At that moment, a boy bumps into Kenshin, and Kahoru seizes him immediately, telling Kenshin that the boy is a pickpocket. She recovers his wallet from the boy, who asks her to let him go. Kenshin willingly hands his wallet to him, and tells him not to get caught next time. The boy is infuriated by Kenshin taking pity on him, so he throws the wallet back at him. The boy reveals that his name is Yahiko, claiming he was only playing a prank, and Kenshin recognizes his courage, so he apologizes for underestimating him. The boy runs off, and they walk through the town, as Kahoru wonders why Kenshin spends his time as a ronin. We learn that most imperialists have taken up positions in the Meiji government, and were abusing their power. Kenshin remarks that Kahoru looks like she wants to ask him a question, but Kahoru says it's nothing, asking him to hide his sword, because it could get him arrested, but he is nonchalant about it. Kahoru tells Kenshin to do some shopping while she heads to her practice, and just as Kenshin leaves, a fancy carriage stops next to Kahoru, as a general asks for directions to the police station. Kahoru gives him the directions, and he thanks her as he leaves. In a dark alley, Yahiko encounters two thugs who tell him that his payment is due. Yahiko tells them he doesn't have it, so one of the thugs hits him in the face. He steps on Yahiko, and threatens him to have his money by tomorrow. While Kahoru is on her way to practice, she notices a commotion, and a man informs her that the police have arrested someone. We see officers surrounding Kenshin, as Yahiko joins the crowd. A squad of sword-bearing officers make their way through the crowd, as the lieutenant, Ujiki, orders the unarmed officers to leave. Their captain is reluctant, telling him that Kenshin isn't resisting arrest, but Ujiki hits him. We learn that Ujiki is a Satsuma revolutionary warrior, and he urges Kenshin to draw his sword, but Kenshin refuses, saying he doesn't brandish his sword to show strength. At that moment, Kahoru runs toward Kenshin, calling out to him, and Ujiki spots her, realizing that she is with Kenshin. As Kahoru comes closer, the officers swing at her, removing her ribbon. Ujiki threatens to violate her if Kenshin doesn't draw his sword. He explains that he can legally kill people, and the crowd is outraged by this, so he feels insulted, ordering his men to arrest everyone in the crowd, as he gives them permission to kill anyone that resists. The crowd retreats, and Kenshin pulls out his sword to defend the people, challenging Ujiki to a fight. He mocks Kenshin's sword, and is delighted at the thought that he gets to kill someone. At the chief's office, we see that the general is disappointed to learn that the Hitokiri he had come seeking was a fake. We learn that although Kenshin had killed many people, he had never done it for his self-interest. He saved many revolutionary warriors, and was the reason for the revolution's success. We learn that the general is looking for Kenshin, because he wants to make him a high-ranking officer for his imperial ground troops. The chief mentions that the bandits pretending to be Hitokiri said they were caught by the real deal, and this makes the general feel hopeful. An officer suddenly interrupts, mentioning the sword-bearing police, as the chief realizes that Ujiki caused another scene. The general asks about them, and the chief explains that they are a police squad made up of ruffians and their captain is an imperialist from Satsuma. We learn that imperialists are categorized into 5 groups. From them, Satsuma and Shoshu are the 2 great factions of the Meiji government, with Satsuma having authority in the police, and Shoshu in the military. The chief asks the officer what happened, and the officer informs them that Ujiki has been defeated by a lone swordsman. The officer begins to describe Kenshin, and the general is immediately alerted as he recognizes him. Back on the street, several officers lay defeated on the ground as the remaining officers charge at Kenshin, but Kenshin swiftly deals with them until only Ujiki remains. Kenshin gives Ujiki an opportunity to apologize, but Ujiki decides to attack instead. As Ujiki lifts his sword to strike, Kahora recognizes the stance as a deadly sword style called Jigen Ryu. Ujiki brings his sword down, but Kenshin evades easily, launching into the air behind him and landing the finishing blow. Kahoru immediately runs to Kenshin, as the crowd surrounds them, praising them for dealing with the officers. The general calls out to Kenshin through the crowd, and we learn that the general is the imperialist Aratamo Yamagata, and he led the most powerful army of the revolution. General Yamagata asks Kenshin to return with him, but Kenshin declines the offer, explaining that he doesn't wish to kill people. The general is shocked, and promises that he will forcefully stop anyone that speaks ill of him. But that is precisely what Kenshin doesn't want. He tells the general that he fought to create a world where people can live happily, but the general reminds him that they live in a different era, and that there is nothing Kenshin can do alone. But Kenshin tells him that he can still protect the people he cares about as they start walking away. The officer ensures the general that he would overlook the incident, remarking how different Kenshin is from what he had imagined. Yahiko thinks about what he just saw when he sees an old lady drop her wallet on the street. He remembers that he has yet to make his payment to the thugs, and he picks up the wallet. At the dojo, Kenshin returns from shopping and thinks about Yahiko. Yahiko returns the old lady's wallet instead of stealing it, and Kenshin thinks Yahiko would have made a great samurai. Yahiko is pretending to be a swordsman when the thugs show up asking for payment. He informs them that he doesn't want to be a pickpocket for the Yakuza anymore, so one of the thugs knocks him to the ground and brutally thrashes him with a stick. Yahiko maintains his resolve, and the thug kicks his face, wanting to show him who's boss. Yahiko is beaten unconscious by the Yakuza thugs, as Kahoru returns from her practice and spots the thugs carrying Yahiko away. Yahiko is taken to the Yakuza group, where he is presented to the thug's boss. The boss tells Yahiko that they live in a different era, where money is more important than pride, and that Yahiko wouldn't survive even if he was from a family of samurai. He says that all previous samurais are now thieves. He urges Yahiko to return to him and work as his henchman. Yahiko spits at him as he refuses, so they start beating him up. They tell him that he owes his life to their boss, and that his father died poor when he went against the Imperial Army. Yahiko gets mad, so he attacks the thug, biting down on his balls. We learn that Yahiko's father wanted to redeem himself for betraying the shogunate, so he fought for the shogun until he died an honorable death. Yahiko says he cannot allow anyone to disparage his parents like that, and the thug recovers, unsheathing his sword as he prepares to kill Yahiko. Kenshin suddenly bursts through the door, kicking the thug away. The thugs see Kenshin, so they call for backup, but Kenshin informs them that it's useless, because he has already defeated all the guards outside. Kenshin tells them that he is there for the boy, as the thug gets back up, trying to attack Kenshin, but he swiftly counters, sending the thug flying. Kenshin addresses the boss, asking him to let Yahiko go, as he threatens to defeat all of his henchmen. The boss becomes fearful, so he agrees to this, and Kenshin turns to Yahiko to take him away, but Yahiko refuses, saying he could have dealt with the thugs on his own. Kenshin apologizes for underestimating him once again, saying he needs to have his wounds treated, so Kenshin lifts him up. One of the henchmen thinks about attacking Kenshin, but the boss stops him, and tells them that Kenshin has the eyes of a Hitokiri. Yahiko is frustrated that he wasn't strong enough to fight for himself, to protect the honor of his father, wanting to become stronger. Kenshin brings Yahiko to the dojo, where they see Kahoru waiting for them. Kahoru is worried, saying they need to go see a doctor. Kenshin introduces Kahoru, and tells Yahiko that she will be his teacher, shocking both of them. Kenshin assures Yahiko that he can be strong, but Kahoru and Yahiko can't seem to get along. In the dojo, Kahoru tries to teach Yahiko how to hold a sword, but he slaps it away, so they get into a heated argument. Kahoru complains to Kenshin, who tells her to be patient. The next day, Kahoru is excited to see several people arrive at the dojo wanting to join. She figures it must be because they heard about the sword-bearing police getting defeated, but Kenshin is concerned, so he tells the people that the sword style they saw him use against the sword-bearing police will not be taught at the dojo. Hearing that, all of the students leave, and this makes Kahoru upset, but Kenshin tells her that students who join out of curiosity wouldn't even last 6 months. Yahiko arrives and says that he can't get stronger while dealing with Kahoru, asking Kenshin to teach him his sword style. Kenshin refuses, telling him he has no intentions of passing along his sword style. After some time, Kahoru is looking for Yahiko, who is sitting on the roof. She complains to herself about Yahiko, but he overhears her, so he throws his shoe at her, telling her that he never really agreed to be a student at the dojo. Yahiko jumps down, and he asks Kahoru why none of her students returned, but he stops himself when he sees that Kahoru feels hurt by what he said. At that moment, there is a call for Kahoru, and they find two men wounded at the door. Kahoru recognizes them as former students, Hira and Sato. Two gang members arrive, and Kahoru faces off with them. They charge at her, but she swiftly outmaneuvers and defeats them, impressing Yahiko. The two explain that they came across a group of drunks who were causing trouble and held them down, so their buddies started chasing after them. Several gang members gather outside the dojo, and Kahoru takes everyone inside to hide them. We learn from the gang leader, Hachisuka, that these were members of the Hishimanji gang. Kahoru recalls that the gang is even more tenacious than the Yakuza, and we learn Kenshin is not at the dojo because Kahoru sent him out shopping. Yahiko blames Hira and Sato for the situation, accusing them of lying. From the smell of alcohol on them, Yahiko figures that they were the ones drinking and causing trouble. He guesses that they must have picked a fight with the Hishimanji gang, and they confirm that to be true. At that moment, the wall is suddenly destroyed. We see that the gang possesses a wooden cannon, which was used in the Bakumatsu era. Hachisuka tells them that they want revenge for his friend's broken arm, and Kahoru is shocked to learn that her former students used their swords against someone. Yahiko is disgusted that they returned to the dojo to seek refuge, after abandoning it during the Crossroad killing case. Another cannon blast is fired, and Yahiko offers up Hira and Sato to the gang, but Hachisuka demands that Kahoru also be punished for hiding them. Yahiko is against this, but Kahoru offers to take all of the punishment in exchange for their safety, explaining that she feels responsible for their actions. Hachisuka reaches out to grab Kahoru, when Yahiko runs up and kicks him away. Hachisuka threatens to kill Yahiko, but Kenshin suddenly returns to the dojo. Kenshin tells them to stop acting out of stupidity, and a gang member informs his boss that Kenshin was the one who crushed the sword-bearing police. They fire the cannon at Kenshin, but he quickly slices the cannonball in half, leaving them speechless. Hachisuka orders his men to retreat, and when Kenshin learns of what happened, he orders Hira and Sato to leave and never pick up a sword again. Kahoru is upset because she doesn't have any students, so Kenshin tries to comfort her. Yahiko enters the dojo, telling Kahoru that he will be her student, and together, they clean up the dojo. We see the gang getting beaten up by a man named Sanosuke. Hachisuka yields, and Sanosuke says they are too weak, calling their fight boring, as we learn that he is searching for a worthy opponent. Yahiko is practicing his sword skills out in the yard, as Kenshin chops wood. He is irritated by Kenshin being so close, saying that it breaks his rhythm. He continues to yell at Kenshin, when Kahoru shows up seemingly happy about something. She breaks up the argument, and tells them that their financial worries are over. She shows them her grandfather's old painting she found while cleaning, saying that her grandfather was a popular artist, and this painting is worth a lot of money, so she decides to treat them to a fancy restaurant. Sanosuke enjoys his meal at the restaurant, as he listens in on some activists arguing over politics in a booth nearby. Kenshin and his friends arrive at the restaurant, and the waitress mistakes Kenshin as Kahoru's boyfriend, causing her to be flustered. The three sit down and watch the drunken activists argue heatedly. They order their food, when suddenly, a flying cup hits Kenshin's head. The activists had thrown it during their argument, so Yahiko confronts them, asking them to apologize. The situation escalates, so the waitress tries to intervene, but she ends up getting hit. Sanosuke catches her, saying that democratic rights are supposed to help the weak, and calls out the activists for being hypocrites and bullies. They challenge him to a fight, and they go outside the restaurant, where a crowd gathers to watch. One of the activists attacks first, revealing a small metal weapon hidden in his palm, called a suntetsu. However, Sanosuke is unfazed by the blow, and we see that the suntetsu has pierced the activist's own hand instead. He pulls it out and decides to attack again, as Sanosuke tells him he will only use a single finger to defeat him. He charges at Sanosuke, who simply flicks him away, sending him flying back with force. The other activists pull out a sword, at which point Kenshin threatens to get involved, telling them to correct themselves before trying to correct the government. After the activists leave, Sanosuke asks Kenshin about his head, revealing that Kenshin didn't dodge the cup on purpose to protect Kahoru from getting struck. He challenges Kenshin to a fight, but he promptly declines. As Sanosuke leaves, they see the word bad written on his back, and they become confused, wondering if he's a good guy or a bad guy. We see Sanosuke being hired by the Haruma brothers, who have escaped from prison. They want him to defeat Kenshin, and Sanosuke asks if Kenshin is strong, since he is seeking a worthy fight. Hiruma tells him that Kenshin defeated him with a single blow, but Sanosuke isn't impressed by this, so Kihei tells him that Kenshin is actually the fabled Hitokiri, exciting Sanosuke, who thinks he might finally get to use his secret weapon. At the hideout, Hiruma impersonates Sanosuke, mocking him because it has been 2 weeks since he disappeared after agreeing to beat Kenshin. They think he ran away, but Sanosuke returns, telling them that he was busy fighting, as we learn that Sanosuke is popular in the underground society of Tokyo as Zanza, a fighter for hire. At the dojo, Kenshin prepares as he senses Sanosuke's arrival. They find Sanosuke, who tells them he is here to fight as a hired fighter. He's excited to fight an imperialist, and we learn that Sanosuke had been collecting information on Kenshin. He reveals that Kenshin was a former imperialist from Shoshu, and worked for 5 years since he was 14, first as a murderous assassin, and then as a commando samurai against the shogunate. Sanosuke says Kenshin has been missing since his job at Fushimi, and is frustrated that he knows what Kenshin did, but doesn't know the motivation behind it, stating that as the reason he wants to fight. We see the brothers hiding nearby, and Kihei explains that he doesn't expect Sanosuke to win, but he hopes that Kenshin is weakened enough that he can kill him with a gun. Kenshin asks Sanosuke why he fights for hire if he hates bullies, and Sanosuke explains that he despises imperialists, thinking they are hypocrites, so he is eager to fight the strongest imperialists. Kenshin figures out that the Hiruma brothers are Sanosuke's clients, and notices them hiding behind the gate. He calls them out, and Sanosuke takes their gun, destroying it, as he tells them not to interfere. Sanosuke states that the dojo is a bit cramped, so he wants to hold the fight by the riverbank. As they walk, Kenshin asks Yahiko if he is surprised to learn the truth about him. He is more concerned about the fight, noting the size of Sanosuke's weapon, and guessing that it might be a spear. Sanosuke introduces himself to Kenshin as he unveils his secret weapon, telling him he's known as Zanza because he wields a zanbato, which is notoriously hard to wield due to its weight. He explains that it's an antique and it can't cut, but he can still crush something with it. Kenshin takes out his sword, as Sanosuke warns him not to hold back. He dashes toward Kenshin and slams down the zanbato with immense strength, but Kenshin dodges, coming up behind him. Sanosuke tries to block, but Kenshin swings his sword, sending Sanosuke flying through the air and crashing far away. Yahiko thinks Kenshin has won, but Sanosuke walks out unscathed. Kahora realizes that Sanosuke's true strength is not his might, but his resilience to attacks. They are shocked because no one is ever left standing after an attack from Kenshin. Sanosuke declares that the last one standing wins, and they prepare to face off again. Hiruma is excited to see Sanosuke still standing. Kihei is afraid that he still might lose, but he tells Hiruma he has a plan. Sanosuke tells Kenshin that his attacks won't work, and Kenshin asks him to end the fight, but Sanosuke says they are just getting started. Sanosuke leaps forward, slashing at Kenshin, who dodges the attack, and Kenshin jumps onto his sword to force it down. He gets his sword free, but Kenshin thinks that since one of his attacks wasn't enough, he unleashes a barrage of consecutive attacks. Sanosuke is knocked down, and Kenshin explains that his attacks are too predictable, because his sword is too heavy, limiting his choices for attack. Sanosuke thinks he can't win because Kenshin is far too strong, and Kenshin asks him to end the fight once again. As he lies on the ground, Sanosuke remembers his past. 10 years ago, we see the Sekihō army marching into a town, and learn that they are spreading word about halving the land tax if the imperialists take over the shogunate. We see a young Sanosuke among the soldiers, and we learn the Sekihō army was formed as a nationalist squad after the Battle of Fushimi. They were all civilian and non-official, and they served as the vanguard to the imperial forces, with the first unit being led by Captain Sozo. The army rests past the village. Sozo is by a cliff as Sanosuke runs up to him. The captain shows him the village below, and remarks that it's wonderful to see it prosper. He tells Sanosuke that the age where the weak were abused has ended, and a new era of equality for the 4 classes has begun. But at their camp, the group is shocked to learn that the government general has labeled the Sekihō army as a fake imperial army, and ordered for their capture. The messenger informs them that his group has already been eradicated. They think that the imperial army changed their intentions to follow through on having the land tax, so they are being blamed for it, being framed as fakes. The captain tells them that since they can't go against the government general, they will go to a stronghold, but he tells Sanosuke and another boy to stay behind. Sanosuke waits for Sozo on the steps, when the other boy runs up looking panicked. He cuts through a crowd to get to the front, where he sees Sozo's head displayed, and the speaker tells the crowd that halving the tax was the captain's idea, saying he was tricking them, so they are all disappointed, and thinking that the Sekiho army are all criminals. Sanosuke is reinvigorated, and he gets back up, explaining how the Sekiho army was made to bear the word bad on their backs, while the imperialists pretended to be just. Sanosuke charges with everything he has, but Kenshin manages to block it. Sanosuke falls over, but Kenshin acknowledges his strength. Kihei takes the opportunity, and he suddenly shoots Kenshin with his gun. Kenshin is blown back and falls to the ground. Kihei starts to gloat, but Kenshin surprisingly stands back up, revealing that he blocked the bullet with his sword. Kihei aims the gun at Kahoru, and orders Hiruma to break their legs so they can't escape. Yahiko tells Kahoru to run, but she is frozen from fear. Hiruma reaches for them, when suddenly, the Zanbato flies past, slicing his nose. Sanosuke warns them to not interfere, and he is still determined to win. We see Kihei has another gun, but Kenshin is too fast, and lands a barrage of attacks on him. Kenshin thinks that the revolutionary warriors should be the ones who were the word bad. Sanosuke retrieves his sword and returns to continue fighting Kenshin, who thinks it's time to settle things. Sanosuke raises his sword, spinning it aggressively over his head, and Kahoru explains he's adding centripetal force from the spin to his strength. Sanosuke explains he got stronger by fighting in the streets all the time for 10 years. He wishes to defeat the strongest imperialist, but Kenshin tells him that won't happen. He attacks and their swords clash, but we see that Kenshin has cut the Zanbato in half. Sanosuke is stunned and Kenshin jumps up, bringing his sword down on Sanosuke with tremendous force. Sanosuke reels back, but he still stands. Kenshin is concerned and says he's going to find a doctor, but Sanosuke tells him he's not done, screaming that he can't lose to an imperialist even if it kills him. Kenshin walks up to him as he's raging, and punches him in the face, asking him what the Sekiho army taught him. Sanosuke tells him that the imperialists fought for equality, but became greedy and abused their power. Kahoru defends Kenshin, saying that he doesn't care about a post in the government, and he is a Ronin that protects people. Kenshin explains that although the revolution ended 10 years ago, the weak are still being oppressed, so he is trying to help people with his sword no matter how long it takes, and we learn that Kenshin believes this to be his atonement for his past as a Hitokiri. Sanosuke is reminded of Captain Sozo, and feels Kenshin is similar to him, but he collapses to the ground, finally admitting defeat. We learn that it would take 3 months for Sanosuke to heal from his injuries, but Kenshin says that he couldn't hold back because Sanosuke was strong. Kahoru and Yahiko reassure him that he's not like the other imperialists, and hope that Sanosuke also understands. Kahoru suggests going for some hot pot at the restaurant, when suddenly a man is thrown through the front door, and we see it's the activist again. The three are surprised to see Sanosuke is already walking around, and he boasts about his ability to take hits, but when they poke at him, they see he is just bluffing. Kenshin asks him if he will remove the word on his back, but he says he can't forget his past, and he tells Kenshin he will be watching him to see if he is really different from the other imperialists. He adds that he's no longer Zanza, since his sword was destroyed, so he has stopped being a fighter for hire. As he leaves, Kenshin thinks he's an interesting guy, but the waitress rushes out, telling them Sanosuke didn't pay his bill again. We see Sanosuke complaining about Kahoru's cooking as the group has breakfast together. She gets angry and starts throwing things at him, but he blocks them using Kenshin's face. They are interrupted by the police chief, who asks Kenshin for a favor. He tells them about a murderer named Kurogasa, who targets former imperial activists, and sends them a warning letter before killing them. The chief asks Kenshin to deal with him, explaining that he sends the letters because he enjoys the challenge. Even with their guns, the police can't deal with him because they freeze up before they can shoot, and Kenshin notes that it's the Nikaido sword-style Shinoippo attack. The chief pleads with the next victim, Tani, about getting Kenshin's help, but he dismisses it since he has hired a powerful gang as guards. However, his attitude changes as Kenshin enters, who recalls protecting him back in the Bakumatsu era. Sanosuke follows him in and recognizes the guards, recalling how he's beaten them before, and the group ends up accepting Kenshin and Sanosuke's help. As they wait for Kurogasa, they talk about how it's unusual for Kenshin to accept such a request, but Kenshin explains that people will keep dying if nothing's done. Sanosuke asks if he knows Kurogasa's true name, and Kenshin says that he heard a rumor about him 12 years ago, but before he can continue explaining, they hear screams outside. Seeing defeated guards outside, Kenshin regroups the troops, and they wait for Kurogasa at the front door, but he comes through the window after slashing through a guard. Kenshin tells Sanosuke to take care of Tani while he deals with Kurogasa, but Tani offers a reward for whoever deals with Kurogasa, causing the men to charge at him. Kurogasa kills some of the guards and freezes everybody with his gaze, but Sanosuke breaks free, leaving him impressed to see someone move while under his technique. Kenshin launches himself into the air, and he clashes with Kurogasa, who reveals his true identity as Yuta Jin, an expert assassin from the Bakumatsu era. Jin uses his Shinoippo on him, but Kenshin manages to break free, saying that a strong fighting spirit can counter the attack. Jin shifts his focus to Tani, but Sanosuke intervenes, blocking his attack and breaking his sword, but he pierces Sanosuke's arm with the broken blade, and Kenshin rushes to his aid. Kenshin bounces off the wall and lands a hit on Jin's head, breaking his technique. Everyone is able to move, so Jin retreats to the window, declaring Kenshin as his new target, before getting away. On their way back, Sanosuke inquires about Jin's ability, and Kenshin reveals that his Nikaido sword style comprises of 3 stances, along with the Shinoippo attack, a technique that effectively freezes people on the spot. Kenshin thinks that dealing with Jin won't be easy, given his continued killings since the revolution. He tells Sanosuke he'll deal with this alone, but asks him for a favor. At the dojo, Sanosuke tells Kahoru that Kenshin isn't coming, and tells her what happened, saying that Kenshin will be waiting for Jin at the riverbank. But Kahoru runs off trying to find him, because she thinks he'll go on another journey after fighting Jin, and she doesn't want to be left alone like in the past. Kahoru manages to find Kenshin, and tells him that she won't leave, but Kenshin explains that he can't fight Jin while protecting her. She gets up reluctantly, lending him her favorite ribbon, and asks him to return it after the fight, to make sure he doesn't just leave. He reassures her that he'll return, but Jin suddenly appears on a boat, and snatches her away. He throws Kenshin his assassination letter, and quickly disappears up the stream. Kahoru calls Jin a coward for using her to weaken Kenshin, but he corrects her, saying it will strengthen him, because Kenshin will turn back to his old self after being angered. He recalls the first time he met Kenshin in Kyoto during the Bakumatsu era, when Kenshin was up against 4 members of his squad. But Kenshin swiftly killed all the men in a one-sided battle, leaving only Jin alive. He thinks about how he wouldn't be alive if he had fought him back then, but things are different now because he's become a Hitokiri as well. He gets excited at the idea of 2 Hitokiri fighting, and just as the clock strikes midnight, Kenshin arrives, but unlike his usual self, he's angry, and this worries Kahoru. They draw their swords simultaneously and clash. Jin manages to push Kenshin back, so he rushes back in, unleashing a barrage of attacks, but Jin skillfully parries and dodges. Jin uses his Shinoippo, but Kenshin breaks out of it almost instantly, saying it won't work against him. Knowing all the stances of the Nikaido style, Kenshin evades the first 2 stances, intercepting the 3rd slice mid-strike to create a gap, but Jin improvises, passing his sword to his other hand behind his back and stabbing Kenshin's shoulder. He kicks Kenshin away and says he's too weak, and uses a stronger Shinoippo on Kahoru to paralyze her breathing. Kenshin becomes enraged and disappears, striking at Jin's face in an instant, and Jin is excited to finally face the real Hitokiri. Jin fixes himself up and charges at Kenshin, but jumps back upon sensing his killing intent. He tells Kenshin that the only way to dispel the technique on Kahoru is by killing him, and that she doesn't have much time left. He explains that the technique employs the concept of assumptions, fueled by his sword aura, to manifest illusions into reality. He uses the technique on himself, unlocking his full physical potential and enhancing his body. But Kenshin is unfazed and assumes a new stance, resolved to kill Jin. He prepares to use his technique that triples the speed of his sword draw, planning to end the fight with a single hit. Jin thinks he'll win if he dodges the attack, so he rushes towards Kenshin. He believes that Kenshin will be a bit slower due to the peculiar shape of his sword, giving him enough time to dodge it. He manages to avoid the attack, but just as he tries to counterattack, Kenshin attacks with his sheath and breaks his arm. Kenshin tells Jin that he will never be able to wield a sword again, and prepares to kill him to save Kahoru. Jin sees it as an honor to be killed by a Hitokiri, encouraging Kenshin to end him. But as Kenshin is about to strike, Kahoru recalls his teachings about living without killing and using the sword for good. This realization breaks her out of the technique, and she manages to stop Kenshin from delivering the finishing blow. He catches her from falling as he runs towards her, and she is glad to see him back to normal. However, Jin appears behind them before they can finish their reunion, but Kenshin warns him to back down because he has no chance of winning in his current state. But Jin uses the sword on himself instead, stabbing himself in the chest. He tells them the police would have investigated him and found his sponsor if he was arrested, revealing that his sponsor is an imperialist government official. As he breathes his last breath, he claims that Kenshin will always be a Hitokiri, because the nature of a Hitokiri never changes. Kenshin thinks about this, but tells Kahoru that they should go home, leaving the rest to the police. On their way back, Kahoru tries to thank Kenshin for saving her, but he thanks her back for stopping him from reverting to what he used to be. He gives her ribbon back to her, but we see that it's covered in blood from his wound, so she gets angry at him and chases him away. As the sun rises, they get back to the dojo and find Yahiko and Sanosuke waiting for them, and Kenshin vows to himself that he will never turn back into a Hitokiri. The next day, we see a woman running through the alleys, while being chased by two men. Kahoru searches for Kenshin, but Yahiko tells her that Sanosuke took him to go gambling. Sanosuke wins with Kenshin's help, but he tells Sanosuke that gambling is illegal. However, Sanosuke reminds him that his sword is also illegal, but tells him not to worry because everyone there is a friend. Sanosuke's friend shares the story of another friend who died due to an opium overdose, revealing that opium is banned due to its serious withdrawal symptoms. As Kenshin wonders how his friend could have gotten opium, the woman suddenly barges in. She notices Kenshin's sword and jumps towards him, asking for his help from the men following her. One of the men demands Kenshin to hand her over, so Sanosuke punches him in the face and sends him flying. The other man threatens Sanosuke, saying that they are with Kanru, but Sanosuke beats him up. We learn about Kanru as Sanosuke reveals he's a young but suspicious entrepreneur, as even politicians in the Yakuza avoid fighting with him. Sanosuke asks the woman if she's Kanru's girl, but she says she doesn't know anything about him. A strange man suddenly appears and addresses her as Megami, saying that it isn't good to lie, and Megami tells him to go back, saying that she will escape from Kanru. Two of Sanosuke's friends approach the man and tell him to leave, but the man shoots darts at them, causing them to collapse. He warns Megami that he will shatter her feet, and fires the darts at her, but Kenshin blocks it using a tatami mat. Sanosuke and Kenshin charge at the man and knock him out, making Megami realize that they are strong, so she offers them money to help her escape. Sanosuke demands an explanation from her, grabbing her wrist, but this causes tiny packets to fall from her sleeve, which we learn contain opium. Back in the dojo, Kenshin and Sanosuke return with Megami. Kenshin starts introducing her, but Sanosuke explains that they want her gambling, so she will be staying with them. Kahoru is shocked by this, and Sanosuke tells Kenshin that it's better that they don't explain the opium. Kahoru tries to confirm with Kenshin, and he reluctantly agrees, but Kahoru beats him up, shocked that he's involved with human trafficking. She apologizes to Megami and tells her she can go, but Megami insists on staying and continues to flirt with Kenshin. Kahoru tries to intervene, but Megami teases her, saying that she has no right to stop her since she isn't Kenshin's girlfriend. Sanosuke joins in on the teasing, and Kahoru ends up kicking them all out. Kenshin tells Megami that he wouldn't mind protecting her, as long as she tells them the truth about what's going on. Sanosuke asks about the opium packet, but when she refuses to answer, he gets angry and tells her that he will stop the opium from spreading. Sanosuke's friend arrives and asks the group to follow him. They reach a scene and find the police investigating the murder of two men, who they identify as the men from their fight earlier, and Megami explains that Conrad doesn't forgive failures. Kenshin notices three men across a bridge, including the one from earlier, who we learn is named Bishemi. They also notice Kenshin, and Bishemi prepares to attack him, but his boss Shinomori stops him, saying there are too many people around. Shinomori calls for his other subordinate Hanya, asking him if he has found where Kenshin is staying, and Hanya says that he was able to find it. Shinomori tells Bishemi that he'll assign Hanya and Yoto to help him get Megami, and Bishemi promises not to fail again. The other man comments on Shinomori giving Bishemi a second chance, saying it's something he would never have offered, and he says that they can never let go of Megami. Megami recognizes the man as Kanru, and she tells Kenshin that Shinomori is the leader of the Onuan group that Kanru hired, an elite squad that used to work for the Shogun. Later, Megami shares details of men working under Kanru, considering running away if there's a battle with the Onuan group, since they are too strong to fight against. Kahoru attempts to eavesdrop on them, but Sanosuke stops her and explains that Kenshin is only helping Megami due to his kind nature. Kenshin comes outside and tells Sanosuke that the Onwin group may already know their location. He tells Kahoru that the dojo might be in trouble, but says he'll protect her, and Yahiko appears from under the floor, complaining about always being left out. As Sanosuke and Yahiko argue, one of the walls suddenly explodes, and a giant man appears, demanding that they hand over Megami. The man introduces himself as Yodo, and Sanosuke tells Kenshin he will take him on, noting how Yodo fights without a weapon, but Kenshin reminds him that they are up against the Onwin group, so Yodo might have something up his sleeve. Sanosuke charges at Yodo, dodging his punch, and counters with a blow to Yodo's stomach. But Yodo thanks him for getting closer, and he suddenly breathes fire. Sanosuke is engulfed by the flames, but he manages to jump away just in time. Bishemi calls Yodo a fire master, and explains how Yodo's fire breath involves the use of oil sacs in his stomach and flint teeth to create fire. As Yodo is about to attack again, Kenshin decides to join the fight, calling Yodo's technique a gimmick. Yodo becomes enraged and blows fire at him, but Kenshin is able to cut through it. Megami decides to run, but Kahoru stops her, reminding her that Kenshin is fighting for her sake. Megami tells her that Kenshin can't defeat Yodo, but Kahoru disagrees, reassuring her that Kenshin will win. Kenshin continues to cut through Yodo's flames, and he ends up running out of oil. He prepares to replenish his oil, but Sanosuke steps in, thanking Kenshin for his help and telling him to leave the fight to him. Yodo replenishes his oil, but is enraged when Sanosuke calls his technique a trick. Yodo attacks with his full power, but Sanosuke charges right through, shoving his hand into Yodo's mouth and pulling out his oil bag. Yodo tries to punch him, but Sanosuke finishes him off with a kick, knocking him out. Megami is stunned by their strength, asking Kahoru who they are, but she says that they are just her friends. Bishemi can't handle failing the mission, so he throws his dart at Megami, but Yahiko jumps in front of her and protects her. Kahoru scolds him for being reckless, but he tells her that he's also part of the team, but he suddenly collapses on the ground. Bishemi says that Yahiko won't last an hour because it was a poison dart, but before he can finish, Kenshin jumps and attacks him. However, Kenshin sees a substitution, and Hanya seems to have saved him. Kenshin can tell Hanya is skilled, and Yahiko struggles with the poison. Hanya says he's just there to pick up his comrades, but Kenshin insists on getting Bishemi to treat Yahiko. Hanya refuses, so Kenshin attacks him, but Hanya blocks it and punches him away. Hanya picks up his comrades, but tells Kenshin they will meet again as he leaves. The group worries for Yahiko, and Kenshin says he isn't experienced with poison, suggesting they should suck out the poison. Kahoru is about to do it, but Megami stops her and tells them that sucking it out could lead to an infection. Megami checks Yahiko, and she manages to identify the poison. She instructs Kahoru on what ingredients she needs for the antidote, and gives the instructions for the detoxification to the others. They bring Yahiko to the dojo to treat him there, and later on, the old Dr. Gensai declares that Yahiko will recover in a few days. Sanosuke thanks him, but Gensai says that whoever wrote down the antidote and the instructions should be thanked instead. He claims that whoever wrote the antidote is experienced in Western medicine, and identifies Megami as the assistant of a doctor who died 3 years ago. Megami attempts to leave, but is stopped by Kenshin as he expresses gratitude. He asks her where she's going, so Megami reveals that she's leaving Tokyo. He recognizes her dialect to be from Aizu, but notes that there can't be anyone waiting for her there. Meanwhile, Gensai recalls that Megami's family were famous doctors who treated everyone equally, but during the Battle of Aizu, her family joined the war and perished, leaving only Megami behind. She then became a doctor's assistant in Tokyo, but went missing when the doctor died. Megami tells Kenshin that the doctor she assisted 5 years ago had ties with Konru, helping them sell the opium. The doctor created a special opium called Spiderweb, which was twice as addictive and capable of leading all of Tokyo to addiction in 5 years. But Konru accidentally killed the doctor, so Megami was forced to take his place. She didn't want to make the drug, but she feared for her life. Kenshin tells her to forgive herself, saying she has carried the burden for long enough, and he tells her to stay at the dojo. The others appear, and they also agree to let her stay, but Kahoru warns her not to make any moves on Kenshin. Meanwhile, at Konru's mansion, Hanya informs Shinomori of the failed mission. He reveals that when he punched Kenshin, Kenshin also landed a hit on him, so he will need 3 days before he can fight again, and Shinomori tells him to look into Kenshin's past in the meantime. We see Megami make rice balls called ohagi for everyone, and they compliment her on the taste. Megami says it's easy to make, but Kenshin mentions the time when Kahoru tried to make it. Kahoru punches him in the face, telling him not to say unnecessary things. But Megami picks him up, telling him to be with her instead of someone so violent like Kahoru. Kahoru reminds her that she will be kicked out if she flirts with him, but Megami calls her insecure, telling her to make better ohagi if she has a problem. Sanosuke arrives and tells them that Gensai's research has proven that the opium made by Megami is the same one that's spreading around. Kenshin invites him to join them for breakfast, but he refuses to eat something made by Megami, calling her the opium girl. He leaves to rest after staying up all night, and Kenshin tells Megami not to let Sanosuke get her down. He says that Sanosuke is just frustrated, because Konra hasn't made any moves in the past week. A book lender arrives and asks Megami if she's a new resident there, but she tells him she's just staying there for the time being. But the man turns out to be Hanya, and he grabs her face, warning her to stay quiet or else he will poison the well with mercury. He then lets her go and tells her that Konra wants to meet with her, so they head to the forest. Konra tells Megami to return to him, but she refuses, so he threatens to burn down the dojo using 500 men. He blackmails her, saying she can't change the fact that she created the drug, wondering what would happen if her missing family found out. He tells her she needs to make a decision soon, because he will attack the dojo at midnight. We learn that Konru is aware of Kenshin's past and is afraid to confront him, which is why he's trying to convince Megami to leave Kenshin on her own, so he doesn't have any reason to act. Megami despairs over being unable to escape her fate, and we see Kenshin and the group reading a letter from her, thanking them for everything and saying that she's going back to Aizu. But Kenshin realizes that she must have been threatened by Konru, because there's no one waiting for her in Aizu. He asks Sanosuke to lead him to Konru's mansion so they can rescue her, but Sanosuke doesn't want to save his friend's killer. Megami arrives at the mansion, telling the guard to inform Konru of her arrival. Kenshin notes the lonely look in Megami's eyes, knowing that all she wants to have is friends and family to open up to. He leaves to go after her, but Sanosuke and Yahiko end up catching up to him, and they all head towards the mansion. They arrive at the gate, and Kenshin teaches them how to fight against a private army. He cuts down the gate, and they start beating enemies in their path while rushing towards the entrance. Meanwhile, Konra greets Megami and tells her to make more of the drug, because his stock is running low, but she ignores him and tells him that she came to kill him. She draws a blade, slashing at him and injuring his arm. She intends to atone for her sins by killing him, but as she attempts to stab him, her blade disappears, and Shinomori appears behind her. Konru starts beating her to vent his anger, and orders Shinomori to call his men to torture her into giving up the refinement process. But Shinomori informs him about the outside situation, and we see Kenshin's group blowing through the guards. A gun squad prepares to shoot at them, but Kenshin takes most of them out in an instant. The remaining members try to shoot again, but Sanosuke throws Yahiko at the captain, and he manages to steal his gun. Yahiko pretends to shoot the captain, and he faints from the shock. Konru watches them from above, and he's confused as to why Kenshin is doing so much for Megami. Kenshin tells him to bring Megami down, but Konru starts laughing instead, and compliments Kenshin for dealing with so many men. Konru tries to bribe him, offering the pay of 200 men, but Kenshin refuses, telling him to come down. Konru declares his surrender, but requests an hour to prepare. Kenshin loses his patience, cutting through a lamp post that smashes into the mansion, and he declares that he will come for him. Konru is terrified, telling Shinomori to prepare his squad. Shinomori assures him that his men are stationed along the way, and that he will be the rear guard. He locks Megami on the 3rd floor and returns her dagger, telling her that her friends will fail, and that she should end her life to avoid getting tortured by Konru. He reveals that he doesn't care about money, but is excited to find a worthy opponent like Kenshin. Kenshin and his friends enter the mansion, and they are greeted by Hanya. Hanya declares that he won't let them pass even if he dies, revealing that he's wearing iron gauntlets under his gloves. Kenshin prepares to fight seriously, and Hanya charges at him, landing a direct hit. Hanya spins and lands a second hit, knocking Kenshin down. Yahiko wonders why Kenshin is getting hit, but Kenshin explains that Hanya's arms grow longer during his attacks, causing him to miscalculate his reach. Hanya notes that Kenshin won't be able to beat Shinomori if he can't even defeat his technique. Kenshin gets into a defensive stance, holding his blade parallel to Hanya, and Hanya insults him for being a coward, calling him unfit to be a Hitokiri. Hanya throws another punch, but Kenshin manages to dodge it this time and slashes at his mask. We learn the truth behind the technique, as Kenshin reveals that the stripes on Hanya's arms causes them to look shorter due to an optical illusion, and it's hard to predict his attacks due to the mask that hides his expressions. But Hanya says the mask is to hide his face as it falls off, revealing that it's disfigured. But he says he did it to himself so he can take on any disguise and perform better as a spy. He explains that he was abandoned as a child and was rescued by Shinomori, who made him strong and gave him a place to stay, so he is indebted to him. He refuses to let Shinomori down, going full Wolverine, and he starts swinging wildly. Kenshin is able to avoid all of his attacks, and they jump up, clashing in the air. We see Kenshin bleeding from his arm, and Hanya tells him he's not good enough, but his claws suddenly break, and he falls to the ground. Meanwhile, we see Conra banging on Megami's room as he apologizes to her and offers to run away together, claiming he has repented and wants to save people by making medicine, but Megami sees through the lie and tells him to leave, so Conra snaps and starts kicking the door. As Kenshin and his group enter the lobby, Sanosuke wonders about Shinomori, but he's interrupted as a wrecking ball suddenly flies toward them, and they are greeted by Shijo, the main guard of the Onuin group, who pulls the wrecking ball back. He throws it again, but Sanosuke catches it and tells Kenshin to go on ahead, so Kenshin quickly jumps past with Yahiko. Shijo addresses Sanosuke as Zanza, and says he's a nobody without his sword, but Sanosuke declares that his arms are enough to deal with someone like him. Shijo proposes a fist fight, and Sanosuke agrees, but he snaps the chain from the wrecking ball and prepares to fight with it. Sanosuke rushes in, wondering why he's not fighting fair, and Shijo catches him with the chain. He pulls him in and starts beating him up, throwing him to the floor, but Sanosuke quickly gets back on his feet. Sanosuke breaks free from the chain, saying that men don't play with such toys, and they start to grapple. Shijo gains the upper hand, slamming him against the wall and headbutting him. Sanosuke refuses to give up, and Shijo compliments his spirit, offering him the chance to join their group. Shijo reveals he was an imperial spy sent to the Edo castle, but was defeated by a 13-year-old Shinomori, who complimented his muscles and offered him the chance to join his group. Shijo extends the same offer to Sanosuke, expressing his admiration for Shinomori's strength, saying that if Shinomori had been in Kyoto, the legends about the strongest warrior would have been about him instead of Kenshin. Sanosuke acknowledges the power of the Onuin group, saying that strength is their sole focus, but says that Kenshin is different and is admired for various reasons. Shijo becomes angered, attempting to punch Sanosuke, but he catches both of his hands. He says that Kenshin uses his sword to protect others and doesn't fight for himself, while the Onuin group has become pawns for Konru. Shijo is angered even more, and he headbutts Sanosuke continuously, but Sanosuke withstands it, and he crushes Shijo's hands. He punches him up into the air, and he delivers the finishing blow, but when he tries to continue on, he also passes out. Kenshin and Yahiko arrive at where Shinomori is, and Kenshin asks about Megami's location, but he says that he will only answer with his sword. Yahiko gets angry, thinking Shinomori is looking down on them by using a smaller sword, but Kenshin notes that it excels at defending. However, Shinomori suddenly attacks first, and Kenshin gets kicked away. Shinomori continues his attack, switching between his sword and his fists. Kenshin is pushed back, and he realizes that Shinomori uses his sword for defense and attacks with his fists like Hanya. Shinomori notes that he was the one who taught Hanya, but says he's on another level, as Kenshin is suddenly brought to his knees. Shinomori tells him he will die for being the strongest imperialist, and Kenshin wonders if he's fighting for the fallen shogun, but Shinomori says he doesn't care about someone who ran away. We learn that the shogun surrendered without fighting, and Shinomori regrets that they lost the war without getting the chance to fight. He claims his group could have helped win the war, but says it doesn't matter now, and he just wants to prove how strong they are. Kenshin jumps at him, following up with his sword draw technique, but Shinomori says it's not enough to break his defense. They continue to trade blows, but Kenshin gets punched away and knocked to the ground. He gets up and says he would be ashamed to be defeated by something like this, and claims to have found a way to break Shinomori's defense. Shinomori believes Kenshin doesn't bluff, so he attacks to confirm this. Kenshin blocks his attack while holding his sword from the blade, and attacks with the hilt of his sword. Kenshin explains that the secret behind Shinomori's power is his control over the shorter reach of his sword, while in contrast, the longer reach of his own blade creates blind spots, which Shinomori exploits to land his attacks. Shinomori compliments Kenshin's countermeasure of shortening his blade to the same length to eliminate the blind spots. Shinomori declares that he will fight as the leader of the Oniwan and starts performing a strange sword dance. Kenshin struggles to follow the movements, and he gets hit by Shinomori's attack. He falls to the ground, and Yahiko is shocked to see him defeated. Yahiko prepares to fight himself, and Shinomori compliments his spirit, but Kenshin gets back up, saying he hasn't lost, and we learn that he used his sheath to absorb some of the damage from Shinomori's attack. Shinomori performs the sword dance again, and Kenshin deflects his first attack, but he switches his sword to his other hand, and disarms Kenshin with his second attack. Shinomori goes in for the kill, but Kenshin catches his blade with his hands. He tells Shinomori that he can have the title of being the strongest, because it's only a hindrance for him, and the people who need him are more important than a title. Kenshin shifts the blade, causing Shinomori to lose his grip, and Kenshin lands another hit with the handle. Kenshin tells him it's over, but Shinomori punches him away. However, we see Shinomori on the ground, and we learn that it's because of the blows to his throat. When he threw his last punch, he struggled to breathe and lost consciousness. Yahiko celebrates their victory, thinking that only Kanru is left, but Shinomori wakes up, and wonders why Kenshin didn't finish him when he was down. Kenshin says he isn't a Hitokiri, and Shinomori should know who won without needing a final blow. Kenshin questions him, suggesting that he must have received offers for officer positions in the imperial government, where he could have continued fighting. But Shinomori reveals that all the offers he received were only for him, and didn't include any of his men. He didn't want to be a betrayer like the shogun, so he chose not to accept the offers. Kanru suddenly appears, calling Shinomori a failure, and he reveals a Gatling gun. He opens fire at them, causing a commotion that everyone can hear throughout the mansion. Sanosuke wakes up, and Hanya appears behind him, but assures him he's not looking for a fight since they already lost. He wakes Shijo up, and they decide to head up together. Bishemi and Yoto also wake up from the noise, and they decide to move out. We see Kenshin dodging the bullets, but Shinomori gets hit in his legs and falls. Kanru reveals that he wants to be an arms dealer, using the Gatling gun as his main product, boasting that money can give greater power than any effort. We see Sanosuke and the others arrive, and Shijo notices Shinomori's injury. Kanru targets Shinomori, but Shijo jumps in front and protects him. Shijo falls to his knees, but before dying, he tells Shinomori that he has no regrets since his prized muscles were able to shield him. Yoto barges in and charges towards Kanru. He warns Kanru not to shoot, because the oil in his stomach will explode, which frightens Kanru. As Yoto gets closer, Kanru claims that he has fallen for his trick, and he fires at Yoto's arms and head instead, but as Yoto falls, Bishemi suddenly jumps out of the barrel on his back, shooting his dart, but Kanru fires at him, deflecting the dart and hitting him. Shinomori watches Yoto and Bishemi dying, and Kanru celebrates his weapon's success. Hanya is determined to protect Shinomori, and asks Kenshin how long he needs to get his sword and cut down Kanru. Kenshin says he needs 10 seconds, so Hanya rushes at Kanru to buy him the time. Hanya gets taken out, but Kenshin manages to get his sword. Kanru calls the Oniwan group useless compared to his Gatling gun, but when he tries to fire at Kenshin, he realizes he's out of bullets, and Kenshin says that the 4 lives of the Oniwan group won against his gun, as he attacks him and knocks him out. Kenshin falls from his injuries, but says he's okay, and Sanosuke wonders how strong Shinomori must have been to have injured Kenshin this much. They break down the door to Megami's room, and Kenshin is glad to see that she's okay. She apologizes for dragging them all into this mess, and tries to atone for her sins, but Sanosuke stops her. He scolds her for trying to waste their efforts in rescuing her, and she expresses her guilt for creating the opium that ruined so many lives. Yahiko tells them that the police have arrived and that they must escape. Megami hands Kenshin medicine to heal his wounds, and tells them about a hidden passage in the attic that they can use to get away. She walks toward the door, and Kenshin asks if she knows that the penalty for being an opium producer is death, but Megami says she's willing to accept her punishment as she walks out. The police chief learns about the underground production plant, and can't believe that Kanru also possessed a Gatling gun. Megami walks up to him, and Kanru starts shouting about her being an accomplice, making the chief question if it's true. But Kenshin stops her from agreeing, and claims that Kanru kidnapped her as she's a medical trainee. Yahiko and Sanosuke agree with his statement, so the chief allows them to take her, but informs them about a future investigation while Conra gets dragged away. Megami asks about Kenshin's real identity, so he reveals that he's a Hitokiri. He gives her back the medicine she gave him, and tells her she should become a doctor to atone for her sins. Kenshin asks the chief what will happen to Shinomori, but it turns out he has disappeared, and only 4 headless bodies remain. The chief says that the mansion is surrounded, making it impossible to escape, but Megami reminds them about the hidden passage. They all arrive at where the passage leads, and see that the exit is already open, so they search for Shinomori. But everyone is shocked to see him standing on the wall, holding the heads of his comrades. The chief orders the police to capture him, but Sanosuke stops them, saying it would only result in their death. Kenshin asks for a rematch, and tells Shinomori to defeat him so he can engrave the title of the strongest on the graves of his comrades. Shinomori tells him not to die before he gets the chance to kill him, and he escapes as the police chase after him. Megami is worried about Kenshin being a target, but he doesn't seem to mind it. They return to the dojo, where they are welcomed by Kahoru, and she tells them that she made breakfast for everyone. Sanosuke and Yahiko try to avoid it, but they fail to get away. A few days pass, and Megami prepares to leave with Gensai. Kahoru apologizes for not having enough space to house her, but Megami thanks her for referring her to be Gensai's assistant. She tells Kenshin she's willing to be his companion if he ever decides to leave Kahoru, which makes her annoyed, and Sanosuke tells Megami not to tease her, but she insists that she's being serious. Sanosuke asks Kenshin if he became a target to give Shinomori a reason to live, but Kenshin says that it's only until Shinomori heals and gets stronger, because he's not sure he will win the next time they meet. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. In a war between beastmen and vampires, the vampires have the upper hand thanks to their ability to use magic, and they start to think it will be an easy victory, but one of the vampires, Castel, warns them not to become complacent, saying that they can't afford to lose in their empire's first campaign. We meet the commander Kamari as she agrees with him, ordering them all to bring her victory. But we see that it was all just a dream, as we learn that Kamari has been a shut-in for the last 3 years. She's a noble born into the Gansblood family, which has been responsible for producing imperial generals over the last 1,000 years, but she struggles to meet the expectations, because she was born without any magic. Her athletic ability is non-existent, and she's also short, so that's why she decided to become a shut-in, claiming she would become a peace-loving vampire instead. However, she notices the Empire's emblem on her body, and a maid suddenly appears, which startles her. The maid introduces herself as Vil, her new personal maid, and she comments on the state of the room. Kamari is suspicious of her, but she claims to be her ally. Kamari gets up to go to the bathroom, but Vil stops her, telling her they need to get to the palace. Kamari insists she needs to pee, but Vil tells her there's no time. Her father Armin appears, and she tells him that she doesn't need a maid, but he explains that Vil has been appointed by the Empress. Kamari is confused by this, so Vil explains that she has been appointed as one of the 7 Crimson Lords. Kamari is shocked to hear this, and her father reminds her how he asked her to start working, and she said she would do it if she could get the throne, so her father ended up asking the Empress to give her a chance, which is how she ended up contracted as a Crimson Lord. Kamari has no memory of the contract, but Vil notes that the Empress snuck in the night before, kissing her in her sleep to form the contract. At the palace, the Empress excitedly greets her, and tells her to just treat her like a friend. She goes on to explain what it means to be a Crimson Lord, explaining that Kamari will need to win a war against other nations every 3 months, and after 100 wins, she will gain candidacy to become the next Empress. But if she loses in the wars, then she will lose her head. She's given a unit of 500 men from the army's 7th unit, but it's filled with vampires who won't hesitate to betray her to improve their own rank. Kamari panics after hearing this, mentioning how weak she is, so the Empress tells her she will need to keep it a secret and act like she's the strongest in front of her men. Vil vows to help her, but Kamari remains suspicious of her. Kamari goes to meet her unit, but she struggles to even open the door. She eventually gets it to open, but she immediately gets attacked. As she panics, she lets go of the door, and it ends up cutting off the vampire's head. Kamari is terrified by this, but Vil tells her she did well to get rid of a traitor. They enter the room, where they meet Castel and the rest of the troops. Castel is impressed that she took out the traitor in a single hit, and Kamari plays along, saying she could have handled him with just her pinky. The men think she's a savage, but Vil exaggerates her strength, saying that as a child, she killed 100 vampires with just her pinky. Kamari thinks her lie is too obvious, but Vil thinks she's helping. Kamari goes on to address the unit, declaring herself as their new commander, but she ends up messing up her speech. We see the squad's first battle against the Lepelico Kingdom, where Kamari's forces overwhelm their enemy. She receives a report that the enemy general has been taken out and that they have won, but Kamari claims that if she had been on the battlefield herself, she would have ended things in a single second, causing all her men to be amazed and chant her name. She declares that they will continue to conquer their enemies, telling them all they just need to believe in her and never think about overthrowing her. They all cheer for her, but she wonders how she got into this mess. A journalist named Melka comes asking for an interview, but she has way too many questions, and Kamari ends up pushing her away. She claims that the strong don't just speak with their words, but she declares that her goal is to defeat the commanders of the other 5 nations and bring glory to their empire. As the soldiers leave the battlefield, Kamari looks over at the enemy bodies, but they are all magically brought back to life. We learn that there are 6 nations, which are all powered by a dark core, an ancient artifact possessing unlimited magic, which has the power to revive the dead and heal any wound. The central area where all the cores overlap is called the Dark Core Zone, which is where the wars take place, but Kamari finds the concept of it all absurd. The next day, Vil shows Kamari the article that Melka wrote about her, and Kamari is horrified to see that it's completely exaggerated. Vil attempts to tell her about the day's plans, but Kamari claims it's her day off. However, Vil starts reading a love story that she found in Kamari's bin. Kamari gets embarrassed and begs her to stop, but Vil tells her she will show everyone if she doesn't complete her duties, and Kamari agrees to do whatever she says, but Vil gets a nosebleed seeing how adorable she looks. Vil promises not to expose her, but she starts losing control as she hugs her, and Kamari gets creeped out by her. They have a meeting with the executives of the unit, and Kamari asks them what they want as a reward for their performance in the last battle. Castel takes pictures of her, suggesting other outfits for her to wear, while Melon has a rap battle with her, and the wolf Bellius decides to save his request for a later time. After the meeting, Castel finds Kamari a mystery, and reveals that he obtained a classified document about the incident 3 years ago, where 100 vampires were killed. They think about what Vil told them, thinking Kamari must have been the culprit, but it seems there was also someone named Millicent involved. They get outside, but they notice a masked girl in the courtyard. They tell her to leave, but she reveals that she's trying to kill the Empress. She notes that there is a barrier around the palace, so she came to check on Kamari, after hearing she became a Crimson Lord. Castel tries to attack her, but she easily stops his magic. Bellius rushes at her, swinging wildly, but she easily dodges all of his attacks. She notes how they are too weak to stop her, telling them to send her regards to Kamari as she disappears, but they decide not to report it, wanting to take initiative and investigate her themselves. The next morning, Kamari wakes up, but finds Vil in an outrageous outfit. She wonders if Vil has any shame, but she claims that she doesn't. She starts telling Kamari about her schedule, but Kamari wants to take the day off. However, Vil notes that it's the day she gets to choose a beast, and this gets her excited. They head over to the stables, and Kamari goes to pick out her magical beast. She bonds with one of them, naming it Bucephalus, but when she tries to ride it, it goes flying with incredible speed. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, we see Johan, the vampire Kamari killed on her first day, thinking about how he will get his revenge on her, but Kamari suddenly comes flying in, kicking him in the head. She tries stopping her beast but gets thrown off of it, and Vil catches her. She panics as she notices Johan's body, but the other men cheer for her. Johan gets back up, claiming he's not dead, and he tries to attack Kamari once again, but Vil pushes her out of the way, and she trips him at the same time. Kamari starts to get dizzy, tripping over herself, and ends up poking Johan in the eyes. She acts like she did it on purpose, and all her men cheer, but Johan throws a glove at her, challenging her to a duel. At the arena, Kamari worries about being killed, but Vil communicates with her through an earpiece, reminding her that being killed doesn't mean she'll die. Kamari worries about the pain, but Vil assures her that she will help her. We see Johan in terrible condition, as Vil reveals she poisoned his lunch. He can barely stand, but he's still determined to fight. Vil tells Kamari to pretend to use magic, so she snaps her fingers, and Johan falls into a hole. The men are amazed seeing this, and Castell thinks she used advanced magic. Bellius notes that he couldn't feel any magic power, but Castell thinks she must also have a magic concealing skill. Kamari wonders what happened, and Vil reveals she dug 52 holes all around the arena, telling her not to move. Johan manages to climb back up, and he starts to get closer. Kamari wonders about the other holes, but Vil tells her that there are no more between them. Kamari starts to panic, begging for a timeout, but he suddenly blows up, as Vil reveals she also planted landmines. He starts crawling towards her, causing her to freak out, but he ends up passing out, and Kamari declares her victory as everyone cheers for her. Kamari relaxes with a bath afterwards, and she thinks about thanking Vil, who suddenly appears. Kamari notices her hands are injured, and she reveals she had to dig the holes manually because she can only use poison magic. The two share a moment, and Kamari thanks her for saving her. Kamari goes on to wonder why Vil seems to be so clingy to her, but she mentions it's because of a certain crime she committed. Meanwhile at a bar, Johan is pissed off over losing to Kamari, but the mysterious girl appears beside him, introducing herself as Millicent of the Inverse Moon, and suggesting they should work together. Kamari is accompanied by Bellius and Vil to an imperial party to celebrate her war achievements. The Empress takes Kamari with her, congratulating her on defeating 4 of the other nations in such a short time, but she claims she just got lucky. The Empress offers her a glass of blood, but we learn she can't even drink it because she can't stand the taste. The Empress is glad that things are going well for her after coming out of her room, revealing that making her a Crimson Lord was her father's gamble to help her. The Empress reminds her that she's loved, telling her she's not alone, and hoping that she won't fall into despair again. The Empress tells her to enjoy the party, but she thinks about what happened 3 years ago, and at that moment, Millicent appears, asking to chat with her. Kamari is startled at first, but tries to act cool as she agrees to chat. Her happy-go-lucky attitude amuses Millicent, and she starts rambling about her disgust toward Kamari for being favored by everyone around her, as she takes off her mask. She turns around, introducing herself to Kamari, and Kamari's traumatic memories suddenly resurface, while Millicent prepares to pay her back for what happened 3 years ago. She throws a dagger at Kamari, but Bellius jumps in and saves her, getting stabbed in the crossfire, as chaos ensues and everyone tries to get away. Vil comes running in, attacking her with her knives, while Millicent retrieves her dagger and jumps out of the way. Millicent taunts her as Vil prepares her next attack, and Kamari watches on, shocked by the situation. The Empress joins the scuffle, annoyed at Millicent for ruining her party, but Millicent declares her intentions to kill her, as well as Kamari. Hearing this, the Empress attempts to get rid of her, but is too slow as Millicent jumps back and takes Kamari as her hostage. But she is disappointed by Kamari's reaction, and she reveals that she's a part of the Inverse Moon, a group dedicated to restoring actual death by destroying all the dark cores. The Empress tries to capture her, but she manages to retreat and teleport away. Vil checks up on Kamari, who wonders why her bully is back to torment her. A week later, Castell urges an attack on the enemy, but Vil cautions him to think calmly. It's revealed that Bellius is in intensive care, because attacks from ritual articles like Millicent's dagger have equal power to the dark cores and are able to negate its healing. The council suspects that there is a traitor amongst them, because the gate used by Millicent to escape needed to be set up beforehand by someone. Castell asks where Kamari is, but Vil lies, saying she's gone out to scout the enemy. In her bedroom, Kamari recounts the intense bullying she faced from Millicent in the past, which she started for no reason. She recalls the day when she had enough and decided to fight back, but the memories of that day are scattered. While Kamari thinks that she hasn't changed from being a recluse, Vil enters her room. Meanwhile, Castell uses a strand of Kamari's hair to locate her position. Kamari is confused by Vil's actions, asking why she's so kind to her. Vil gives her an envelope containing her true feelings, and tells her to read it later. She comforts Kamari, telling her that a lot of people care for her. However, she's suddenly impaled from behind and starts coughing up blood, before collapsing to the ground. Millicent tells Kamari that this time she used a regular blade, and promises to kill her later in a more tragic way. She takes Vil with her, threatening to kill her if she doesn't show up alone at the city ruins by midnight, before blowing a hole in the wall to leave. Kamari sits in her bed covered in a blanket, deciding to stay shut in forever. She thinks about ignoring Vil for always messing with her, but changes her mind upon remembering all the times they spent together and how she never left her side. At that moment, Vil's envelope flies off the table to Kamari and she gets up to read it. Vil tells her about their life 3 years ago, where she used to study in the same academy as Kamari. Belonging to a poor family, she was bullied relentlessly by Millicent and her lackeys. They got bored of her one day, so Millicent attempted to kill her by blowing her head off, but she was stopped by Kamari. Since then, she became a ray of hope for Vil, but matters worsened as Kamari became the target of their bullying. She admits to being a coward, unable to return the favor until Kamari became a shut-in. Wanting to make amends, she chose to help Kamari by becoming her maid, and after becoming a maid of the Gansblood family, she did everything in her power to support her, vowing never to betray her again, promising to make her as happy as possible. Kamari is moved by her words, wondering how she could have forgotten her, and Kamari rushes out of the house to rescue her. She finds an anxious Castell, who summons the rest of the troops to begin their counterattack against the inverse moon. Kamari is glad to see Belius has been healed, but forbids her troops from following her into the enemy hideout since this is her battle. At a chapel, Millicent has Vil tied up, and we learn that Johann is her accomplice. But realizing her true intentions, he regrets working with her and asks her to stop. She proceeds to stab him as well, but Kamari enters the chapel. Kamari is stunned at the sight of Vil. She demands that Millicent return her, but Millicent tells her to slow down and starts talking about the past. We see Millicent's past, where her father tells her that she must get stronger than everyone else. A man from the divine paradise named Amatsu is called to teach her. He introduces himself and throws her to the ground. He teaches her about core implosion, a unique power that doesn't follow the natural laws. He explains that the state of the mind is closely connected to this ability, and only a few people have this power, but it's possible to acquire it through special training of the mind, which involves experiencing extreme pain. He trains her by beating her using his sacred article, so the pain isn't healed. A month passes, and they learn that Millicent doesn't have a core implosion, but she continues to train under Amatsu while being constantly compared to Kamari by her father. At the academy, Millicent learns about Vil and her core implosion. She demands Vil to demonstrate it, who explains that her power lets her see the future of someone who drinks her blood. Millicent sucks her blood, and upon witnessing Millicent's future for the day, Vil calls her pitiful, but Millicent is angered by this, and starts bullying Vil to release her frustration. On another day, as Millicent is about to kill Vil, Kamari stops her, angering her because her father always used to compare her to Kamari. She remembers her teacher's words to kill who you hate, so she bullies Kamari, but she soon messes up when she tries to take Kamari's mother's keepsake from her. She wakes up and learns that she was killed by Kamari's core implosion while trying to take the pendant, and her life is ruined when Kamari's father exiles her family after this incident. With nowhere else to go, she ended up joining the inverted moon, vowing to take revenge against Kamari. Johann gets up, urging Kamari to run away from Millicent's sacred article. Millicent tells him to shut up and shoots his leg, but Kamari blows him up using a magic stone, so that he doesn't die and can recover later on. Millicent begins shooting spikes at Kamari, who dodges the attacks by stepping aside. Kamari then deploys a shield using a magic stone, but it shatters from the barrage of attacks, sending her flying. She gets up again after looking at Vil, and throws a magic stone in the air while running towards Millicent. The magic stone blinds her, and Kamari strikes her from the back, blowing her away. She attacks with a giant boulder made from a magic stone, and she assumes Millicent has been defeated. She runs toward Vil, but she gets stabbed in the leg. Millicent laughs at her, calling her dumb for thinking she can defeat her using low-grade magic stones. She beats up Kamari and tells her to use her core implosion, but Kamari has no idea what that means. Millicent is sick of her attitude and she decides to kill Vil first, but Kamari intervenes, and in response, Millicent kicks her aside and launches a high-grade magic attack. Kamari is sent flying, colliding with Vil and falling near her. She starts crying at her inability to save Vil, but Vil wakes up, calling her the strongest person she knows. She asks Kamari for forgiveness while pulling her hand out from the spike. She drips her blood into Kamari's mouth to see her future, and she tells Kamari that she won't lose. Kamari's eyes turn red, and we see the Empress excitedly waiting to see Kamari's core implosion, the solitary crimson sky. Kamari awakens her core implosion and starts attacking Millicent with the intent to kill, surprising her with her power. Kamari calls her a pitiful person, which triggers her and causes her to start casting her most powerful magic. Kamari's squad arrives to help, but they are shocked to see Millicent casting special grade magic. They tell Kamari to run away, but she is easily able to stop Millicent's magic with a wave of her hand, and they all start cheering for her. Millicent attempts another spell, but Kamari slices her arm off in an instant. As Kamari advances, Millicent tries to stab her with her sacred article, only to have her other arm sliced off as well. Kamari grabs her by the neck, as Millicent regrets her past decisions, and Kamari declares that it's all over as she finishes her off. When Kamari wakes up, she is shocked to see Vil beside her. She starts squirming around due to the pain from her battle, and wonders if they are in heaven after mistakenly remembering that she was defeated, and is unable to recall her awakening. Vil thinks about what Kamari's father had told her, and we learn that Kamari first awakened her core implosion when she was 3, after drinking blood for the first time. She killed everyone in the room at that time, so they decided to hypnotize her into hating blood, thinking it would be best if she didn't have her core implosion. Kamari reads the newspaper and discovers that Millicent was captured, assuming that someone else must have defeated her. She asks Vil what she will do now that the past has been redeemed, so she doesn't need to act as a maid anymore. But Vil gets sad, thinking she doesn't want her anymore, and Kamari decides to let her continue as her maid, saying she will be relying on her. At night, we see an assassination of an official by a hooded girl. Vil and Castel accompany Kamari to a summoning from the Empress. Castel reveals merch he made using Kamari's face. She finds it weird, protesting to Vil, but Vil reveals she already bought 100 of them. They are interrupted by a girl, who berates Kamari for her ways of warfare, suspecting that Kamari is actually weak. Kamari doesn't know who she is, so she reveals she is one of the 7 Crimson Lords, Masquerelle. Vil is impressed by Kamari's guts, and how she forced Masquerelle to introduce herself. Vil apologizes to Masquerelle on Kamari's behalf, giving her blood buns and a Kamari shirt, but it just agitates her further. Masquerelle doesn't respect Kamari, because the Empress favors her more, but she departs after challenging Kamari to spar in their next meeting. Kamari meets with the Empress Karen, who shoves a popsicle in her face, and then teases Kamari for tasting her leftovers. She casually mentions that Kamari's father was murdered the previous night, who we learn was the official from before. Hearing this shocks her, but Karen reassures her that he will be revived soon. She continues telling her that more officials have been killed by the same terrorist, including a Crimson Lord. She tasks Kamari with finding the culprit, but when she throws a tantrum for not getting any time off, Karen tells her that she will be rewarded with a week of vacation if she captures the terrorist. Karen teams her up with Sukuna for this mission, telling her to come out. They greet each other, and Kamari is shocked to learn that such a timid girl is a Crimson Lord. Sukuna wishes to exact revenge on the terrorist for killing her, and she hands Kamari a letter before running off. She introduces herself through the letter, and as we see her going about her day, she tells Kamari that she was forced to take over the position of a Crimson Lord after accidentally killing another. She wants to capture the terrorist to redeem herself for disgracing the kingdom, and asks to get along with her, as she vows to work hard to make up for her weakness. Kamari finds her endearing, but is stopped by an envious Vil when she attempts to go meet her. Under Vil's suggestion, Kamari decides to use her subordinates for this mission. They reveal they're more than happy to do this task, and Castel recommends giving an award to whoever catches the terrorist, since it will raise their morale. The troops are disappointed by her proposal of a 3-day vacation, but when she presents 2 zoo tickets to go along with the trip, they misunderstand the reward as a date with her. They rush off to catch the terrorist, while Vil is enraged by this proposition. Kamari visits Sukuna for a meeting about the terrorist, and finds her accompanied by a priest. Just as he's leaving, he asks Kamari about her faith, and gets overexcited when she replies that she believes in God. Vil tells her that the man is also one of the 7 Crimson Lords, held as heaven, and he knows Sukuna from the orphanage he handles on the outskirts of the kingdom. Kamari extends an invitation for lunch to Sukuna, and she happily accepts. At the restaurant, Sukuna is glad to hear that she read her letter, and tells her that she became a Crimson Lord due to Heldius's recommendation, after accidentally killing another Crimson Lord while practicing her magic. Kamari is startled to hear that Sukuna's subordinates know she's weak, but they still choose to support her. Vil gets frustrated seeing them get along, and she urges Kamari to start the meeting. She reveals that the terrorist has a core implosion with the ability to change people's memories, so they should proceed with caution. They decide to patrol the palace at night, since that's when the culprit strikes. Kamari voices her frustrations with working so late, but since she's so loud, the crowd hears her and starts questioning her integrity. But she saves herself by proclaiming she wants to continue working even after night, and the crowd claps for her. They hear an explosion in the distance and rush to the scene, thinking the terrorist has appeared, only to find Kamari's unit defeated. Sukuna revives Belius using her magic, who then reveals that they were attacked by Masquerel. Masquerel suddenly appears from an explosion and attacks Kamari, but Sukuna intercepts her strike. Kamari asks Masquerel why she would do this, and she claims that she's just doing her job by stopping her unit from running around and ruining the place. Masquerel is shocked by Kamari's incompetence and declares her decision to vote to kick her out of the next Crimson Lords conference. Later at night, Vil uses her powers to peer into the future as she reveals that the blood bond she gifted Masquerel contained her blood. She tells Kamari that she'll be denounced at the upcoming conference, which will lead to her exploding. Sukuna tells Kamari that she will take her side in the conference no matter what, and Kamari pats her head, thinking she's like her little sister. Vil asks Kamari to let her deal with this issue, and she asks for a head pat as well. Vil wonders why Kamari doesn't use violence to deal with Masquerel, but Kamari claims it's better to talk it out since she doesn't like meaningless fights. The Crimson Lords conference begins, attended by Karen and all the Crimson Lords except for one. Masquerel brings Kamari's credibility as a Crimson Lord into question, after saying that she is faking her strength, since she has never fought a battle. One of the other Crimson Lords, Odilon Metal, agrees with her, saying that Crimson Lords must fight on the front lines, but Heldius has the opposite opinion, saying that the strong shouldn't fight the weak. Masquerel brings them back to the topic, and strengthens her accusation by presenting Kamari's Academy report card. It displays her lack of talent to everyone, which leaves Kamari speechless. Masquerel accuses Kamari of becoming a Crimson Lord through connections so she can be popular, which causes the Empress to speak up, saying she had the final say in Kamari's induction, which makes it impossible to use connections. Kamari puts her feet on the table, telling Masquerel to keep talking, because it doesn't matter how much she speaks, which infuriates her, and she requests to fight Kamari, so that everyone can see her strength. They vote to decide if Kamari should stay a Crimson Lord, which ends in a draw with 2 votes on both sides. One of the Crimson Lords remains speechless throughout all of this, but is discovered to be dead, which causes a commotion. Masquerel accuses Kamari of killing them to save herself, but Vil secretly reveals she killed them to prevent Kamari's impeachment. Masquerel requests a formal war with Kamari, but Odilon interrupts her. He asks the Empress to let them all join the Crimson Lord's war, which piques her interest, and she allows them to do it. Back at home, Kamari is depressed, and starts imagining herself exploding after losing the war. Vil asks about her aspirations to divert her attention, and she expresses her desire to be a novelist. She tells Vil that she gave Sukuna one of her writings, but realizing that she had her name written on the back, she rushes to Sukuna to stop her from seeing it. Kamari runs to her residence in the rain, and when Sukuna sees her drenched at her doorstep, she tells her to get changed first. After changing clothes, Kamari sees Sukuna's room, filled with pictures and dolls of herself. Sukuna claims that she likes her, and treats her dolls like real people. Kamari reassures her, saying that it's okay, and tells her she has secrets as well, but Sukuna reveals that she already knows Kamari is a writer. Sukuna's room doesn't disturb Kamari, as she believes they now know each other's secret. Sukuna expresses her worries over the Crimson Lord's war, but Kamari comforts her and proposes an alliance because they are friends. Sukuna is happy about this, and advises her to add Heldius to the alliance as well. Kamari wonders about how Sukuna ended up in an orphanage, and she reveals that her family was murdered. Sukuna answers her questions vaguely, and suggests stargazing together, thinking that it's better to focus on beautiful things in their last moments. Back at the training ground, a soldier from the 6th unit finds the behavior of Sukuna's unit weird, because they seem strangely devoted to her, and he tells Castell that she's much worse than a Crimson Lord. Sukuna and Kamari look at the stars, and Sukuna questions her about why terrorists kill people, but she answers her own question, saying that maybe they don't have any other choice. She then asks Kamari what she would do if the terrorists were being forced to kill against their will by someone keeping their family hostage, and Kamari says she would solve the problem by going after the person holding the hostages. Sukuna goes into a slump and tells Kamari to look at the sky, but while she tries to grab her neck, she's interrupted by the arrival of Vil. Vil takes Kamari away, saying that she feels killing intent and that Sukuna is dangerous, but Kamari dismisses it as her imagination. However, we see Sukuna being questioned by someone from the inverse moon, threatening to kill her family if she doesn't deal with all the Crimson Lords. He commands her to check the memories of all the Crimson Lords, saying that one of them knows the location of the Dark Core, but knowing that she is too weak to defeat all the Crimson Lords, so he gives her a bottle of Cornelius's elixir, and warns her about making the same mistakes as Millicent. Sukuna despairs due to her sufferings, which causes her to break down. She thinks about Millicent and starts looking for her, only to find her at an abandoned mansion, and Millicent is expecting her, inviting her to sit down. We see Sukuna and Millicent conversing over a cup of tea. Sukuna wonders why she's free, and Millicent tells her she has been permitted to go out due to certain circumstances. Judging from her expression, Millicent guesses that Sukuna must be there to inquire about leaving the inverse moon. Sukuna tells her that she is her last hope, and Millicent advises her to let Kamari drink her blood when she gets desperate. Elsewhere, crowds of people gather to watch the Crimson Lord's war on a projected screen. The announcer describes the rules of the war, explaining that all 6 lords will compete to capture a crimson sphere set in the center of the castle ruins of the battlefield, and the lord holding it at sunset will be crowned the victor. She continues explaining that the order of the winners will be decided based on points collected by killing opposing soldiers, with 1 point for each soldier and 50 points for a Crimson Lord. Each unit will fight using 100 soldiers, and the Crimson Lord with the lowest score will resign, while the winner will be rewarded by the Empress. Kamari looks around, but finds only 30 people from her unit, as Vil explains that the rest of them died trying to kill each other for the spot to compete. Mascarell provokes Kamari and her unit using a magic stone, continuing to slander her. Castell is angered and requests to start the attack, so Kamari lets her team proceed. On the other side, a messenger informs Mascarell that all members of the 7th unit are rushing in to take her head. Meanwhile, Kamari and Vil discuss their plans after being left behind, but they are suddenly bombed with attacks, as Vil locates Crimson Lord Delphine, approaching them with his army. Vil senses their killing intent, and deduces that Delphine must be trying to take revenge under the assumption that Kamari killed her back at the conference. They flee on Kamari's sacred beast, while Delphine's squad gives chase. Sukuna, who is yet to move, manipulates her subordinate using her core implosion, ordering him to capture and bring Mascarell to her. Karen and Armin catch this happening while monitoring her from an orb, and Armin calls to apprehend her, but Karen stops him, saying they still don't know the actual culprit behind her, saying it's someone currently on the battlefield. Delphine catches up to Kamari and Vil, blocking their path with a wall. He calls Kamari a liar when she says that she didn't kill him, before attacking her with daggers made of his blood. Vil tries to defend her, but gets stabbed as she tells Kamari to run. Kamari calls Delphine a coward and provokes him. He is infuriated, and creates a boulder from his blood and drops it on them. They manage to dodge it, and Vil gets back up. Taking advantage of the situation, they escape while riding the sacred beast, breaking through the wall, and heading straight towards the old capital. Thinking they've escaped, they look back, only to find Delphine still in pursuit, so Kamari and Vil head directly toward the location where Heldius and Odilon are engaged in battle. Odilon orders his troops to capture them, and while dodging their incoming attacks, Vil releases a toxin that only targets men, killing the soldiers of all 3 lords in the area. Kamari and Vil get attacked from all sides, but they still manage to reach the sphere's location. But Delphine continues to pursue them, as he prepares his next attack. He hurls a blood sword at them, but Vil intercepts it with a magic stone, blowing it up. As the blood from the explosion rains down, some of it falls on Kamari's lips, and it activates her powers. Meanwhile, Mascarell battles both Kamari and Sukuna's units, but just as she activates her true powers, a beam of light emerges from Kamari's location, and wipes out the whole battlefield. The explosion breaks the screen projection in Karen's orb, who is delighted to witness a legendary light spell. Kamari returns to normal, but doesn't remember what happened. She finds Vil collapsed nearby, and teleports her to a hospital after confirming she's okay. Kamari looks around confused, and finds the sphere in pieces. Mascarell confronts her for killing everyone, and spots the shattered sphere next to her. This enrages her, and she activates her powers, intending to kill Kamari, but before she can finish her spell, Sukuna stops her, piercing her chest with one hand. Sukuna throws her away, before dropping a magic boulder on top of her and killing her. Kamari questions if she was always this strong, but Sukuna explains that she managed to kill Masquerel only because she let her guard down. Sukuna recalls the night they stargazed together, and notes that Kamari is truly strong for the solution she presented, but says that she can't be like her. She claims that she can only work as a pawn for the inverse moon because she lacks conviction, but notes that Masquerel doesn't know the location of the dark core. With tears in her eyes, Sukuna reveals her identity as an inverse moon terrorist. Kamari attempts to console her, asking to go home together, as she thinks she is joking, but she pushes her hand away. She puts her to sleep using a spell, saying she owes her the truth. Kamari enters Sukuna's mental space, which is in the form of a starry sky, with each star representing one of her memories. She shows Kamari memories of her happy days with her sister and her family, but she mentions the inverse moon, saying they'll do anything to destroy the dark cores. Sukuna shows Kamari the memory of her family dying to a man with a sacred article, who wanted to use Sukuna's core implosion, which allows her to manipulate the memories of whoever she kills. The man tells her that if she works hard for the inverse moon, he will reveal how she can save her family. She's tasked with finding the location of the dark core by manipulating the memories of influential individuals after killing them. She apologizes to Kamari for killing her father, saying that she has no other way to save her family. They arrive back in the physical world, where she reveals that she will turn Kamari into her big sister after killing her, the same way she turned Heldius into her father. Kamari grabs her hand, saying that she will be her sister without being killed, but notes that replacing someone's memories to make them her sister is rude towards her actual sister. Kamari hugs her, causing her to start crying, and she recalls that her real sister used to comfort her like this. They both are happy, but Odilon arrives and attacks Sukuna, questioning why Kamari is still alive. He continues to beat her, and Kamari realizes that Odilon is the person manipulating Sukuna. Odilon commands Sukuna to kill Kamari, but despite Kamari's efforts to intervene, Odilon breaks her wrist before throwing her away. Sukuna tries to stand up to him, drinking the elixir he gave her and boosting her powers. With her increased power, she relentlessly attacks him. In an attempt to strike her from above, Odilon jumps into the air, but she alters the trajectory of her magic. He's hit by her attacks and crashes to the ground. Sukuna takes the chance, rushing to finish him off, but the side effects of the elixir kick in, causing her to collapse. Odilon laughs at her, punching her into the air, and she falls beside Kamari, but she remembers Millicent's words and drips her blood into Kamari's mouth, which awakens her, but Kamari bites her neck, seeking more of her blood. Kamari's face turns pale and her hair turns white, as she turns toward Odilon, commanding him to apologize to Sukuna. We see the Empress and Kamari's father looking at the whole fight through an orb, discussing Kamari's core implosion. The Empress says that the qualities of Kamari's power change depending on whose blood she drinks, adding that she's happy to find the mastermind of the terrorists. Kamari heals Sukuna, shocking Odilon that the side effects of the elixir, composed using a sacred article, were healed so easily. She commands him to apologize to Sukuna, but he calls her a tool. This infuriates Kamari, who throws a punch at him, completely blowing him away. Kamari vanishes from his sight before appearing beside him, freezing and breaking his arm off. He attempts to cut her down, but freezes before he can hit her. She touches his blade, breaking it into pieces. He uses a magic stone to teleport to his hideout and communicates with Amatsu, telling him that the plan has failed because of Kamari, but a servant comes forward, stabbing him in the stomach. All the servants attack him, and we learn that Sukuna used her core implosion to manipulate everyone into attacking him. He's furious that he lost everything, but Kamari catches up, grabbing him by the neck and commanding him to apologize to Sukuna. He doesn't listen, so she breaks his neck and blows his base to bits. A few days later, we see Vil taking care of Kamari, nursing her back to health. Kamari insists that Vil rest as well, reminding her that she's injured as well, but she just teases her by asking to be fed by her. Sukuna greets them, apologizing for causing them so much trouble, but Kamari tells her she doesn't mind. Sukuna starts crying, thinking about how everyone forgave her mistakes, including Heldius, who overlooked her behavior even though he already knew everything, and only pretended to have his memories manipulated to make her happy. Sukuna tells Kamari to punish her, so she tells her to stay with her, but Vil misunderstands what she means and glares at her. Kamari explains she received a 2-week vacation for winning the war and she will be at home, telling Sukuna to come whenever she wants. She tells her to stop addressing her so formally, saying they are friends, so Sukuna takes her hand, while we see Vil getting jealous. We see Kamari at the beach for her vacation, but she doesn't seem to enjoy it. Sukuna compliments her swimsuit, and we learn that as punishment for her crimes, Sukuna has been made to fight in more of the wars, so she often dies from losing the battles. While Kamari admires Sukuna, Vil blocks her view, and judges her for being infatuated by Sukuna. Kamari denies it, but Vil tells her she doesn't mind, since she's happy to see her taking interest in going out, and drags her into the water with her. When Kamari goes back to relax, Vil reminds her that the real reason for their visit to the resort is to meet Nelia Cunningham, who is one of the 8 generals of the Republic of Aruka. We learn that Nelia sent a letter to Kamari, which she suspected was a trap, but the Empress saw it as a chance to gauge the enemy's capabilities, so that's how she ended up at the beach with her squad, who are busy competing for a selfie with her in her swimsuit, by racing to a tower called the Daydream Paradise. Kamari still feels nervous about the tea party, so Vil assures her that she has her poison, and she gets Sukuna to drink her blood to see into the future, and she confirms that Kamari won't die. We learn that Aruka is the domain of the Warblades, who are swordsmen rumored to have bodies made of metal. Nelia arrives to greet them, serving them tea, and Kamari wonders why she invited her, since she doesn't think they've met before, but Nelia says she expected her to not remember anything, and Kamari is confused by this. Nelia tells her that she wants to witness the true strength of an up-and-coming Crimson Lord, so Kamari starts boasting about her strength, which gets her excited, and she asks her how many people she's killed. Kamari lies and says 50,000, which Nelia finds impressive, so she reveals her plan is world domination, saying that with their powers combined, the two of them could take over the world by wiping out the other nations. Sukuna thinks it's a bad idea, and Vil says that Kamari could take over the world by herself, so she wouldn't need to team up with her. She gets annoyed by this, but Kamari tells her that she's a pacifist, and that even if she had the power to take over the world, she wouldn't use it recklessly, and would aim for world peace instead. Belias barges into the room, reporting that their squad encountered Aruka soldiers while rushing towards the tower. The soldiers misunderstood their advance as an attack, so they started fighting, leading to all the Aruka soldiers getting wiped out. Belias calls them weak, and Nelia gets pissed off by this, but before Kamari can explain, they hear an explosion, and we see Castell blowing up the tower. Nelia feels betrayed, and pulls out her blades to attack Kamari, but Vil quickly grabs her to escape, saying that she prepared for this since she saw into the future. After getting to safety, Vil contacts the squad to evacuate the nation since it has become hostile, while Kamari wishes for everyone's safety. The Empress calls Kamari to tease her, and tells her about Carla Amatsu, an envoy from the Divine Paradise Nation, who wanted to talk to her. We see 2 journalists, Melka and Tia, spying on Carla and learn that she's actually one of the 5 Imperial Sabers of the Divine Paradise. Carla tells Kamari that she's visiting to discuss forming an alliance. She explains that her kingdom is on bad terms with Aruka, and that the Empire might share their interests. The Empress confirms this, saying that Aruka's recent struggle for territory after becoming a republic is getting troublesome. The 2 reporters find this interesting, and explain that Aruka used to be a monarchy, before the current president, Mattered, started a revolution and turned it into a republic. Kamari asks if Carla plans to confront the enemy by joining forces, and she says that she would prefer to avoid unnecessary combat, so Kamari asks her if she believes the world would be better without wars. Carla says that she does, which makes Kamari feel relieved, as she tells her she's also a pacifist. Castell hands her a threatening letter from Nelia, which Carla finds suspicious, and she asks if she was lying about being a pacifist. Kamari tries to explain herself, but notices Castell listening, so she immediately changes her answer, claiming that she's actually a slaughterist, who doesn't understand the people who love peace. Carla feels deceived and calls the Empire a savage country, but the Empress calls her behavior inexcusable, and tells Kamari to kill her for insulting the Empire. Kamari tries to get out of it, but Castell suggests she should do it, so she tries again to not make him suspect anything. Carla tells her she's strong enough to kill 5,000 people in just 5 seconds, so Kamari tells her that she could kill 50,000, but Carla doesn't back down, saying she'll reduce the Empire to ashes and kill 50 million. Vil suddenly pushes Kamari on top of Carla, who freaks out thinking Kamari was about to kill her. The Empress interjects, telling Carla she must ally with the Empire if she doesn't want to be murdered. Carla realizes that she has no choice, so she reluctantly accepts. Meanwhile, Nelia talks to an official who tells her she can't fail in capturing Kamari if she doesn't want to end up like her father, so she's determined to make Kamari into a servant she can use to turn the world upside down. We see Nelia being comforted by her father in a flashback, and he introduces her to a tutor named Yuling Gansblood, who advises her to not make enemies for no reason, or she will be left alone in times of need, which are words she now begins to understand. We see that Carla is just like Kamari, as she has a breakdown over her decision to ally with the Empire, due to the possibility of a war. We learn that she's also only pretending to be strong, because she was forced to act as a commander. She thinks she can ignore the requests from the Empire and stall, but her attendant reminds her that the war with Aruka is necessary, and she reluctantly agrees. Meanwhile in Aruka, we see the President Mattered, discussing news of the Alliance, saying they should strike back, but Nelia requests another chance to capture Kamari. However, another general named Rainsworth interrupts, saying that her failure to capture Kamari caused the Daydream Paradise to suffer. Nelia feels frustrated, as he tells her to give up on her plans to restore the crown, and we learn that she's the princess from the old monarch. Rainsworth tells her to give up and just live with him, but she rejects him, saying that she will expose their evil deeds, declaring that she will be the next president. Rainsworth laughs at her and leaves, leaving her frustrated as her maid Gertrude checks on her. Vil wakes Kamari up, and she sees all the Crimson Lords gathered around her on a table. She asks Vil if she's dreaming, so she tells her that since she overslept, her bed was taken to the meeting room and set up on the table. She takes her seat, and we learn that the meeting is being held in the fortress city of Foray, because of the arrival of a proclamation from Aruka. Vil reads out Aruka's declaration of war against the Alliance, with Kamari being named the Alliance leader, because of the newspaper articles of her meeting with Carla going around. Kamari complains, saying that she just wanted to avoid war and sneak to the pool, but Vil makes her aware of the other lords in the room, so she corrects herself, saying she wants to make a pool from the blood of her enemies. The Empress reveals intel she received from her scouts that claims that all 8 generals of Aruka will be attacking Foray, and presents 2 main goals of the war: to decimate the advancing enemies, and to destroy their military base. Carla adds that she received intel about illegal ritual articles being brought to the Daydream Paradise, and presenting proof of this to the 6 nations might force Matter to concede victory. Carla suggests splitting into offensive and defensive teams, but there's suddenly an explosion outside, and Tia and Melka watch as the city gets surrounded by Aruka's various units. We see that the room is destroyed, but the Crimson Lords were able to protect themselves. The Empress receives a call from Mattered, who says he'll withdraw his troops if she tells him the secret of the Dark Core. He says that they've allied with the Commonwealth and the Lepelico Kingdom, with the Enchanted Lands joining them as well, threatening her to surrender. But the Empress calls his current team a joke, asking him if he's in his office, as she sets off explosives she had planted there, officially declaring the start of the war. Vil carries Kamari away to safety, and Mascarell saves them from an incoming attack, telling them to get out of her sight as she blocks more attacks from another general, who introduces herself as Helia, the strongest of the 6 Arctic Masters of the Commonwealth. Her troops break through the city gate, and with a squad of giraffe warriors from Lepelico, who destroy everything with their necks. As they approach, Kamari's troops charge at them, but get blasted away instantly, so Vil gives Kamari a remote, which causes a landmine to explode, defeating the captain. The Aruka units enter the fortress and charge at Kamari, but her troops and the other lords come to her defense, but in the chaos, Nelia appears in front of her and teleports her away. She explains that they were supposed to go to the Daydream Paradise, but ended up in an unknown place due to Matter destroying the transfer gate. She tells Kamari to calm down, revealing that her teacher was Kamari's mother, and that they have met each other before. In a flashback, we see a young Kamari and Nelia enjoying desserts, and Nelia asks if she will be a commander. Kamari tells her she doesn't like fighting, saying that she can achieve world domination in other ways, by making everyone in the world get along, and tells Nelia she wants to be her friend. But Matter grabs her and tells her to be careful around vampires, attempting to create a rift between the girls, but Kamari simply offers her pudding to him, while calling out his hypocrisy. Kamari finally remembers Nelia, and she tells her plan to expose Matter's crimes and reform Aruka by becoming the president. Kamari agrees to her proposal, but instead of shaking hands, she kisses her, saying that it's an Arukan tradition, but Gertrude denies this. Nelia tells Kamari and Vil to become her servants to help end the war, but they deny her. Rainsworth orders his troops to follow Kamari, but we see he has a sinister smile as he thinks about a way to make Nelia submit to him. Mascarell desperately defends herself against Helia, and she manages to fight back, shooting a beam at her, but Helia blocks it with her gun. She declares that they will meet again, before teleporting away. Delphine and Sukuna prepare to go look for Kamari using Sukuna's transmitter, which she uses to track her at all times. Kamari and the others talk about the situation at a restaurant near the Daydream Paradise, as Nelia explains her plan to reveal Mattard's crimes, because he's been experimenting on the imprisoned supporters of the royal family. Vil is surprised to learn this, and Gertrude explains that she has heard screams coming from the tower during her recon missions, and Nelia adds that the ritual articles are also being smuggled there. Vil talks about how using ritual articles on people may awaken core implosions, which Nelia thinks could mean more power for Mattard to use. But Kamari doesn't pay attention, because she's too busy thinking about what to order. Nelia gets annoyed at her and turns to Carla, who was snoozing through the whole discussion, so Gertrude knocks her awake, while Nelia calls them useless. We see Mattard ordering Rainsworth to continue his pursuit of Kamari and Nelia, and tells him that he will mobilize the Daydream unit, which he wants him to take command of once the girls reach the Daydream Paradise. The girls wake up to find Rainsworth attacking Nelia, so they quickly jump out of the window and use a smoke bomb to escape. Vil carries Kamari away, while leaving a dead Carla behind, but Rainsworth catches up to them instantly, and manages to injure Vil, while proclaiming that he'll make Kamari his personal slave once they win. But he's stopped by Delphine, who arrives with Sukuna and Kamari's units. Kamari is glad to see them, and hugs Sukuna in joy. Vil gets jealous, and she tells Kamari to reward her with a hug as well, but Sukuna tells them they don't have time. She assures Kamari that she will handle the enemies to let her escape, and Kamari sets her sights on getting to the Daydream Paradise. We see Arukan citizens protesting against Mattard and the war, as Melka and Tia observe. Tia wonders why they're in Aruka, when their focus should be on the Empire, but Melka tells her they are covering a story that will affect the whole world. Tia points out that their news is treated like trash in Aruka, but Melka tells her that her video camera is broadcasting the footage live for everyone to see. We see Kamari's unit completely defeated, and Rainsworth prepares to follow Nelia, but Sukuna grabs his leg, telling him to stop. He stabs her, and tells her that the Abercrombie unit is waiting to ambush Kamari and Nelia, but Sukuna says that she's already won against him, which leaves Rainsworth confused. The girls see Abercrombie's body, which Vil recognizes as Sukuna's work, explaining that she killed him back when the Empress was sending her out to fight various wars, and she used her core implosion to turn Abercrombie against his own men, and they wiped each other out. With nothing left in their way, the girls head into the Daydream Paradise, where they confirm the existence of prisoners and human experimentation. Nelia decides to free the prisoners, as Gertrude brings the keys to her, but she says that they don't need to be freed, because they were fools who disobeyed the president. She drops the keys and stabs Nelia, revealing that her full name is Gertrude Rainsworth, and she's the commander of the 8th unit. Vil tries to defend her, but gets attacked by Rainsworth, who reveals that Gertrude is his little sister, and that she was keeping tabs on them. Nelia wonders why she betrayed her, so she tells her that she saw her getting belittled, and her hard work going unrewarded, telling her to give up on her ambitions. Rainsworth tells her that her dream is useless, and Nelia starts to break down, but Kamari interrupts them, saying that Nelia's dream is still alive, and that people like him can't ruin it. Rainsworth becomes enraged, but Kamari says that Nelia would never lose to someone like him, telling him to apologize to her. Rainsworth rushes at her, and he starts beating her up until she coughs up blood, but suddenly, the room is covered in a fog as Sukuna appears behind him. Gertrude warns him about an enemy attack, which turns out to be the men that followed Sukuna. Gertrude prepares to fight Sukuna, and she tells Rainsworth to take command of the Daydream unit. Nelia wonders about the unit, and Rainsworth reveals it's a squad of 5,000 elite soldiers that Mattard secretly developed. We see Mattard being confronted by the Empress, who managed to sneak into his hideout. He refuses to surrender, but she tells him that his warblades keep losing, so he tells her about the Daydream unit, whose soldiers each have power on the same level as a general. Nelia feels useless, thinking the situation is hopeless, but Kamari tells her that they won't know who will win unless they try. Nelia thinks her goal is just a pipe dream, but Kamari tells her that even though she thought she was an idiot when they first met, but after getting to know her better, She started to like the way Nelia thinks, telling her not to give up. She tells Nelia to suck her blood, saying that it's a way for vampires to show their trust in others, and she promises to support her since she sees her as a friend who she can take over the world with. Nelia is moved by her words, and tells her she will accept her trust. She has some of her blood, and it makes her see a memory of Yulene talking about Kamari. Yulene notes that although Kamari is a troublemaker, she thinks Kamari will one day become a figure that drives the Empire. Nelia awakens with newfound determination and power, telling Kamari that they will accomplish their goal. The soldiers break the wall down, as Rainsworth orders them to charge and destroy anyone they come across. Mattard tells the Empress to surrender, since they don't stand a chance against his elite force, but she tells him that a squadron built on suffering and violence doesn't scare her. She says that she's only there to watch him die, as Melka's broadcast plays outside, where she exposes Mattard's schemes. She informs everyone about the army of 5,000 soldiers approaching Foray, asking if the world will stand by and watch as it happens. Nelia flashes by, and releases the prisoners with her core implosion. Gertrude calls her efforts useless, and insists that she can't win against Mattard, but Nelia charges at her, cutting through her sword, and she punches her, confronting her about her betrayal. But Gertrude says she did it for her sake, revealing that she was always abused by her brother, and after being treated well for the first time by Nelia, she didn't want to see her suffer, so she just wanted her to live peacefully with her brother. Nelia tells her that living as her brother's pet isn't peace, so Gertrude apologizes and tells her to forget about her, but Nelia holds her head up, and says that she doesn't blame her, telling her to just talk to her if she's unsatisfied. Gertrude is moved by this, and she declares herself as Nelia's #1 servant. Carla suggests strategizing their next moves instead of rushing in, and Nelia realizes that the world must come together and stand against Mattard to achieve victory, so she goes to talk to Kamari, but Sukuna blocks her way, saying that she doesn't trust her. Nelia tells her that she's shared blood with Kamari, which both Vil and Sukuna are shocked to hear. Nelia remembers that she didn't share her blood with Kamari, so she cuts her hand and offers it to Kamari, telling her that she has incredible power, and that drinking her blood will help her understand. Kamari is reluctant, so she tells her that they are like sisters, telling her to have faith, and that she knows they can change the world together. Kamari agrees and drinks her blood, which makes her suddenly levitate and glow with power. She materializes a sword, which causes light to spread across the sky, and Melka announces that Kamari will save the world, lifting the spirits of the people. We see Mascarell and Heldius exhausted after defending the people and helping them evacuate, but as more soldiers approach, Millicent appears and blasts them away. She teleports her troops, sending them to fight, and Heldius realizes that she has taken command over the 5th unit. She teleports next to Rainsworth, telling him that she would kill him to make up for her sins, but decides to leave him to Kamari, who attacks with her golden sword. Nelia confronts Rainsworth, and he tries to convince her to obey him, saying he can make her happy, but she rejects him, saying she would rather fight alongside Kamari. Rainsworth charges at her, but she cuts right through his sword. Melka continues her broadcast, telling the people to rise up, and Mattard watches in disbelief. The Empress tells him that Kamari will guide the hearts of the people as her squad teleports to her, thinking she's amazing. Carla arrives with her own troops, and she receives orders to join the fight. Helia also appears on the battlefield, but learns of the recent developments, leading to the end of the Commonwealth's alliance with Aruka, so she declares them as her enemy. Rainsworth continues belittling Nelia, but she's determined to defeat him. Kamari launches a sword at him, but Nelia tells her she wants to fight him. Rainsworth orders his soldiers to capture Nelia, and he turns his attention to Kamari. He activates his core implosion, which turns him into steel. He tells her that her attacks will be useless against him, but her sword easily stabs him. He's shocked by this, and Kamari launches a barrage of swords, impaling him from all sides, and causing him to revert to his original form. In a flashback we see Rainsworth getting beat up by other kids while trying to protect his sister. He thinks about revenge against the nobles who looked down on him. He became a soldier to get stronger, but he met Nelia during this time, and she welcomed him openly, thinking he has potential. But back in the present, she tells him that while he did his best for Aruka, he put his efforts into the wrong things. Kamari tells him to repent, as she slashes him with her sword, and Mattard hears his comms go silent. He starts freaking out after seeing Kamari's power, so the Empress tells him that her idea of world domination is to create an ideal world where people can help each other. Matter doesn't believe her, saying that people are selfish, but she tells him that Kamari is different and her purpose is to guide the hearts of the people in the right direction. She tells him that people who have been saved by Kamari go on to forget the idea of subjugating others, and with more people like that, they can achieve their goal. Kamari appears outside his window with Nelia, and they combine their swords together, creating a huge beam of light that swings at him, causing an enormous explosion. We see Melka reporting the end of the war, and it seems Matter has gone missing, so there will be an election for a new president. We see Nelia standing in the throne room, and she tells Gertrude she's late, but when she looks at her, she sees her father. She rushes to hug him, apologizing for not being able to save him, but he tells her she's become a far greater warrior than him. 1 month later, we see Kamari's squad fighting enemy soldiers, while competing to see who will get a head pat from her, even fighting against each other, causing Kamari to be stunned. She's sad to be fighting against Urukan soldiers, but Vil explains that Nelia is doing this to raise her reputation by defeating Kamari, so she can win her election. Nelia appears in front of Kamari, telling her to become her servant, so they can dominate the world and create peace, but Vil gets in the way, calling her cocky since she had some of Kamari's blood. Vil is jealous about this, so she plans to squeeze all of Kamari's blood out of her. Sukuna also appears, agreeing with Vil, because she doesn't want there to be someone else who has drank Kamari's blood. They all call for Kamari to side with them, but she struggles to choose between them, and she wishes she could just go back to being a shut-in. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. The story begins as we meet Lu and Chang, and we learn they have the power to time travel. Lu has the ability to see everything that happens in a photo within 12 hours of it being taken, while Chang can go back in time by jumping into a photo and possessing the photographer. And together, they are able to share consciousness and communicate. Using their powers, Lu and Chang offer information gathering services, while they front as a small photography shop. One day, the landlady Chow enters the studio with a new mission for them. We learn that they owe her a debt, and that Chang is waiting for his parents to come back. She tells Lu that the client wants them to get the core financial data of the company Vicky Games before the third quarter report, but this data is supervised by the CEO of the company, Mr. Zhang, who always keeps the data on him and never leaves it on the system to avoid any hackers. The only one who has a chance to see the data is his assistant Emma. Chow hands over a picture taken by Emma 2 days prior. When Lu looks at the picture, he sees the events that happened to Emma during the next 2 days, and tells Chang that they only have one chance to get the data. The two get ready for their job, and Lu warns Chang to always follow his instructions so he doesn't accidentally alter the timeline. The two of them clap their hands and Chang dives into the photo. When he enters Emma's body, she's uploading a picture of spring rolls on an app called Moments. Seeing the delicious-looking food, Chang wants to take a bite of them, but Lu tells him to hold his urges as Zhang is going to arrive. Zhang calls Emma into his office, but Chang accidentally implies that Emma has a boyfriend, and Lu tells him not to lie, because it will lead to more problems. In the office, Zhang inappropriately comes onto her, pressing her against a wall, and even tries to kiss her, but after she denies it, Zhang continues to force her and leans in for a kiss. Acting on Lu's instructions, Emma says that they shouldn't do something like this at the office, worrying that someone could see them, but Zhang explains how secure his systems are, so Lu tells Chang to face the situation head-on. As Emma is about to kiss Zhang, she receives a phone call from her mother. Lu tells Chang to use this chance to push him away, and she goes back to her desk to answer the call. Her mother tells her that she saw the picture of her eating spring rolls on Moments, saying it's late at night, and she tells her to stop eating unhealthy food while working overtime. Her father also joins the call, recommending her to get a boyfriend that will take care of her, and tells her to block her mother so she won't disturb her. Zhang arrives just after and interrupts the call, telling her to get the material ready for the meeting the next day. He also tells her to take out her colleagues' trash and get the meeting room ready before 9 a.m. Lu eats his ramen while he tells Chang to start preparing the material. While working, Chang feels bad for Emma, thinking that she always works this hard and late every day. When Emma arrives home late at night, she receives a message from her mother, but it ends up going unnoticed. After she falls asleep, she dreams about having a nice time with her parents around the dining table, when suddenly, Chang takes her place in the dream, and his parents walk away from the table. He tells the dream to Lu, who explains that his feelings are connected with Emma. In the text messages, Emma's mother apologizes to her for getting her in trouble with Zhang, and expresses how much they love her. The next day, Emma goes to the meeting room and prepares everything for the guests that are about to arrive. She is nearly caught complaining to Lou as Zhang arrives. Emma grows impatient, and Lou tells her to calm down and wait. Suddenly, Chang is instructed by Lou to spill a cup of tea on Zhang's pants and try to help him wipe the tea off in order to get a sneak peek at the financial report. As she's trying to help Zhang, his wife walks in and sees Emma wiping his pants. She accuses him of cheating on her with Emma, but Zhang blames everything on Emma instead. The wife slaps Emma while insulting her and her parents. Chang is enraged by all this, but Lou tells him to not cause a scene and remember the rules. Since Emma was glaring at the wife with an angry face, she slaps her again, causing her and the laptop to fall to the ground, which allows Chang to see the financial report. They extract the information they needed, and Chang gets back to his body in the present. After the mission, Zhang and another senior worker of his company are arrested for fraud. But this has an effect on Emma as well, as it's almost impossible for her to find another job after being Zhang's assistant. Heartbroken by all this, Emma returns home, but finds some fresh spring rolls, along with a large pack of clothes and quilts for the upcoming winter. We learn that the items are there because Chang interfered in the timeline and responded to the messages from Emma's mother. Emma calls her parents and tells them to wait at the train station so she can meet them. As she is on her way, she bumps into a suspicious man who offers to give her a ride. In the present, Chang wonders how Emma is doing, but Lou tells him not to ask such questions. Chow enters the store with a new job and Chang attends to her. But when Lou checks the news, he sees a report saying Emma was found dead. It says that her body was found in the river last night, suggesting it might be a case of suicide. Lou and Chang find themselves with another job, as Chow hands over an envelope that contains several pictures of two ladies, Shaw and Lin, that ran a noodle restaurant together. Approaching Chow for this job, Shaw tells her that she never expected her partner to betray her, and now she wants the recipe for the famous noodles which only her partner knows, because she only works on the business side, while Lin works in the kitchen. While looking at the pictures, Chang and Lou realize that there are a lot of pictures, but few clues for them to work on. Chang dives into Shaw's body, while she is taking a bunch of pictures with Lin after a long day at work, and Lou tells Chang to check the camera. Shaw takes a look inside the camera, but fails to find any useful information that can help them achieve their task. Afterward, the two go back inside, as there is still some work left, and when they finish, Lin offers to make both of them some noodles, and Lou tells Shaw to go to the kitchen with her to look for the secret recipe. She sees Lin pull out a box with a black powder, and thinks that this must be the secret ingredient. She asks Lin about it, but Lin thinks she should already know what it is. Just as she was about to ask again, a delivery man arrives with supplies for the restaurant, so Shaw has to go receive the delivery or it might affect the timeline. After the noodles are prepared, Chang eats them through Shaw's body, and teases Lou about it as they taste absolutely delicious. Failing to find the secret ingredient, Chang goes into a different picture, where Lin is being interviewed for her success, hoping to find some clues about the secret recipe, but he doesn't have any luck. Lou tells Chang to keep on trying, and he goes into another picture, where Lin and Shaw are discussing business together. However, Chang fails yet again, and continues to go from one picture to another, but fails every time. Later, Chow meets up with Shaw, and apologizes to her for taking too long to find the secret ingredient. Shaw is worried that if Lin opens up another restaurant with her recipe, the business that she worked so hard to build will fall. In another attempt, Chang goes into Lin's body accidentally at a later point in their life, thinking that the picture was taken by Shaw, but it was taken by Lin instead. Shaw tells Lin to stay with her, but Lin thinks that she doesn't need her anymore with all of her intelligent management skills, and that she has lost sight of what the restaurant is actually about. Shaw angrily asks her if she never dreams of achieving more, but Lin says she already got her dream, which was the noodle shop the two of them had. After so many alterations to the restaurant, Lin doesn't want to stay there anymore, and is about to leave, but she is stopped by Shaw, who demands that she reveal the secret noodle recipe to her, and threatens to sue her as she deserves the right to know the recipe, because they built this business together. But Chang doesn't know, so he just leaves. Chang thinks that it was Shaw who changed, not Lin. While looking through Lin's belongings, Chang finds some tickets to Xiangzhuang, and when he says the name out loud, the taxi driver overhears it. He mentions that it is a small village, and that it has a fragrant flower which the locals use in their dishes. Hearing this, the two are certain that this flower is the secret ingredient that she used as a seasoning. Afterward, Chow tells Shaw about the secret ingredient, making her laugh, as she seems to recognize what it is. Later that night, Lou finds another picture of the two women from their school days. Chang wants to go inside the picture to eat the special noodles one last time. Lu doesn't want him to go into a picture for such a childish reason, but Chang manages to dive inside Lin's body, and we learn that Xia was the one who introduced the flower to Lin in the first place. Xia travels to Xiangzhuang to find Lin, who we see has now started her own small noodle shop. Xia is relieved to find her, and Lin welcomes her back. Xiao is on a morning run, while listening to the news on her earbuds. A stranger named Zhao comes up from behind, and tries to grab her, but Lu stops him before he can touch her. Zhao explains that he is looking for a person who can enter a photo, and reveals that he heard about it online. Xiao is delighted thinking he is a new client, and Zhao hands them a picture of his basketball team, asking if they could go back in the past to ease his regrets from this day. Later, Lu shows the picture to Chang, and tells him about Zhao being on a school basketball team, along with the words that Zhao wants Chang to say to his loved ones. Zhao explains that the day on which this picture was taken was the most depressing day of his life. He lost the game, missed the chance to be with the person he liked, and had a fight with his mother. He tells Chao and Lu to say a few words to all of them, to make up for his past actions. Hearing about this, Chang wonders if this could change the future, but Lu assures him that nothing will be changed, so Chang goes inside the photo as Zhao, and he meets Hongbin, the captain of the team, who tells him to stay prepared as a reserve and take photos of the team. Meanwhile, the opposing team makes fun of the shabby basketball court, and thinks that the match will be boring, thinking it will be an easy win for them. Chang struggles to see properly because Zhao wears glasses, but he has to just go with it. When the match begins, the opposing team easily gets past the defense, and scores the first point. Since they are losing, Hongbin tells the team to keep their spirits up. Chang feels like he's going crazy, but Lu tells him to hang until the end of the game, and just deliver the messages. As the match goes on, Zhao takes a picture but the flash goes off, which distracts Hongbin. A member of the opposing team takes the chance, and injures Hongbin's knee. Chang becomes worried, asking Lu if he has accidentally changed the past. Lu confirms that he has, but the final outcome won't change as long as the team loses. As the captain is injured, Zhao is subbed in his place, which makes Chang worry because it isn't supposed to happen. When the game continues, Chang manages to steal the ball. He immediately turns the tide of the game, and shocks everyone with his skills, making Hongbin wonder how he got so good. We learn that Chang is a great basketball player, and he used to play it with Lu. Zhao continues to score in the first half, which makes Hongbin compliment his skills, thinking he must be practicing a lot by himself to be this good. Lu reminds Chang that they can't change the result of the game, so when the game continues, Chang tries to be as useless as possible, but he still ends up creating opportunities for his team to score. He makes Hongbin think that he is trying to divert the opponent's attention for his team, as he pretends to trip on the ground, wanting to throw the game, so Hongbin, who has now patched up his knee, subs him out. Zhao is worried that he might have blown his cover, but Hongbin thinks he's just tired, telling him to rest, and returning to the game. Zhao sees him limping, so he asks the teacher if Hongbin should play with his injury, but the teacher says that if he doesn't, he won't get any more chances in the future, mentioning that Hongbin was the one who insisted that the school have a basketball team, and he even fought to prevent the court from being torn down. Hearing this, Chang thinks about getting back on the court, but Lu tells him to remember that he is living someone else's life, as the mission is to make up for Zhao's past regrets, but he gets back on when he sees Hongbin struggling with his knee. With just a few seconds left in the game, Chang immediately gets into action, shooting several points for the team, and helping his team catch up. Threatened by Zhao's sudden burst of performance, the opponent team trips Zhao, and one of them deliberately steps on his glasses, thinking he won't be able to play without them. However, Chang is now able to see properly, so he scores a three-pointer, and ties the score. The opposing team then scores another 2 points, and Lu tells Zhao that he should let things play out now. However, Zhao refuses to listen to him, and he tries to score a three-pointer, but he is blocked by 3 defenders. Putting his trust in his team, he passes the ball to one of his teammates who shoots, and lands the three-pointer. Chang remembers a conversation he had with Lu, where we learn that there are important nodes in time, and if they remain unchanged, the past will remain unaffected as well, even if events leading up to that point change. Zhao's team has won the game, and they celebrate their victory, but Chang is frozen in Zhao's body, thinking that he just changed the past. Worried out of his mind, he tries to talk to Lu, but Lu doesn't answer, so Zhao panics, thinking that something has happened to Lu. He is about to clap his hands to jump out of the picture, but Lu intervenes, telling him to stop. According to Lu, even though they won the game, the final result hasn't changed. The chemistry teacher informs Zhao that the higher-ups of the school have already decided to tear down the basketball court. Zhao asks the chemistry teacher to let the team celebrate this victory and keep this information to himself for now. Zhao takes Hongbin back home since he can't ride a bicycle because of his knee. On the way, Cheng tells him the message that Zhao wanted to tell him. As they make their way to Hongbin's house, they are stopped by Hongbin's little sister Mei, who scolds her brother for playing basketball instead of studying. She sees Zhao and barely recognizes him without his glasses. Lu tells Cheng that she is Zhao's first love, and the second mission revolves around him expressing Zhao's words to her. After Zhao takes a picture of the siblings, Hongbin urges Zhao to take a picture with Mei and pushes his sister toward him, telling her about his amazing performance during the game. After Zhao has dropped him at his house, Hongbin tells Mei to go with him to see him off. On their way, Cheng is baffled by how Zhao could be so oblivious to the fact that Mei had feelings for him. Mei compliments him and says that he looks cute without his glasses. Zhao is flustered by Mei making the first move, and he hesitates to respond. She tells Zhao that she and Hongbin are half-siblings, and their dad wants her to move to the city with him after her exams. Cheng ends up delivering Zhao's message to her, but he makes a promise with her. Zhao rides his bike on the way home as the night approaches, and he is worried that he has altered the timeline by making a promise with Mei, but Lu reminds him that the result won't change, as long as the key moments stay the same. When Zhao arrives back home, he gets chased and yelled at by his mother for ignoring his studies and being late. They sit at the dining table, and we learn that Zhao's father is never home. Zhao starts to enjoy the food, but Lu reminds him that he needs to have an argument with her. Zhao begins his conversation by mentioning that Mei is going to the city for her next semester and asks if he can work there as well. He is immediately cut off by his mother, saying that he is just like his father and he should just leave the home if he wants to go to the city so much. She starts quietly crying at the dinner table, which makes Zhao unsure of his next move. He relays the message as instructed by Lu and completes this mission as well. After Zhao has had his fill, his mother brings out a bowl of noodles. Cheng is about to leave the picture when she mentions that it's the 12th of May, which is his father's birthday. Cheng is alarmed by the date, asking what year it is, and she reveals that it is 2008. Zhao recalls that this is the year a great earthquake happens, and realizes that Lu is so calm about all the changes that Zhao made to the past, because everyone is going to die in the end. Panicking from the realization, he freezes as Lu tells Cheng to immediately get out of the photo because he can't change their fate. However, Zhao ignores him and rushes out of the house, taking off on his bike, as Lu implores him not to change the future. Lu warns him that death is an aspect of time that can't be altered at any cost, because it could lead to drastic changes in their current timeline. His mother catches up to him outside, and worries that he might be sick. Meanwhile, we see Hongbin sitting outside, as he gets scolded by his mother for playing too much basketball, telling him that sports don't put food on the table. Zhao reaches Hongbin's house, and tells him to leave quickly, but Hongbin says that he can't go anywhere because his knee is swollen. Hongbin's mother hears this, and thinks that Zhao is the one that is responsible for his injury. Hongbin thinks that Zhao just wants to practice for the upcoming tournament, but Zhao tells him that the school already decided to demolish the basketball court. Hongbin thinks Zhao is lying, so he gets angry, but Mei tells him to calm down, knowing Zhao has a good reason. He tells them about the earthquake, and urges Mei to move to the city with her dad, but her mother overhears this, so she becomes upset at Mei for trying to leave. The Hongbin family breaks out in a fight, and the commotion attracts more people. Seeing them fight, Zhao remembers Lu telling him that useless actions can cause unpredictable outcomes that can have disastrous effects. The people ask Zhao how he knows that there will be an earthquake. Feeling overwhelmed, Zhao tells them that it came from a magazine, so they all laugh at him. He rushes back home, pleading Lu to just let him save Zhao's mother, and Lu reluctantly agrees, telling him what to do. He goes home, and tells his mother that he heard a rumor around the village about an earthquake. Lu explains that going outside is more dangerous, because the earthquake causes a landslide, and that Zhao was able to survive by hiding under a table. Zhao's mother begins packing up some stuff, and carries it in a backpack, as Zhao hurries them under a table, just before time runs out. His mother remembers that she forgot something, and tries to leave from under the table to grab it, but Zhao tells her to stay put, and decides to get it himself. Just when he tries to get back, the earthquake starts, and shakes the whole village. We see the building collapse on top of Zhao, but he later regains consciousness, realizing that he was able to survive because his mother saved him, but the rubble crushed her instead. Lu tells him to leave the photo if it is too much for him, but Chang decides not to. With her last breath, the mother tells Zhao that she has devoted her life to him and his father, saying they are her favorite people. She tells him to pursue his dreams and do whatever he wants. We see Zhao sobbing as his mother dies, laying on top of him while singing a lullaby, which reminds Chang of a lullaby that his own mother sang to him whenever he was scared. The rescuers arrive, pulling them out of the rubble, and Zhao's father sees them, mourning the death of his wife. Chang returns to the present and asks Lu why he wanted her to die. Lu tells him that they need to keep the past intact, but Chang punches him and starts crying. Zhao and his father visit the grave of Zhao's mother. Zhao's father gives him a camera that he found in the rubble. We learn that it was the item Zhao had tried to get during the earthquake. Zhao brings this camera to the shop and asks Chang if he can recover the pictures in it because the camera is broken. In the end, the words Zhao said to Hongbin and Mei were revealed. Zhao thanked Hongbin for always believing in him, and he told Mei he supported her move to the city and promised to move there as well. At the Dodo milk shop, Mr. and Mrs. Lang are preparing the tea for a long line of customers. Their son Dodo keeps forcing his mother to play with him, which stresses her out as she has to deal with the customers. Mr. Lang gives Dodo his phone, telling him to sit outside to watch a video and play with his action figures. The customers talk among themselves, saying the business is doing well, but they aren't doing a very good job at managing it. After some time, they panic as they realize that Dodo isn't anywhere to be seen. We learn that Lu and Chang haven't talked to each other since their last job, as Chang is still distraught by what he had to go through, and even though he understands Lu, he is still angry at him. Chao notices them being distant from each other, so she asks them to explain, and they tell her that they need a break. Chao agrees to this, but at that moment, a man named Li arrives, looking for a witch who can enter photos. Chao denies it, but they are shocked when he reveals that he is a police officer. Chao tries to force him to leave, worrying that the neighbors might see him, and saying that this shop is just an average business. But suddenly, Mr. Lang arrives, begging Chao to help him find his son. We learn it's been 3 years since he went missing, and Li has been on the case, but he hasn't had any luck. Chang tells him he needs to accept what happened, and he should go take care of the life he currently has. Li agrees with him, saying it is harsh, but he needs to accept it. However, Li also vows to never give up on the case no matter what. Lang goes back to his wife, who we see is now mentally unwell, behaving like her son. She watches the same show that Dodo loved watching, and plays with his action figures as well. Mr. Lang tries his best to be supportive of his wife, and even entertains her. At the photo studio, Chao brings Chang some tea, and tells him that she often came across Mr. and Mrs. Lang. Chao saw Mr. Lang distribute flyers, and when he saw Chao, he asked her if she has seen his son anywhere. She told him she hadn't, and started running away. However, she reveals that this is a lie, because she saw Dodo walking away with a stranger, and she regrets that she didn't stop him. Hearing her story, they decide to call Lang and help him. When Li is checking the case files he has in his office, he notices that some information about a victim is missing, so he calls his assistant Ben, asking him to bring him the details. Ben tells him that Lang came to him, asking for the surveillance video of the area Dodo was kidnapped. When Lu gets the video, he uses his power to see through it, but his view is limited to only what the cameras around the area see, as Chang wonders if he would turn into a camera if he went into the footage. Chang dives into the video, and finds that he has appeared as himself in the past. He looks for the person who kidnapped Dodo, and since he is in his original body, Lu tells him to keep a low profile, as they can't afford him to get spotted by someone. Chang waits until Dodo is kidnapped, and he goes after the kidnapper. We see an old lady taking Dodo away, and Chang chases them around a corner, but ends up running into Chao and her friend Sue. Sue is surprised to see Chang, as she thought that he and Lu went overseas to study. Remembering Lu's instructions about not getting seen by someone they know, Chang doesn't reply and immediately runs away, and Chao tells Sue that they must have hallucinated because of the heat wave. Chang tries to find Dodo, but he is nowhere to be seen, and he frantically searches the streets. Lu tries to look for him too, but his view is limited to the cameras only. Since the task failed, Chao tells Lang that they couldn't find a clue about Dodo, and finally opens up to him about seeing Dodo 3 years ago, but didn't do anything. Lang tries to comfort her by saying that she has given him a ray of hope, and made him believe that he would eventually find Dodo, even though it might take him a lot of years. Lu jumps into the conversation, and asks if he has any photos from the day of the incident. As Lang is going through the pictures on his phone, a certain picture catches Chang's attention, and he recalls that he saw Dodo take it just before he got kidnapped. He uses the picture to dive into Dodo's body right before the incident. The kidnapper throws a ball toward Dodo, and when he smells the ball, he gets drowsy, struggling to stay awake. He goes with the kidnapper who poses as his aunt, and the customers see him leave, but they think that the parents must have called his aunt to take care of him. He passes by Sue and Chow right when they encounter Chang. Since Dodo was drugged, Lu couldn't learn anything through Chang, who ultimately loses consciousness. When Dodo wakes up, he finds his kidnapper sleeping, and Lu tells him to look for clues. He finds a Red Sun Hotel card, which means they are already outside of the city, as there are a lot of Red Sun hotels throughout the country, but there is none in their city. Lu tells him to look into her wallet to find her ID, so he carefully opens it and pulls out her ID card, but he realizes that it's tangled in a talisman. He finds it strange that she is superstitious but traffics children at the same time. He pulls out the card, but accidentally drops the talisman, making a sound. He worries he woke her up, but we see that she is still asleep, and we learn her name is Kate. But the woman suddenly wakes up, and Chang uses a move that he learned, and punches her in the jaw. Chang is amazed by how effective the punch is, but Kate gets up, threatening to beat him up and dismember him. She tries to attack him, but he evades her and pretends to be her ancestor to scare her. He tells her that she will be arrested in 3 years' time, and that she should take great care of the child. At that moment, Chang's time runs out, and Dodo returns back to his original self. Back in the present, everyone gets together outside the police station, and eagerly waits for Dodo to arrive. Dodo gets out of a van, and sees his parents for the first time after 3 years. He is afraid at first as he hasn't seen his parents in a long time, but goes in to hug his dad, who apologizes to him for taking so long to find him. Lee arrests Kate, but she says that she has treated Dodo well, hoping for leniency. Chang reminds Kate that her ancestors are watching her, and she immediately apologizes to them. Lee also reveals that he knows the real identity of Lu and Chang, because he found Chang in the surveillance footage around the Dodo milk shop 3 years ago. He hands Chang a bunch of photos of cases he's working on, and asks for his help. But Lu intercepts the envelope and says that he's the one that decides if they take the job. However, when he opens it up, he sees a picture of Emma. Chang moves in to take a look at the picture, but Lu quickly swaps the photo for a picture of a man, who is revealed to be a serial killer. Lee explains that it is the only picture they have of him, as the killer is extremely cunning. The killer has no connection to his victims, and they have no clues to find his identity. Hearing this, Chang immediately wants to help out, but he is slapped by Chow, as he isn't the one that makes the decisions. Back home, Chang asks Lu if he is sure that they can't help with the case, as he rarely denies a job. Before he could answer, Chow arrives along with Sue. Chang and Sue greet each other, and it quickly devolves into an argument, but Chow stops Chang, explaining that she is a customer, and they need to be respectful toward her. Sue explains her job, saying that when she and Chow were studying at a university, they had a friend named Dong Yi, who Sue used to hang around with. They liked each other, but Sue never got into a relationship with him because he never took the initiative. Sue even did postgraduate studies just to stay with Dong Yi, but he still never confessed to her. After their graduation, a party was held in which she took a picture with him and got really drunk. She and Dong Yi were the only ones left, when all the other party members went their own way. Dong Yi tells her that he has something to tell her, but before she could hear what he said, Sue passes out. Lu asks her why she just doesn't ask him directly, but Sue tells him that she is afraid that the answer won't be what she is hoping for. Lu agrees to help, and Chang is shocked that Lu agreed to help with this, but wouldn't help with the police case. Chang goes inside one of the photos, so he is now in Sue's body at the party, picking her nose to embarrass her, and scaring off a guy that tries to approach her. Afterward, as Sue continues to drink, Dong Yi stops her, as he knows that she gets drunk easily. Dong Yi mentions that he has gotten used to living his life and doing dumb stuff with her, but despite that, he still has to leave. She sings a beautiful song, which everyone enjoys deeply, and remembers the memories she has made with Dong Yi and the others. After the party, Dong Yi is about to say something to Sue, but at that moment, Chang sees a man, thinking he could be the person from the police case. Focused on the serial killer, he doesn't pay any attention to what Dong Yi is saying, and chases after the guy through an alleyway despite Lu's warnings. He loses track of the man, but senses him as he sneaks up from behind. Lu tells Chang to pretend that he hasn't seen the man, and create a situation where he won't be able to attack. He pretends to pee but remembers that he is in a female's body, so he pretends to throw up instead, but the man still keeps coming. Sue eventually throws up for real, causing the man to cover his nose with the cloth he was holding, and the man knocks himself out. But at that moment, another hand grabs Sue's shoulder, and Cheng quickly takes him down. He realizes that the man is Dong Yi, and we see that the attacker is the guy who approached Sue at the bar earlier. Back in the present, Sue is featured in a newspaper, but Lu managed to hear what Dong Yi said to Sue, and he tells the others that Dong Yi explained he never confessed his feelings for her, because his parents wanted him to go back home, and he didn't want to hurt her, but he now realizes that he can't live without her. Sue also learns about this, and Lu tells her that Dong Yi has invited her to meet at his interview the next day. Later, Dong Yi is waiting for Sue outside the building, but Sue doesn't show up. Chow and the others try to call Sue, but someone else answers the phone, and a distorted voice leaves an ominous message, saying that he will come as promised. Lu tells Chow and Cheng to lock the studio and stay inside while he goes to meet Officer Lee at the police station, as he can't talk about this with any other officer. He thinks that the news article about Sue may have had something to do with her disappearance, and Cheng fears that this might all be his fault. Lu tells Chow to take care of Cheng as he might blame himself and take away his phone, while Lu goes to the police station. Lee is giving a presentation to the other police officers, briefing them about Emma's case and the serial killer. He tells them that all the evidence points towards a 27-year-old man named Lumen, but since the evidence is not confirmed, it's all just speculation. As he continues on with the meeting, Ben barges into the room with Lu. Lu approaches Lee and asks if he can see the surveillance camera photo, as it involves the safety of his friend, and tells him about the suspicious call they received earlier. He takes the picture of the serial killer from Lee and gets the plate number of the killer's car. He uses his powers again, and is shocked to discover Cheng in the picture. He asks Lee who else has seen the photo, and Lee informs him that it was posted online this morning. Lu immediately rushes out of the police station, as Ben informs Lee that Lumen is the owner of the car in the picture. Lu calls Chow, asking her to look for Cheng in his room, but she can't find him. We learn that Cheng saw the picture online, and he decided to enter the picture alone. Cheng is taken to the parking lot, where he plans to wait for the killer to return and call for help, but he realizes that he doesn't have his phone. Cheng observes Lumen as he leads Emma to his car, and as they enter the car, Cheng sneaks himself into the trunk, allowing him to join them as they leave. Lee arrives at Lumen's house and meets his father, who is upset at the police, telling Lee that the picture is ruining their son's life, as there is no way he can commit a crime like this, thinking that some people are trying to bring their company down. Lee and Ben learn that Lumen has been paralyzed from the waist down because of a car accident, so his father says that there is no way he can harm people like this. In the car, Lumen tries to comfort Emma by saying that he knows about the wrongs that Mr. Zhang has committed. He asks Emma what she wants to do, and Emma says that she wants to get back to her parents and find another job. She thinks that life in the city might be admirable, but she wants to get back to a peaceful life with her parents. As they are on their way, Emma realizes that Lumen took a wrong turn, asking where they are going. He tells her that the GPS rerouted them due to traffic, but Emma keeps pushing, so Lumen admits that he's not taking her to the station. We learn that Lumen thinks she's trying to run away with the money of the company she used to work in, and expresses his hate for people like her who steal from them. Lumen is the owner of the company that Mr. Zhang was the CEO of, so he demands her to give back the money, but when she says that she doesn't have it, he begins to strangle her. Cheng, who is in the trunk of the car, hears Emma struggling to escape, and he realizes that Lu knew about what happened to Emma all along, blaming himself for changing the past and causing Emma's death. He resists the urge to help her so that the past doesn't change again, but his shuffling alerts Lumen, so Lumen checks the trunk, but Cheng isn't there as he jumped out of the picture in time. Cheng tells Lu that he understands him now, and explains their powers to Chow. He further tells Chow that she blamed herself all this time for what happened to Dodo, but in reality, it was his fault, because he distracted her back then. Lu receives a call from Ben, and asks if they have caught Lumen. However, Ben tells him that he isn't the killer, because it was impossible for him to have done it. Ben tells him that Lumen was in the hospital when Emma was killed, and according to the surveillance footage, Emma was walking alone on the bridge when she died. Since not enough time has passed, the police couldn't file Sue as missing. Chow receives a call from Dong Yi asking about Sue, as he is worried because she isn't picking up his call, so she tells him that her phone might have died. Cheng asks Chow if she has any pictures of Sue from earlier in the day. She is unable to find any, but Lu shows them a picture that Sue sent to everyone in a group chat. Lu examines the picture using his powers, and discovers that a masked man broke into her house and attacked her. Lu tells them both about this, and Chang immediately wants to dive into the picture, but Lu warns him, asking him if he is ready to face such a situation again. Lu goes outside with Chow, and tells her that Chang has to experience all the things happening to the person whose body he possesses, all while knowing that he can't change anything. Lu tells her that he might have to experience Sue's death, so he needs time to think about it. We see Dong-yi still waiting for Sue, refusing to go without her, as he continues to try to call her but is still unable to reach her. Chang makes up his mind, and he possesses Sue's body just before she enters the photo studio. He is irritated that he has to fight himself now to keep the events as they were. Meanwhile, we see Lumen plotting to harm people he sees as a threat, and a picture of Sue flashes on his screen. When Lu accepts Sue's request, we see Chow and Sue step out, and Sue asks Chow how their powers work, but Chow is unsure, explaining how they are secretive about it. She thinks that Chang might do something questionable, but Chow assures her by saying that Lu is the one in charge. Chow goes on to say that Chang has strength in his heart, and remembers the time when he was waiting for the news on his parents after the earthquake. She tells Sue that Chang struggled to accept the death of his parents, and couldn't fit in with the kids his age. But one day, Lu suddenly walks by their studio. Chow and Chang ask him to help them renovate their photo studio. Chow asks Lu what he likes about Chang, and Lu says it's his foolishness. We see that Lu is embarrassed, because Chang is learning all this through Chow while Lu listens. Chow further tells her that Chang's pure heart and innocence make others feel like they need to protect him. At night, Lu cautions Chang about what he will be experiencing through Sue's body, but Chang asks him to let him take the lead this time. When the moment arrives, we see a masked stranger enter Sue's house and attack Sue. The stranger is also seen in the present, as he enters the photo studio, ready to attack Lu, but Lu realizes this, so he locks the intruder in the room. In the past, as he is about to get stabbed, Chang manages to grab the man's hand, telling him that they are about to play a game, and tells the intruder to come find him in the future. Chang won't inform the police, but in exchange, the attacker must ensure Sue's safety. At that moment, Chang leaves the picture and emerges back in the present, inside the dark room, next to the attacker. We see that before the encounter, Chang tells Lu that they need to use Lumen's arrogant attitude against him, and provoke him into coming into the photo studio. They lead Lumen into the darkroom, using a voice recording on the motion sensor doorbell. Despite this carefully laid out plan, Lu is worried that all this still doesn't provide any evidence that shows that Lumen is the serial killer, but Chang says that he has that worked out too, although it might be dangerous. In the present, Chang has attached the pictures of Lumen's victims in the dark room, planning to make him confess to his crimes so he can be arrested. He faces Lumen with a knife, and asks why killing innocent people is fun for him, but Lumen says that he would never kill someone for fun, saying he has reason to do it. Chang punches Lumen but then disappears, diving in and out of the pictures to attack him. Enraged by the memories, Chang beats Lumen up, trying to make him understand the gravity of his crimes, and ends up taking off his mask to confirm that it is indeed Lumen. Lumen manages to overpower him, confessing to all of his crimes, and claiming that he can't be caught so it doesn't matter. As he says that, Chang calls for the police, who are just waiting outside, and they quickly arrest him. During the arrest, he tells Chang that they will meet again, saying he should not cheat when that time comes. When the police take Lumen outside, he appears to be paralyzed again. Ben tells the duo that even though they got Lumen arrested, their methods were questionable, but they explain that they didn't have time to think it through. Ben reveals that Sue was found in a garage in one of Lumen's villas, and Chang asks Ben for info on Emma's case because he can't get it off his mind. Afterward in the interrogation room, Lee tells Lumen to confess to his crimes, but he claims that it was his friend that committed all the murders. Lee doesn't buy it, giving him the pictures of everyone he has killed, and telling him to explain his crimes in chronological order. Back at the studio, the duo explains the whole event to Chow, which makes her understand Chang better. However, something is still bothering Chang about the Emma case. When Chow asks about this, Chang says he suspects that Emma's murderer might be someone else. He receives the last photo of Emma that was taken through a surveillance camera from Ben. He asks Lu to take a look, and Chow is surprised to see his powers in action. Lumen tells Lee that Emma worked in the finance department of his company and quickly became Zhang's assistant. When Zhang got arrested, he thought that Emma took his money, so he tried to scare her, but he ended up overdoing it, causing her to pass out. He tried to take her to the hospital, fearing that there is a witness when he heard Chang in the trunk, but along the way, she regains consciousness, and she lunges at him, leading to the car crash which left him paralyzed. Lu looks at the picture, and tells Chang that all he can see is an injured Emma. Chang asks Lu to let him enter the photo, but Lu warns him that he can't change anything. Despite this, Chang still wants to enter the photo as he feels he is responsible for her fate. When Lumen's car crashes, Emma searches the back seat of the car for her phone, only to find it broken. Seeing her broken phone, she remembers all the good memories she had with her parents, and feels bad for not taking the time to talk to them. She is tired of her life, and she regrets her decisions, so she decides to jump off a bridge. Just when Emma is about to jump off, Chang reaches out to her in the photo memory as himself, and tells her that he was the one responsible for everything that happened to her. He confesses about his abilities, and tells Emma that he was the one who sent the message to her mother. Hearing this, Emma asks if he can help her return to the beginning and start all over. In a flashback, we see Emma confront Zhang when she finds out that Zhang is stealing money from the company. Zhang reveals that Lumen's father financially cut Lumen off, so Zhang secretly steals money for Lumen whilst also taking his own cut. To silence her, Zhang promoted her and bribed her into staying quiet. Emma regrets taking the bribe and wants to go back and change it. Chang tells her that everyone has something that they regret in their life, and he knows about them as he has experienced the lives of so many people, saying he could never get a perfect ending no matter how hard he tried. He can't give Emma a perfect past life, but he can't let her miss out on a better future as well. Emma feels that there is no future left for her, but remembering the people that pulled through despite the hardships they faced, Chang manages to give her enough encouragement and convinces her not to jump. Meanwhile in the present, Lee tells Ben that Lumen is blaming his imaginary friend for the crimes he committed. Ben thinks that Lumen might have schizophrenia, but wonders how he could suddenly walk to the photo studio if he is paralyzed. Lu manages to put the pieces together and realizes that Lumen was a puppet all this time to someone else who has the power to possess a person's body. As Emma is about to grab Chang's hand and get away from the edge, her eyes suddenly turn red as her body gets taken over. Under the influence of the possessor, Emma jumps off the bridge, while in the present, Lu gets stabbed by Chow as her body is taken over as well. Even Lumen isn't safe from all this, as the possessor strangles him in the interrogation room with his handcuffs. When Chang returns back to the present, he finds Lu covered in blood, as the possessor tells Chang that this is his punishment for breaking the rules of the game, and the game has now been reset. We see the police are outside, but the possessor warns Chang to be quiet, threatening to kill Lu and pin it on Chow. Chang wonders what they want, and the possessor demands to know how his powers work, because they already know it has something to do with clapping his hands. Chang lies about his powers, saying he is able to teleport to any place he can think of, but the possessor sees through his lie, and tries to punish him by stabbing Chow. Chang manages to stop them, but the possessor can tell he can't use his ability outside of the darkroom, so they deduce that his ability has something to do with photos. Chang tries to calm himself down, and he recalls fighting lessons he took from his master Siwen in the past. The possessor rushes at him, but he manages to fight them off, countering all of their moves, and he manages to take the knife away. The police enter to check up on them, so the possessor tells Chang they will meet again, as Chow returns to her body. Chow is confused at what's going on, and Chang realizes he is holding the knife, so he surrenders to the police, and he gets arrested, while Chow is shocked seeing Lu's body on the ground. Lu is taken to the hospital, and we see Chang in a jail cell, trying to explain that he was up against someone who could possess people, but the officers don't believe him, thinking he's just making it up, so he asks to speak with Captain Lee. Meanwhile, we see Lee and Ben in the waiting area of the hospital, as Lee learns that Lumen strangled himself while in custody. Ben informs Lumen's father about the situation, but he doesn't seem to care, although he does call his lawyer Jin to check up on his son. We see Lu in surgery, but things don't seem to be going well, and he doesn't make it. Back in his cell, Chang is given some food, but he asks about Lu's condition. The officer tells him Lu didn't make it, making him devastated, so he thinks about going back in time to save him. At that moment, Ben arrives to pick him up, and they head to meet up with Lee. Ben gets a call from his wife, and he asks Chang to hold his phone for him. Ben tells his wife he is busy, and Chang is interested in the picture on his screen, which he learns was from 2 years ago. Chang considers going back 2 years to save Lu, but he remembers Lu warning him not to change the past, so he decides against it. At the hospital, Chang tears up as he thinks he's about to see Lu for the last time, but as Ben opens the door, he is surprised to find that Lu is actually still alive. Lee explains that they gave out false information to protect Lu, and he reveals that Lumen was the one who didn't make it. We see Jin reporting back to Lumen's father about his son's death, but he is more concerned with recovering Lumen's phone, no matter the cost. Lee hands Lumen's phone to Lu, saying it's their only lead to catching the possessor. But as Lu is about to use his powers on the phone, they see it's been switched with Ben's phone, and Ben has suddenly vanished. Lee runs after him, and Chang wants to go as well, but when he looks back at Lu, he remembers what happened, so he decides to stay back. Lee runs out of the building, looking everywhere for Ben, but a body suddenly falls from the building, smashing into a car, and we see that it's Ben. 1 hour earlier, we see Jin and his associate arrive at an apartment, and it turns out to be Ben's place, as his pregnant wife welcomes them in. We learn that Jin used to be a police officer, as well as Ben's senior before he left to become a lawyer. Ben's wife calls him as he is driving Chang to the hospital to tell him about Jin's visit. Jin tries to get information about the case Ben is working on, but she doesn't seem to know much. Jin leaves Ben's house, but has his associates steal a picture from the table on his way out. Ben calls Jin back, apologizing that he couldn't see him, and we see that he is excited for the birth of his child. But Jin hands off the picture to a mysterious person waiting for them in their car. At the hospital, Lee tells the group that Lumen killed himself while being interrogated. The captain suspects that the possessor is responsible for killing Lumen, and thinks that he will come after Lu when he finds out that he's still alive. Lee explains that the hospital ward is a new facility, so there aren't many staff around. It also has surveillance, so they are using it to guard Lu. Chang tells the group that he thinks the possessor's powers also require him to use photos, and worries that he could even somehow take their powers. Chang tells them that he deleted all their photos from their phones on his way to the hospital as a precaution, but Chow wonders where the culprit got a hold of her photo. We return to the point where Ben disappears from the room, and Lee tries to go after him. Chang recalls the phone call that Ben got on their way there, and suspects that the culprit somehow possessed him. Ben's body comes crashing down onto a car, and Lee runs to him. The others use their phone to view the surveillance footage, and they see that Ben is dead. They see multiple intruders approaching them from the roof, and Chang runs out to confront them. Lu instructs him to block the 2 exits of the building, and Chow tries to help, but Chang tells her to stay behind. Chow is irritated by this, and asks him to trust her, so they both run out to cover the exits, while we see that Lee is incapacitated by the intruders. Lu uses his abilities to get access to all the surveillance cameras. Chow and Chang encounter one of the intruders at the exit, and engage him in a fight. The intruder seems trained and gives them a hard fight, but eventually, they work together and overpower him. They search him for Lumen's phone but can't find it, and several more thugs appear and surround them. Meanwhile at Lu's room, the mysterious hooded figure appears at his door, handing him a picture, before running off. As the thugs surround Chang and Chow, there are 3 masked men that enter the hospital. We cut to earlier, and we learn that they are actually Master Siwen and some others that came to visit Lu. They aren't able to get in touch with Chow, but they notice a group of thugs heading towards the new hospital ward, so the 3 decide to help, and they put on masks to hide their identities. Back inside the hospital, the thugs mock the 3 for being old, but Siwen punches one of the thugs and sends him flying across the hall. The thugs attack, but the next thing we see are the thugs, battered and bruised, being interrogated by the police. Chow and Chang video call Lu, who explains that the police have increased the security, with 3 people watching him at all times, so that if any one of them turns, the others can restrain him. Lee meets with Chang and Chow, who ask him if the thugs had Lumen's phone, but he tells them that they didn't. We see the police inform Ben's wife of her husband's death, and she breaks down crying. Lee feels responsible, and tells them that he will ask to be demoted, but Chang asks Lee to let them help with the investigation. Back at the interrogation, Lee questions one of the thugs about Ben's murder, but the man tells them that Ben committed suicide, implying he was corrupt, but he just couldn't handle the guilt. The accusation angers Lee, but at the same time, we see the police search Ben's apartment and discover a box that was left there by Jin, filled with supposed bribe money. At Ben's funeral, we see Lee talking to the higher-ups as Chow and Chang arrive, and he tells them that Lu's stabbing incident has been suspended. Lu wants to attend, but he gets held up at the hospital by the nurse. Lumen's father, Wyman, shows up along with Jin, as Lumen's funeral is coincidentally held right next to Ben's. He screams at Lee, demanding answers for his son's death. But Lee tells him that he can't answer, because the case is still being investigated. He tells them that Lumen was caught breaking into the photo studio, but Wyman demands proof, and he even threatens to sue. Lee is shocked by Jin, who is ready to sue, and simply tells him that justice needs proof, while Lee recalls how different Jin used to be when he was an officer, compared to who he is now. Cheng offers to testify that he saw Lumen attacking with a knife, but Lumen's mother says it's nonsense, reminding them that Lumen was disabled. The argument heats up as the parents accuse Ben of taking bribes. Infuriated by the claim, Cheng throws a punch at the father, but Jin catches it just in time. Jin demands that Cheng apologize, but Chow suddenly slaps him. Lee asks Jin if he wants to press charges, but Jin lets it go. Ben's wife arrives at the funeral in a symbolic white gown and struggles as she expresses her grief, screaming at her dead husband for breaking his promise to stay with her. We see that Ben could never make much time for his wife because of his work, so she asks him to pay her back in their next life, before breaking down crying. At the hospital, Lu and Cheng decide to help mend their relationship, and they dive into Ben's memory. Cheng takes over Ben's body, and he proposes to his wife with a flower ring. He apologizes that he couldn't spend more time with her, but declares that he will love her even in their next life, giving her a beautiful memory to cherish. At his office, Wyman asks Jin if he managed to get Lumen's phone. Jin tells him that it's still missing but assures him that the police don't have it either. At the police station, Jin meets with one of his thugs and informs him that his holding period is up. Jin asks about the phone, but we see that he encounters the mysterious person on the night, and he handed the phone over to them, thinking they are allies. At the hospital, Lee tells the group that they don't have enough evidence to build a case, and the thugs were let go because they were just hired muscle. We see Lee visit Ben's wife and press her for details. She confirms the identity of one of the thugs, who visited her on the night along with Jen. She recalls the night, and wonders if he could have planted the money in her apartment. Back at the hospital, Chow thinks that Jen might be the one possessing people. But Lee rejects the idea, explaining that he went to the police academy at the same time as Jen, and he vouches for his upstanding character. We learn that Jin's pregnant wife was murdered, and the murderer escaped due to a lack of evidence. A few days later, the murderer was found dead, and people started suspecting Jin might have done it, so he ended up leaving the police and starting a law firm. We see Jin receive a call from the mysterious person, and we learn that they're plotting something together. Jin thinks the plan is risky, but agrees as long as they can stay ahead of the police. Lee shows the group a picture from the surveillance footage outside Lu's room, and they wonder about his mysterious visitor. Unable to hide it any longer, Lu shows them the picture that he received, and the message that's on the back. The message reads, "I can't lose my brother," and Chow figures that the mystery person wants them to find their brother. Lu reveals that in his current state, he can't use his powers for too long, so Cheng suggests diving into the picture to get more information. Lu notes that this was the reason why he didn't want to show them the photo, but Lee is amazed to learn he can enter pictures. They explain their powers to him, and debate over whether they should risk entering the picture, but ultimately decide to do it. Cheng dives into the body of a young girl as they take a picture. Her mother asks her to grab the photo, but as Cheng agrees, the mother is surprised to hear him speak, and Lu quickly warns him that the girl is mute. His mother tries to get him to speak again, but Cheng just ends up crying instead. Meanwhile, Chow and Lee try to figure out how Lumen got a picture of her. Chow thinks that only her parents would have photos of her, but Lee reminds her about her friends. Chow checks with Sue, and she confirms that she does have a picture of them together. Lee asks her to check if the picture was sent to anyone else, and he sends Sue's number to the police to check her phone records. Back with Cheng, he worries he messed up by speaking, but Lu tells him that nothing significant has changed. Cheng is taken to a doctor, and the girl's mother mentions how she heard her speak. The doctor checks her pulse, and finds it strangely masculine, which makes Cheng worry that his cover is blown. But the doctor just thinks that the girl is getting better. As they leave, Cheng describes the surroundings to Lu, and Lu instructs him to help his mother carry the bags, while Chow wonders why they haven't seen or heard about the brother yet. We see the two of them stop to enjoy a claw machine by the side of the road, but a strange dark figure approaches them. In the present, Lee learns that Chow's picture was sent to Lily, the mother from the photo, and the girl's name is Tian. But we also learn that the mother has been dead for some time. At that moment, the mysterious figure arrives at the station, claiming to be a witness to all of their open cases, but they refuse to talk to anyone besides Cheng. We see that the stranger who approached Tian and her mother is simply trying to help them win a prize from the machine. The man manages to win a prize on his first try, and he explains his method to Lily. We find out that he is also their neighbor, and he helps carry their bags back to their apartment. The man compliments Tian on how cute she is, but her brother Xiaoyu suddenly appears, and he tells the man to keep his hands off his sister. Back in their apartment, Xiaoyu thinks their neighbor is sketchy, and Cheng wonders why he is so angry. Chang just laughs, but Xiaoyu tells her that she needs to be strong and learn to fight back. Lu tells Chang to sign a question to him, asking Xiaoyu who taught him to be like that, but Chang struggles to sign the question, even as Lu instructs him. Xiaoyu says he learned it from a friend, and we see him remember another boy who helped him retrieve a ball from a fountain by jumping into the water, which Xiaoyu thought was so cool. Xiaoyu is confused by Chang's previous struggle to sign, and tries to teach him to sign better. Chang gets frustrated as he receives conflicting instructions from Xiaoyu and Lu, when suddenly, Lu stops responding, and Chang starts to worry. He asks Lu why he stopped, but Lu says that he didn't, so Chang wonders if it was possible for them to have a bad connection. Their father Li Fan arrives home, and Lily calls them out for dinner. We see her get nervous when Li Fan asks about the prize from the claw machine, but she hides the fact that they got help from the neighbor. The family has a normal dinner, while the neighbor plays video games next door, when suddenly, Li Fan asks about the new camera on the table. We see that Lily tried to hide it, but Li Fan saw what she was doing. He throws a fit, smashing the camera and accusing her of having an affair with a teacher. We learn that he was tipped off by the guard outside their building. The parents continue to fight, and Xiaoyu covers Tian's ears. Li Fan sends the children to their room as he proceeds to beat their mother. In their room terrified, Chang pleads with Xiaoyu to do something, so he runs out and charges at his father, as Chang runs out of the house to ask the neighbor for help. He knocks on his door, but before the neighbor answers, Tian's father drags her back into the apartment. He pulls out a hammer and threatens to kill the whole family. He gets distracted when the neighbor knocks at their door, but he quickly manages to scare him away. He returns to his family, and he's about to hurt them. But we cut back to the present where we see Chang arrive at the police station, and the mysterious person is revealed to be Tian. We see Xiaoyu on a bench with his friend, telling him about his abusive father. His friend tells him that people are like animals, some are predators, and some are prey, asking him what kind of person he wants to be. Li Fan scares off the neighbor at the door, and he returns to the family even angrier, thinking his wife is also having an affair with him. Remembering what his friend said to him, Xiaoyu shields his mom as his father swings the hammer, but the hammer strikes his head, and he collapses. We see that Xiaoyu is still alive, as his mother screams to call an ambulance, but his father finds the photo his mother took, and it infuriates him further. He blames Lily for everything, and he drags her away, continuing to beat her up. Lu tells Chang to retrieve the picture, but he thinks they should be trying to save Lily instead. Lu reminds him why they need the picture, and Chang crawls over to get it, before quickly backing away and staring on in horror. Although still hurt and bleeding, Xiaoyu covers his sister's eyes, and tells her a story to distract her from the situation, but Tian cries, remembering her mother telling them the same story. We see the neighbor calling the police, and Lily finally tries to resist, kicking Li Fan's leg. She gets a hold of the hammer, and she is about to strike her husband, but Chang suddenly exits the picture and appears back at the hospital. His memory is unclear, and he doesn't recall clapping his hands to get out of the photo, but he recalls seeing things from Lily's point of view, before blacking out and appearing back in the room. We learn from Li that when the police got to the apartment, Li Fan had died from a blow to the head, but Lily had also died from a stabbing, and the files on the two children have been missing ever since. Li tells Chang about the mysterious informant, waiting for him at the station. Lu thinks it's suspicious, and he tells Chao to go along with him. At the police station, the police tell Chang that the informant had nothing on them. They wouldn't take off their mask, and forced them to remove all surveillance from the room. Outside the interrogation room, the police put a bug on Chang so they can listen in. He wonders if he should have an earpiece, but Li thinks it's too risky. He goes inside, and is surprised to learn that the informant is Tian. She asks Chang to remove everything on him, so he puts away his phone. She checks to see if he has anything else, but she doesn't find the bug. Chang wonders why she wanted to meet him, and she says it's part of the game. Hearing this, Chang immediately thinks back to when Chao said something similar when she was possessed, and he immediately suspects that she might be the person possessing other people. However, he's not sure if Tian is the one possessing people, or if she herself is currently being possessed. Chang says he's sorry for what happened to her, and she wonders how he knows about her. Chang is careful, and remembering what happened the last time he tried to lie, he decides to tell her the truth, telling her he learned about it from the pictures she gave them. Tian is happy that he told the truth, and says they should celebrate with some soda, so Chang asks the police for some. Chang asks her why she wears a mask, and we learn that Tian is very sensitive to external stimuli, and it's the reason she was mute as a child. Chang feels sorry for her, and she uses this to ask him to do something for her. We see Cheng ask to take her to the restroom, and an officer named Wong appears to escort the two of them. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Chow hears Tian whisper something to Wong as they get to the restroom, so she gets worried. Lee looks through the case files and discovers that Lily's murder case happened the same year that Jin left the force. Tian reveals to Wong that she knows the police are listening in on their conversation because of how conveniently she appeared when they left the room. We see Jin waiting for something in his car as Lee suddenly receives a call informing him that Lu is missing from his room. Chow searches the restrooms for Cheng and Tian, but they are nowhere to be found, and Lee sees that Wong took them away, helping them to escape. We see Jin and Tian planning before she arrived at the police station. Jin explains that the only way to escape the security at the station is to escape into the back streets, and even then, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Back in the present, we see Wong leading Tian and Cheng out of the facility. The guard spots them, but Wong tells him that they are just going out for some food, clearly being compelled by Tian's powers. Tian follows Jin's plan, who told her to head to an old town in the next neighborhood that's under renovation and doesn't have a proper security system. We see the guards stationed outside Lu's room talking when they hear a noise from inside the room. They rush to check it out, but find the room locked. They break in and see the window broken, and Lu is missing from the room. They report it back to Lee, and he orders them to look for Lu. Lee spots Cheng and Tian leaving on the cameras and chases after them, asking the guard where they went. He follows after them into the streets of the old town until he finds Wong handcuffed to a pole. He confirms that it's her by asking for her officer ID, but she says she can't remember anything after talking to Tian. She gives Lee her phone, explaining that the bug they put on Cheng had a tracker, and Lee gives his phone to her so they can stay in contact. Lee uses the tracker to chase after Cheng and Tian, while Wong escapes her handcuffs and gets a call from Chow on Lee's phone. She tells Chow to stay put, but Chow runs into the old town after them. Jin waits by a car, and we see that he had planned for the other officers, as multiple armed thugs surround Wong, led by Jin's associate. Cheng and Tian meet one of the henchmen, but he checks Cheng with a metal detector and finds the hidden bug. We see that Cheng is under Tian's control as he crushes the bug, causing Lee to lose the signal he is tracking. Luckily, Lee arrives in time to see Cheng leading around the corner and runs after them, but gets stopped by the henchman, who throws him back against a dumpster. The thugs surrounding Wong charge at her, but she dodges their attacks and swiftly takes them down. However, they get back up just as quickly and attack again. Lee brawls with the man, taking a few hits before he punches him in the jaw and slamming him to the ground. However, the man gets back up and starts to overpower Lee, headbutting him in the face. Wong fends off the attackers until the leader throws dirt in her eye, catching her off guard, and he thrusts at her with a knife. She evades the attacks, grabbing a pipe, and she starts using it as a weapon. The captain exchanges more punches with the henchman, unleashing a barrage of attacks and finally defeating him with an uppercut. But the man tells him that Cheng and Tian are long gone and that he should be more worried about Wong. We see Jin sneak up on Wong as she is about to face the thug leader, hitting her in the head and knocking her unconscious. Jin asks what happened, and the thug tells him that she was tougher than they thought. Jin notes that she has seen their faces, so she can't be left alive, so he finishes her off. Lee arrives to find Wong lying dead on the ground. He thinks back to how Ben died, and he falls to his knees, screaming in despair. Tian and Cheng are about to escape on a yacht, but Chow catches up to them. She calls out to him, but Cheng just follows after Tian. As they are about to get on the yacht, a speedboat rushes toward them and smashes into the yacht. Lu suddenly jumps off the boat, landing on top of Cheng, and he's glad he made it there in time. Cheng regains his senses and is confused, as Tian tries to touch Lu, but he stops her hand. She attacks, and Lu fights her off, so she tries to escape on the yacht. Lu chases her, but when he touches her arm, he instantly succumbs to her powers as she takes control of him and takes him with her. Lee carries Wong's body out of the alley as the police arrive, and he orders them to find Tian. Jin arrives at their hideout to meet Tian, who points him to a room where he finds Lu tied up. He's disappointed to see she abducted Lu instead of Cheng, and he wonders how Lu knew where the boat would be. At the hospital, the officers show Lee surveillance footage of Lu sneaking out of his room when the cops came in to check after hearing the window break, using it as a distraction. Cheng and Chow arrive, and Lee tells them about Jin's involvement. We learn that Jin was in charge of Tian's case, and that shortly after he quit, the files on Tian and her brother went missing. Lee searches Lu's hospital room, thinking that he must have hidden there before escaping, and finds his phone. Cheng is able to access it, and they find a picture that Lu took of his room at the same time when the others left for the police station. They understand that Lu wants Chang to travel back to this moment, and they figure that Chang probably already possessed Lu from the way he was able to fight Tian at the dock. We see Lu bleeding as he's held captive, and learn that Jin wanted Chang because he wants to change something from his past. Lee gets a call, and the officer tells him about a report they received 2 days earlier. We see some kids wandering outside, when they discover a light turned on in an abandoned grocery store. They break in and find a girl hiding in there, and we see that it's the real Tian. At the hideout, Tian removes her wig, and we learn that it was actually Xiaoyu disguised as his sister all along. We see that Jin anticipated that the police would have found Tian by now, and feels that she betrayed them, saying that she's beyond mercy, but Xiaoyu suggests that there might be a different way, as he whispers something to Jin. The real Tian is taken to the police station, where Li tells her to come clean. Chang arrives, and also presses her for answers, so she starts crying, while they realize they were dealing with her brother the whole time. Chang notes that he never saw Xiaoyu activate his powers, and thinks that he can control more than one person at a time. Xiao urges him to dive into Lu's picture to find answers, assuring him that he won't change the past. An officer tells Li that they can't get through to Tian, and suggests having a psychologist talk to her, but Li says they don't have that kind of time, since Lu is being held hostage. Xiao tells Li that she has a plan, and we see her enter the interrogation room. She manages to get through to her by telling her a story about Chang, and then asks her about her brother. We see Chang enter the picture and possess Lu in the past, while at the hideout, Xiaoyu asks Lu how he knew about their plan, threatening to hurt him if he doesn't talk. In the past, Chang reenacts Lu's plan to escape the hospital, but this time, he almost gets spotted as he tries to sneak out. He breaks the window, and recalls what Li said Lu did in the past, so he quickly hides in the bathroom. He peeks through the crack, but the officer spots the movement and reaches for the door. However, he gets distracted, giving Chang the chance to escape. He slips past the nurses at the entrance, and thinks about what Chao said, assuring himself that he can't change the past as he runs for the dock. In a flashback, we see Jin sitting in the audience watching a play, and breaking into tears. After the play, he goes backstage, and we learn that the lead actress Lisa is his wife. She introduces him to the other lead actor, and Jin asks them about the new venue that Lisa had said they visited together. The man goes along with it, but we see that they start to struggle to keep their stories straight, and Jin is immediately suspicious of his wife. At the office, Jin zones out until Ben snaps him out, suggesting that he take a break and spend more time with his wife. We later see him drinking heavily with Li, telling him that his wife isn't faithful, and Li tells him something that makes him tear up and drink even more. Jin arrives at the Lily crime scene, where an officer fills him in on the details, explaining that the couple killed each other, and he sees the neighbor giving his statement as he arrives. Jin meets Tian and Xiaoyu outside their apartment, and consoles them with a hug. He asks them what happened, and Xiaoyu confesses that he killed their parents, but he starts laughing like a maniac, and Jin joins him. We see Xiaoyu sitting with his friend, telling him that he lives with Jin now. He asks him if he's a hunter now, but the friend tells him that he's more like a wild beast, asking if he knows the difference, before explaining that unlike hunters, the beast only hunts when they are hungry. We learn he is Lumen's brother Liam, as a butler calls out to him, and he tells Xiaoyu to be more like a hunter than a beast before he leaves. Years later, we see Lumen invite Xiaoyu and Jin to his house. Lumen almost recognizes Xiaoyu, before asking Jin to help him deal with the people who are attacking him online. Jin suggests sending them legal letters, but Lumen thinks they wouldn't care, and that he wants them dead. Lumen gives Jin their first target that he picked out, but Jin tells Lumen that Xiaoyu will be the one killing them, and hands the picture to Xiaoyu. But when Xiaoyu looks at it, he starts to laugh, seemingly accepting the job. We see Xiaoyu's life represented in a children's story. A fox family lives happily in a forest, until one day, the father is convinced by some birds that his wife is not faithful. The father burns their house and attacks their family. The kids are left without a mother and father, until one day, a hunter comes along and teaches the boy to hunt. The fox boy hunts down the birds and continues to hunt more animals, until one day, he tries to kill a family of innocent rabbits, but his sister sees this and runs off crying. In the past, we learn that Li told Jin that his wife was pregnant when she was murdered. The pieces come together, as we see the target given to Xiaoyu is his old neighbor, who we learn was the one who spread the rumors about his mother having an affair with a teacher, and that Xiaoyu knew all along. We are taken back to the moment when Lu fought Xiaoyu to protect Cheng, and we see as he boards the yacht and leaves with him. Li rewatches the surveillance of Xiaoyu escaping with Wang and Cheng, and notices that he was holding both their hands at the same time, but suddenly he hears something behind him. In the interrogation room, we see Chao looking at Tian's drawings, trying to understand them, until she sees a strange picture and asks Tian to explain what it means. Chao hurries to find Li, and she's surprised to find Cheng already there, asking him what happened. We return to the night Lu was abducted, and we see Cheng in Lu's body, chasing after Xiaoyu, but as soon as he touches Xiaoyu, he activates his ability, and Cheng is forced out of the photo, reappearing in Li's office. Cheng tells Li that he was forced out of the picture, and they determine that Xiaoyu's ability relies on physical contact. But Cheng wonders about the time Xiaoyu used his powers remotely, so Chao shows them the picture that Tian drew. She explains that Tian also has powers, which allow her to use photos to see what a person is doing, and even look at their memories. And by using their abilities together, Xiaoyu is able to possess people remotely. We go back to the night Ben died. Jin hands the picture he stole to Xiaoyu, who uses Tian's powers to help him possess Ben. At the same time, Jin arrives at the hospital and sends out his main thug. The possessed Ben meets the man on the roof and hands him Lumen's phone. Ben then walks towards the edge, and the man jokes about Ben having a baby on the way. But we see Tian run out of the van crying, and Xiaoyu chases after her. Back in the interrogation room, Chao and Cheng ask Tian for help, showing her a picture of Lu. We see Lu wake up as Xiaoyu enters, asking him how he knew the details of their plan. Lu refuses to answer, so Xiaoyu threatens to torture him, and Tian uses her powers to watch. Xiaoyu dresses Lu's wounds and tells him to change into a costume. At the station, Li tells Cheng that he received a call from Xiaoyu, telling them that he will release Lu in exchange for Cheng. We see Jin instructing Xiaoyu to give the police a tight deadline, so they don't have time to prepare. At the station, we see that they are only given 35 minutes, as Li explains that he has men interrogating the thugs that attacked Wang and men tracking Jin. We learn that Xiaoyu wants Chao to accompany Cheng, and we see them arrive at an underground theater, while Li and Tian wait in a car. As they enter, Xiaoyu instructs them to change through the speakers, and pass through a metal detector because he doesn't trust Cheng. We see Tian use her powers to watch over Cheng as they enter an auditorium. The spotlight turns on, and they see Lu tied up on stage. They run towards him, but stop as they hear a gunshot, and Xiaoyu's voice telling them to follow his rules. He instructs them to start walking toward each other, and Xiaoyu tells Cheng to replace Lu in the spotlight, but Cheng assures Lu that he's got a plan as he takes his place. Cheng gets on stage, and the lights suddenly turn off, as he disappears from the stage. In the car, we see Li looking at an empty picture from a surveillance camera. Cheng drops into a chamber under the stage, and Xiaoyu tries to touch him, but he avoids it just in time. Xiaoyu tries to grab him again, but Cheng claps his hands and disappears, reappearing beside Li in the car. He asks why the others aren't there, and we see Lu and Chao making their way to the entrance, but there's suddenly an explosion. Li rushes out of the car, but he gets tased by Jin's associate, who then holds Cheng at gunpoint. We go back to before the exchange, and we learn Cheng's plan. He suggests that instead of sending his current self, he should dive into a picture taken by the surveillance camera to meet Xiaoyu, explaining that he can then jump out of the picture to escape and rejoin the group. At the theater, Jin explains the trap door installed under the stage to Xiaoyu, who thinks that Cheng will probably have a plan to escape. But Xiaoyu reveals his backup plan, and we see that there is a tracker hidden in the costumes. We learn that Xiaoyu turned off the metal detector when Cheng passed through, so that they wouldn't suspect a tracker, and we see Jin's associate watch as the tracker instantly moves on his map. Jin explains how he plans for an explosion when the police rush in, as we see the theater explode. We see the man take Cheng and Tian underground, where they meet Xiaoyu and Jin. Jin takes the gun, and he's furious at Tian, so he goes to shoot her, but Xiaoyu gets in the way. Cheng wonders why Xiaoyu gave Lu the photo on the night, and the thug recalls how he handed off Lumen's phone to him. Jin questions Xiaoyu if he has Lumen's phone, and he confesses that he thought about changing the past. Jin demands the phone from him, and the thug is confused as to why he didn't ask for the phone earlier, because he had already told him he handed the phone off to Xiaoyu. The man realizes that Jin knew all along, but Jin suddenly shoots him, saying that he knows too much, and he reveals that he kept Xiaoyu around because he was useful. Jin screams about being betrayed, saying he raised them, but Cheng tells them that he was using them as substitutes for his emotional needs. Jin says he doesn't need substitutes, tossing Chang a picture and telling him to fix the past. Chang picks it up, and we see it's a picture of Jin's wife. A crowd gathers outside the burning theater as Lee wakes up. He goes to help as Lu and Chao emerge from the entrance, telling them that Tian and Chang were taken. Lu remembers hearing the subway when he was locked up underground, and thinks they may have escaped into a tunnel. He tells them that the nearest station is the Caohua station, and Chao realizes they need to split up. Back in the tunnel, Jin tells Chang to go back and stop his wife from flirting with her co-star. But Xiaoyu tells him she was never unfaithful, explaining that her co-star was the first person that Jin asked him to kill, and when he did, he could see his memories, and saw that their relationship was always professional. We learn that Jin's wife went along to find a new venue for the play but lied to Jin, saying she was with her co-worker, so Jin didn't get worried about her being out by herself that late. Jin refuses to accept this, thinking they must have had an affair, and after Xiaoyu dealt with the co-worker, we see Jin approaching his wife while holding a knife. In the tunnel, Xiaoyu asks him about his child and Jin loses it. The thug gets back up, tackling Jin to the ground, and hits him with a taser. Jin manages to push him off, but the man gets the gun and shoots at him, grazing his face. The thug shoots again, but we see that Jin is wearing a bulletproof vest and runs off with the man chasing after him. Using the distraction, Xiaoyu attacks Chang, trying to touch him, but Tian pushes him off. Chang says he can help them, but Xiaoyu says he abandoned them because there was no change to their past. He attacks Chang again, but Chang dodges and avoids his hands before ultimately landing a kick. But Xiaoyu grabs his leg, throwing him to the ground. He goes to touch him so he can use Chang's power and change his past, but Lu suddenly rushes in and kicks him away. Xiaoyu attacks Lu with the taser and grabs his body, threatening to hurt him as he digs into his wound, demanding Chang to change the past. Tian begins to cry, and she manages to speak, saying she just wants to go home. Xiaoyu is stunned hearing this, but Tian suddenly gets shot. We see that Jin managed to sneak up and strangle the thug from behind, and he emerges after shooting Tian. He shoots at Chao, but Chang jumps in front and gets shot. Lu charges at Jin, tackling him to the ground, as Chang gets back up, and we see the bullet only hit his side. Jin lands a punch on Lu and gets on top of him, but Chang comes to help and kicks Jin. The two work together to fight him, and Jin takes off his vest. As Tian lies bleeding out, she tells Xiaoyu that she misses their mom. Chang grabs Jin, and Lu lands a few punches, but he breaks free and overpowers them, knocking them both to the ground. As Jin is about to finish them off, Li arrives and jumps in to fight. Tian pushes Xiaoyu away, and tells him to run away as she holds Chao to stop her, allowing him to escape. Jin mocks Li, and they exchange blows, but Li lands a hit on his face. They continue to fight, and Li manages to get Jin on the floor. He gets on top of him, landing another blow to his face, and knocks him out. As Tian lies there dying, she thanks Chao, and we see her powers transfer from her body into Chao's. Tian's memories flood Chao, and she sees Tian watching her mother as she considers getting a divorce, but decides to stay for the sake of her children. Their mother sees Tian crying, and Tian tells her she doesn't want them to separate, asking if they still love her. We go back to when their parents died, and see that Xiaoyu was controlling their mother. She chases after their father with a hammer as he grabs a knife. She hits him in the head, killing him, but not before he stabs her. We see Xiaoyu use Tian's powers as he comforts her. Their mother comes to hug them, but they see her bleeding out. Through Tian's powers, Chao sees Ben's memories while he's possessed by Xiaoyu. We see Ben apologize to his unborn daughter that he wouldn't be in her life, and Xiaoyu realizes that Tian is resisting his power, because she's reminded of how their mother apologized to them when she died. Tian breaks free from Xiaoyu's control, and runs out of the van. She comes across Siwen and the others, and drops the picture she had, which they return to Xiaoyu as he passes by. Xiaoyu cries as he runs away, and Chao falls unconscious from the memories. We see Lumen's brother Liam arrive at an airport and learn that their mother is actually relieved by Lumen's death. He tells her that he has to do something before he returns, and he goes to meet Xiaoyu at the park. At the photo studio, Chao waits for Chang and Lu to return, and we learn that from Tian's powers, she was able to see her memories, and also the memories of everyone she had used her powers on, including Lu. Xiaoyu hands Lumen's phone to Liam, revealing that he had asked him to get it. He asks Xiaoyu if he has made up his mind, and Xiaoyu says he has no other choice. We see Jin being taken to prison, and we learn that it was the thug who pushed Ben off the roof, even after Ben had broken free from Xiaoyu's control. Xiao watches Lu's memories, but is confused when she sees that in his memory, Chang actually died after being shot, wondering what's going on. At that moment, Lu and Chang arrive along with Li. Li tells her that Wang survived and is recovering, and that they've established a special task force to deal with cases involving people with powers. They celebrate their recovery, but Chang notices Lu spacing out. Lu thinks about how he's a hypocrite for always telling Chang not to change the past, but we see he couldn't accept Chang dying, and we learn that his powers were more than what we thought as he dives into a photo. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.